What it is, the peoples. I'm already having a bad day because if you can believe it, I had to wake up and do yard work this morning. Some kind of truck drove by my house last night, I guess, and I don't know what was in the back of the truck, but there was like all this. It looked like dryer lint almost, like like when you clean out your dryer and there's dryer lint. Something happened and the whole side of my yard and all up against my fence was like covered in this stuff. I have no idea what it is, but my lawnmower guys were supposed to come around today, so I had to go out there and put the gloves on and shove it all in a big trash bag. Yeah, it wasn't like slimy, or if it had rained or something, it would have been probably pretty gross. But like I heard the truck go by very early this morning after my wife left for work. She leaves for work at about 6:30. And then I heard their truck go by and I heard like something like fall out of it. So I don't know what the stuff was. I threw it away. Maybe it was asbestos. I have no idea. But I don't even know what kind of truck it was. I just heard it go by. Like you hear a big dump truck or something. And then an hour later, like the trash people came by because today's trash day. And I'm supposed to get my landscapers out here to mow my lawn at some point today. So today's the 5th, right? Oh, today's the 4th. They're not going to be here till tomorrow. Okay, well. Yeah, I have yard gloves, but, I don't. It's 9:30 in the morning. I didn't want to be out there at 8:30 doing yard work. I went out there with gloves and a rake and put it all in the big bag, and it was gross. Let's play some more Demon Bluff. I played a couple rounds of this earlier today when I first woke up. And I learned something. I learned something that I should have already known. First of all, I learned how to put these rolls up on screen here. There's a little tiny button that's not readable. But if you click it, you can see what outsiders and minions and demons. But what I've learned is there's a difference between minions and demons. So Lilith is a demon. Demons always disguise as a unique villager and cannot double claim a good character. So a demon can't create a duplicate villager, and they can't disguise as an outcast. A minion, like this Chancellor or this twin minion, has a 60% chance to disguise as a copy of a random villager or outcast in town. So minions are less powerful, I guess, but have more places to hide. So if we have suspicion on like this bombardier, we know it can't be Lilith, but it might be one of the other two. Anyway, who do we have? We've got Lilith, a Chancellor, so we're going to have an extra outcast. So we're going to have the bombardier and the wretch. So if we see two bombardiers, we know that one of them cannot be Lilith. Lilith has to be a unique villager in the town. Okay, so knowing that, right away, this is a lying. This guy's lying. He can't. There's no source of corruption. There's no. So if you're lying, it's because you're a bad guy and I'm going to kill you immediately. Oh, we got Lilith on the first card. Imagine that. Wow. So she doesn't get to kill anybody. Yeah, there's no way he could have been lying unless he was evil. All right, the Confessor is good. I love that. Lover says one evil adjacent to her. There's the Bombardier. There's the Jester. A second lover. So one of the minions has to be amongst these lovers. We don't have another way to duplicate characters. But Lilith could not have been one of the lovers. It's just not how demons work. There's the Wretch. We know the Wretch is good. There's a second Jester. And there's a Gem Crafter. So one of the Jesters is a minion, and one of the lovers is a minion. And there's no way to make somebody lie, so we know the Architect is good. We know the Gem Crafter is good. Gem Crafter says number 6 is good. That means number 3 is evil. And I'm betting that... Well, it could be the Chancellor. We'll have to see. We got the Chancellor. Okay. And that leaves... So it's a 50-50 between two Jesters. So, what we're going to do is have the Jesters look at all these evil people There's one evil. This one's going to say there's 3. There's 3, so we know this one is lying, and we can kill this one. And there's the minion. All right. I feel like these villages are going to go a little bit faster now that I know how minions and demons work. I mean, we got a freebie on Lilith, like Lilith right away. So, okay, we've got one minion, we got one Puka, and a Bombardier. So Puka cannot hide in the Bombardier. She's a demon, right? Yeah, she's a demon, so she has to hide in a villager. Okay. And it has to be a unique villager. It cannot be a double. We're not going to see any doubles on this round. There's an architect. There's a slayer. A druid. The bishop. The hunter. The bombardier. And the scout. The scout says there's only one evil. And he's right. We know for a fact there's only one evil. So the druid... Let's see if she's telling the truth. I'm going to point her at the scout, the bombardier, and the druid. She says there's no outcast among those 3. She must be lying. But our demon is Puka, right? So Puka could be... she could be next to Puka. Between 1, 2, and 6, there is demon, villager, and outcast. That also seems wrong to me. Like, there's an outcast... But the other 2 she's pointing at is the Slayer and the Architect. The Architect is saying the left side is more evil, but if the Slayer is... Well, if the Slayer is Puka, the Architect would be lying. The Slayer could well be Puka. In fact, the Hunter seems to think so. Okay. I think we try to have the Slayer kill the Druid, and if the Slayer is Puka, like I'm expecting, it won't work. Couldn't kill number 3. Okay. So I think the Slayer is Puka and is making the Architect and the Druid lie. That jives with what the Bishop says. That jives with what the Hunter says. I think that's what we go for. There's Puka. You gotta bring more than just Puka. You can't you can't infiltrate a village with just one Puka. Alright. So we're gonna have an extra outcast. So I've got the Chancellor. I've also got Ba. Is that Ba? No, that's Lilith. These are hard to see. They're very tiny on screen. And then we've got a Bombardier and a Doppelganger. Closest evil is equidistant. Number 5 is good. I want to see what number 5 is. A druid. So we're going to lose someone here. Number 8's dead. Then there's a jester, an oracle, and there's the bombardier. So we know, unless this was the real bombardier and this is the minion and this is the doppelganger, that's the only case where this isn't a real bombardier, right? If this was the real bombardier... Well, no, because Lilith's... Oh, prioritize killing good characters. Okay, so... She can kill an outcast. So if Lilith killed the real Bombardier, and this Bombardier is the Chancellor, turning this character into the Doppelganger... But that Oracle's not a doppelganger, because there's not a second Oracle on the screen. Because Lilith can't be in this bomb. So I think this Bombardier... Unless this was the doppelganger. Oh, that could be. No, because then we'd see 2 Bombardiers. I think this Bombardier is good. I don't think there's any reason to doubt this Bombardier. Okay. I don't see any duplicates. So this character must be a dead duplicate. Or perhaps a doppelganger. Yeah, because, okay, I don't have 2 duplicates. You're saying 4 or 7 is a Chancellor. You're saying the druid is good. If you're right and the druid is good, we don't have any sources of corruption. So if you're good, then the druid is good, which means the druid's information is good. And I don't think this bombardier can be the chancellor. Because we'd have to have a second bombardier on the screen for that to be the case, and the only place that could be is here. If this is a real bombardier and this is the chancellor, this would then be the doppelganger, but we don't have a second oracle anywhere. So I think the bombardier is real. So I'm going to have the druid look at these two characters and then the bombardier. She's giving good information. So I think the bombardier is good. I think the druid is good. I think the gemcrafter is good. That's how we're starting. Okay. Now we can see if this jester is good. Learn how many characters are evil. Well, I'm going to have the jester look at the same 3 characters. There are 0 evils. That's correct. You're saying 4 or 7 is the chancellor, but that can't be the case. Because we know both of them are good, so I am murdering you. There's the chancellor. So I don't know where my doppelganger is. The doppelganger could be here, right? Or any of these people could be a doppelganger keying off of this. Disguise is a good villager currently in play. So the doppelganger couldn't have been a second oracle then, because the oracle was not an oracle, was a chancellor. Okay, you're saying the closest evil is equidistant. This one's 2 away. So this one would be 2 away. That can't be right. That's not right. You're saying the jester is evil, but we know the jester is good. This hunter is saying the closest evil is 2 away, is pointing at the enlightened. I think the enlightened is Lilith. Boom. Love it. Love that for me. Here's my doppelganger. I had a second hunter that got killed. Alright, so we've got the Chancellor again. We've got Puka, who's going to make some people lie. We've got a Bombardier and a Drunk. You know I love the Drunk. There's a Slayer. There's the Bombardier. There's a Knight. There's a second Slayer. So the Chancellor has to be in one of the Slayers. There's no other way to duplicate a Slayer. There's the Architect, a Bishop, a Gemcrafter, and a Hunter. So, okay. We know that Puka is not here or here, because Puka has to be a unique villager. The Chancellor must be here or here. So either you're the Chancellor, and you've created this Bombardier, or you're the Chancellor, and you've created a Drunk somewhere. I think I have the Slayers go after each other. So you're a Bombardier. We know you're on the up and up. I'm going to have the Slayers go after each other. Couldn't kill 4. There's the Chancellor. So we know you're good. The Chancellor's next to the Bombardier. That checks out. You're lying. You're saying you're 3 cards away from the closest evil. You're saying number 8 is good. We don't know. You're saying 1, 5, and 7, there's an outcast, a villager, and a minion. We know there's a minion. You're saying the Drunk is one of those. Okay. You're saying left side is more evil? That can't be the case. That's a lie. Because we've only got 2 evils and one's already over here. So either the right side is more evil or both sides are equally evil. So I've got a liar here and a liar here. I can't account for both of these with Puka. And I know you're not Puka. And I know you're not next to Puka. So you could be Puka. If you're Puka, that means the Knight is Drunk. I think. We could try to kill the knight, and then if the knight is drunk, we'll only lose 2 health. But I like to take shots only as a last resort. I don't like to take a shot unless I feel like I've exhausted all my logic. I think you should get bonus points for finishing a round at 10 health. Because it's kind of hard to lose 10 health. You've got to make 2 completely wrong guesses or hit a bombardier. But okay. You're saying 8 is good. You're saying that between the gemcrafter and the architect, there's a drunk. If the architect is drunk, that means you're good. But then where's Puka? I know the knight's not Puka, but the knight could be a drunk. I know the architect is not Puka. Here, let's mark the ones that I know are not Puka. I know you're 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 not Puka. Okay. Because if you were Puka, this Slayer would have been corrupt. If you were Puka, this Slayer would have been corrupt. I know you're not Puka. Because if you're Puka, you're telling the truth about this hunter. The hunter could be Puka and has corrupted the gemcrafter. Does that make sense? The gemcrafter can't be Puka because Puka has to lie. But I don't have another evil to place. So if the gemcrafter is Puka, yeah, she's corrupted the hunter, but the hunter is still good, which makes this gemcrafter telling the truth. So the hunter could be Puka, but not the gemcrafter. So it's between the bishop and the hunter. The bishop is saying... So the gemcrafter, we've determined, is a villager. So the bishop is saying the architect is the drunk. The chancellor is a minion, and the gemcrafter is a villager. That makes sense. That would explain your lie, and then we're leaving the knight out of it. And I think the hunter is Puka. Got him. Oh, this feels so good to clear. When you clear around without making any mistakes, it's a great feeling. Love it. Love that for me. We got a doppelganger, got a minion, and good old Lilith. You're saying 7 is a real empress. You're saying evil is 1, 5, or 8. I'm not going to be able to flip... Oh, I can flip 5 and 8 before Lilith kills someone. You've killed 2. Now we can flip the rest. I've got a second empress. I've got a knitter. I've got an alchemist. So we do expect to see a double because we've got the doppelganger, but we also haven't seen this. So we know Lilith is not the empress, but the minion could be one of the 2 empresses, and then the doppelganger could be copying whoever's dead. Okay. And we know that a medium telling the truth will correctly identify a doppelganger. We learned that yesterday. You're saying evils are not adjacent to each other. We don't have a wretch. The wretch always throws me off. You're saying you've cured 1 corruption. That can't be. We have no one to corrupt you in this lineup. There's no way for this alchemist to start corrupted, which means he can't be lying because of corruption. And there's no way for this alchemist to be telling the truth, because there's no way anybody else is corrupted. So the alchemist is going to die. There's the minion. So that means my empresses are a villager and a doppelganger that aren't corrupt. You're saying between 1, 5, and 8, there's 1 evil. You're saying between 1, 4, and 5, there's 1. You're both saying that there's 1 evil, and it's number 1. But that can't be. Oh, no, you're both also looking at 5. Okay, so 1, 4, or 5, 1, 5, or 8. You're both looking at 1 and 5, but we know 1 is telling the truth. Because we know that there's a... Oh, not necessarily. If this is the doppelganger, you could be lying. We know we can trust them, so we know Lilith is either the medium or the fortune teller. Let's see if the fortune teller is telling the truth. We will just look at herself and this minion. So she's telling the truth, which means it's the medium, and this is the doppelganger. You're saying 6 or 8. Yeah, so we didn't have to check the oracle, but And then this would have to necessarily be true. Yeah, it's a process of elimination, and we've confirmed with this fortune teller. So this is going to be the doppelganger. This is going to be Lilith. Haha. I haven't really been paying attention to my points, but every time we ascend, we start back over at 0 points. All right, we got a Plague Doctor and a Poisoner and Puka. So there's going to be a lot of liars at this table. There's an Enlightened Architect saying the left side is more evil. There's a Fortune Teller, a Knight, a Scout, the Judge, a Bishop, Hunter, a Plague Doctor, and an Empress. There's a lot to suss out here. Alright, so we've got a Poisoner making 1 liar. Do I have any duplicates on the board? I don't. Everybody's unique. Okay. So we know this is a real Plague Doctor. Because we've got 1 coming, and we don't have 2 Plague Doctors. So we know that he corrupted someone. She's correctly identifying the outcast. She's saying then the Judge or the Knight is the minion. You're saying the Bishop is evil. If the Poisoner and Puka are on the right side of the board, that would account for why this Architect is lying. And then if I can test for Truth Tellers over here, that would be very useful information across the board. You're saying between the Judge and the Knight, you see a minion and a villager. I could have the Fortune Teller look at the 2 of them and see if she sees evil there. You're looking at the Architect, Bishop, and Scout. So let's start here. Let's test the Knight for corruption. That just seems like a good thing to do. If 4 is not corrupted, we know the Plague Doctor can't be lying. So that means it's safe to try to kill the Knight. And he was the Poisoner. Okay. Plague Doctor and Knight seems like a good combo. You can always test the Knight with the Plague Doctor, as long as you know it's a real Plague Doctor. And if you got 2 Plague Doctor, you can test with both. Alright. The left side can still be more evil if the other 2 evils are over here. So this Architect might still be working. You're saying there's evil closer to you this way. In fact, you're saying it has to be the Empress, because if it was the Hunter, you would say equidistant. Because the Hunter and the Poisoner are equidistant from you. So you're saying you don't like this Empress. The Empress is not implicating the Poisoner. I like her statement now. 4, 6, and 9. There's a minion, an outcast, and a villager. That is good. Is the Judge telling the truth now? Because I trust this information now. Let's have the Judge look at her. It's telling the truth. So, Puka doesn't live down here. She's saying there's no evil here, so she's lying. Either because she's evil, or because she's been poisoned, or because of Puka. Left side cannot be more evil now. Yeah, it could. One of these middle ones. We could do like Empress and Hunter would work. Ooh, you're lying now. The Plague Doctor might have got to you, though. Your information's not good, but there's no way to tell if you're lying. You're saying 2, 5, and 7. Minion is 1 card away from the closest evils. So you're saying there's 2 evils like adjacent to each other. You could be the minion next to the poisoner. Then this could be Puka, and then you could have been targeted by the plague doctor. I have 2 to place, and lots of places they could go. Let's try to place Puka. Because Puka has to be sitting next to people who are lying. So we know you're not Puka. I know you're not Puka. I think that's it. I think Puka could be anywhere else. If the architect is Puka, that does account for this. As soon as the architect is Puka, this architect is lying. And that would account for the lies here and here. And that would make you a truth teller. And it would implicate the hunter, I think. Yeah, let's find out if the scout is poisoned. If the scout is poisoned, if we can't place... Like, Puka could be here, and that would mean the scout... Well, if Puka was here, then the scout would be lying. Because he would have been poisoned. So I don't think this can be Puka. Does that make sense? If this is Puka, then I have... Oh, there's not a minion, though. Never mind. He's saying minion is 1 card away from the closest evil. Puka and the poisoner can still be next to each other, and this sentence could still be true. Well, you haven't been poisoned, and you haven't been Puka'd. So if you're not evil, you've been plague doctored. How many lies do I've got a lie here? I don't know if this is a lie or not. I've got a lie here. I don't have a provable lie anywhere else. 2, 5, or 7 is evil. Like, that would tie it up, right, in a nice little bow. Puka here has poisoned both of them. And then the minion over here. No, that can't be, because then the minion... Puka and the minion could be over here, I guess, just in a line. I can't determine if this is a lie or not. You can't be the minion, and you can't be Puka. Hold on, let me think that through. You can't be the minion, because then what you're saying is true, but we know minions don't tell the truth. And you can't be Puka, because we know this judge isn't corrupted. So the scout is a villager for sure. And the only way he could be lying, then, is if he got plague doctored. Does that make sense? No, because the only other source of a lie is this hunter. I think you got plague doctored. And I think we can trust what you're saying. You're a villager who has not been corrupted. Oh, not necessarily. You could have been corrupted by Puka, or by the poisoner, and then Puka's here. But I don't think you can be either of them. Is there a way to put Puka and the minion over here? Yes. Like, I could do Architect and then Empress could both be evil. Well, no, because if the Architect is evil, you're telling the truth. Actually, you're telling... Yeah, if the Architect is evil. So if this was Puka, and then the minion was, like, here, that would make the Scout a liar. But it would make the Scout a liar and the Hunter a liar, and there's not that many source of lies left. Does that make... Like, if this is Puka, Puka's corrupted the Architect, and then we're saying if the Enlightened was a minion or something... We have too many liars in that case. That can't be. I think it's looking like the architect is Puka. I don't have a train of logic that proves it beyond a doubt. He's lying, and there's no way to make him a liar except by the Plague Doctor. He could also just be the minion. Like, the minion could just be over there. So we've got a liar, a liar, a liar, and a liar. And a liar. So can I have 5 potential... We don't know that you're a liar, do we? Is there a universe where you're telling the truth? Yes, because you could be evil. In that case, the architect and the scout are not evil. But the fortune teller is. So, like, if you're the minion, and then the fortune teller is Puka, I've got 2 liars unaccounted for. If you're Puka, this is a liar. I think you have to be a villager. If you're the minion, that means this enlightened is telling the truth, therefore not corrupted. That means Puka gets pushed down here to corrupt the architect. But now we're out of... Like, you could be poisoned. Oh, and you could be plague doctored. That does work. If you're the minion, that could all work out. If you're the minion, the enlightened is telling the truth. And you're lying. So 2, 5, and 7 are good. And that pushes Puka here. So you're corrupted by Puka. You're poisoned by the poisoner. The hunter has been plague doctored. That all works. In that case, Puka must be the fortune teller. You can't be Puka because then you're corrupted. But you could be the minion. Okay. Can you be Puka? We know you can't be Puka. And we know you can't be Puka. Puka is one of these 3 for sure. Blue mark means can't be Puka. I'm just going to pop those down wherever I can. So yeah, Puka for sure. And we know that you're lying. Because at least Puka has to be on this side, which makes you a liar. Puka can't be here because that would make you a liar, and but you'd also be telling the truth. So you can't be Puka. Can Puka be here? Yes, Puka could be here if the hunter is the minion. That would turn you into a liar. So that's accounted for. That would turn you into a liar, so that's accounted for. If we're saying the enlightened is Puka, and then you, but now I'm out of liars. No, I'm not. So this is Puka. Right? Which exonerates 2, 5, and 7, because this would have to be a lie. She's lying because of Puka. She's lying because she was poisoned. Oh, if this is Puka, these are liars, and now I need to create 3 more liars. Puka's made you into a liar and you into a liar. You've been poisoned, you've been plague doctor, and you're the minion. Yeah, that's so you could be Puka, the enlightened. The architect we've already proven can be Puka, and the fortune teller we've already proven can be Puka. So I've narrowed Puka down to these 3 spots, but they all can work. We've determined she can't be the... Oh, you could be the minion. That would turn you into a truth teller, which means Puka's down here. But that works fine. I know I could sew this up by taking a shot. I'm just looking to see if there's a thread of logic I can follow. And this is why they give you hit points to work with, because there's no way to design this game without creating situations where you have to take a shot. So they can't design it to be like one false move and you're done, because there's just the game logic just can't be designed that way. Unless they handcraft every single puzzle, which obviously they're not doing. If I take one shot, I sew the rest of it up. Like, for sure. Could you be the minion? If you're the minion, the scout's telling the truth. If you're the minion, the scout's telling the truth. Well, no. If you're the minion, the poisoner will have had to have poisoned the scout. He wouldn't have had anywhere else to poison. So you can't be the minion. You can't be the minion. We've got the minion. Oh, you could be the minion. We've got Puka localized to these three, and we've got the minion localized to these three plus the hunter. Can the scout be the minion? No. The scout can't be Puka or the minion. We know you're a villager. All right, I'm going to take a shot at the architect and get this sewn up. I don't see another way to... Okay, so you've been corrupted. Does that tell me enough? If you're Puka... No, because this is good information now. Because we know you can't be either, and we know that you're pointing at those three. She's been corrupted. So she's lying. Because the scout can't be the minion, because he's staying one card away from closest evil, which would be the truth. And can't be Puka because he would have implicated the judge. So this is a lie. Which either means you're evil or you're sitting next to Puka. And we still have a minion to place. So if you're Puka and you're corrupting the Enlightened, does that work? No, you can't be Puka, because the Enlightened would be telling you. The Enlightened has to be Puka, corrupting these two. The Poisoner poisoned the Fortune Teller, the Plague Doctor went to the Scout. Was not the case. Alright, so what happened? Puka was here. The Enlightened was good. Yeah, I see how this case works. The Scout was poisoned, so the minion's on his own. Plague Doctor got you. This is one of the cases I even looked at, you being Puka. Very well. We restart the run. Oh, good. It's Poisoner Puka again. All we need now is a drunk. Medium, Slayer, Architect. And there's my Wretch. You know I love a Wretch. There's a Druid. Another Druid. Hunter. And a Knitter. There are two pairs of evil. There can't be with only two evils. I've got a Wretch. There could totally be. There could be evil, evil, and then this three evils together counts as two pairs. Okay, that works out. So I've got two Druids, and one of them must be my Poisoner. Right? Because I don't have another way to make duplicates here. So I think we have both Druids look at themselves in the Wretch. Because we know the Wretch won't ping as an outcast, and we'll see what they say. You can't see the Wretch. Wretch does not appear as an outcast for her. They're both... Yeah, they're both lying. So a poisoner poisoned the other druid, perhaps? Like, the information is correct, but they're lying, right? They can't see the wretch. Wretch does not appear as an outcast for her. So if she's saying there's a wretch, we know that they're lying. You're saying you're 2 cards away from the closest evil. We know you're lying. We know you're lying. We know you're lying. Does this all make sense? Number 8 is a real knitter, possible. Right side is more evil. I don't see how. I don't see... Oh, because of the wretch. Okay, so... If, like, this is Puka here, and then the poisoner's on this side, because the wretch is in the middle. Yeah, okay, this could be correct. This could be good info. Why is the knitter lying? Because she's sitting next to a poisoner or the Puka, or she is the poisoner or Puka. Okay. Can this Slayer, knowing what we know, that we have 3 liars here, can this Slayer ever be a liar? If you're Puka and you've corrupted both of them, then you could be the poisoner corrupting this other druid. Okay, so yeah, the Slayer, we can't confirm anything the Slayer does. Right, we don't know the knitter's lying because of the wretch. Well, let's look at that situation. What if you're the poisoner, poisoning this druid? Puka's not over here. We know that, because Puka's a demon. Only a minion can make a duplicate. Okay, so this is the poisoner, poisoning this druid. That exonerates this hunter, shooting this minion. That would make Puka the architect, which would make the Slayer corrupt. In that case, there are 2 pairs of evil, because there's this pair, and then there's this pair. That exonerates the hunter, it exonerates the knitter, it exonerates the medium, but then the Slayer's corrupt. But for that to be the case, the architect would have to be Puka. But that would turn the architect into a liar, but in this case, the architect's telling the truth. The right side is more evil, because there'd be Puka and a wretch on the right side, and only a poisoner on the left side. So that doesn't work. It doesn't work for the evil to be in these 3. And it doesn't work for over on this side either. If this is the poisoner, this can't be Puka. So you can't have evil, evil, evil. Because Puka has to be a unique villager. Always disguises as a unique villager. What about these 3? What if it's... It doesn't work on the other side either. Wretch, Puka, poisoner. 3 in this direction. Because then why do I have 2 druids? One of them's lying. This knitter has to be lying. There's only 3 potential cases for this knitter to be telling the truth, and we've disproved all of them. It can't be 6. It can't be 4, 5, 6 because Puka can't be a druid. It can't be 2, 3, 4 because then how do we account for the lying druids? And it can't be 3, 4, 5 because then the architect is telling the truth, which she should be lying. I think the knitter is full of crap. I think the knitter is lying. Now, the knitter could be lying because there's a Puka here. Or this medium could be the poisoner. No, the poisoner's got to be over here. The poisoner has to be over here. There's no other way to account for 2 druids. So if this is Puka, and then this is a poisoner, or this is a poisoner, either way. But then how do we account for this lie? I think it's time to point the Slayer at somebody. We could point the Slayer at the wretch and see what he does. All we're going to learn is he can't kill his target. We won't learn if it's because the wretch is good or not. We could send the Slayer after one of the druids and go for a 50-50. I'm trying to think if is there a universe in which one of these druids is more likely to be evil than the other. But I don't think so. I think I'm just going to point the Slayer at a druid. Well, we know you're lying, so we know it's not this, this, this. And we know it's not this, this, this. But it could be any other combination. Like, it could be this, this, and then somewhere else. All right, let's just point the Slayer at a druid. Couldn't kill 5. Okay. I'm trying to run scenarios now to see if I can trust this druid. Because we tried to kill number 5. Case A is he's a villager and he can't kill this druid because she's a real druid. Case B is this Slayer is evil or corrupted, and this is not the real druid, but he failed because he's corrupted. You can't. Not only can you not be Puka, you can't be sitting next to Puka. If you're Puka, I think you are confirmed. Because if this is Puka, she would have to say left side is more evil. Because the Wretch and Puka are on the right side. And if you're sitting next to Puka, it's the same logic. So you can't be Puka, and you can't be Puka. I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. Here, we were saying this can't be Puka. This can't be Puka. This can't be Puka. Puka's up here somewhere. And you can't be Puka. Hold on, let me think. Yeah, you can't be Puka because you can't be the poisoner. If you're Puka, you're saying 8 is a real knitter, but we know that's not the case. You would be lying, right? Because if you're Puka and you're lying about this knitter, that means the knitter is a minion, but the knitter can't be the minion because the poisoner is over here. You can't be Puka. And now we're down to 2. You can't be Puka. Because if you're Puka, you're corrupting this medium. But if you're Puka, the medium's giving us good information. No, she's not. She's lying. Hold on. You can be Puka. If you're Puka, she's saying, yeah, she's the real knitter, but she's lying. You could definitely be Puka. And you could definitely be Puka. Okay. If you're Puka... Well, now, wait a minute. If you can't be Puka, and you can't be the poisoner, and you can't be Puka, and you can't be the poisoner, and you can't be Puka, and you can't be the poisoner, this is good information. He couldn't kill 5 because this was a real druid, and this is a evil druid. Right? So the way the sides are defined is... The measurement includes the 2 characters at the exact midpoints of the circle. So the right side of the circle includes everywhere you see a purple arrow. So the 3 cards that are on the right side plus the ones in the middle. The Wretch is always in the middle. The Wretch is on both sides simultaneously, which really constrains where the evil can go. But I think I've just exonerated my Slayer, because if this medium cannot be Puka, and she can't, and this medium cannot be the poisoner, and she can't, and the same logic goes to this architect, there's no other way for the Slayer to get corrupted. This is an honest Slayer who honestly couldn't kill 5 because 5 is good and 6 is bad. Never mind. I've gone wrong somewhere. Oh no. Okay. Well, then the other druid has to be bad. And we've just got to figure it out from there. All right. So you've poisoned the druid, which means you're corrupt, which means Puka's got to be next to you. So you're exonerated because you're 2 cards away from the poisoner. Now I've just got to find Puka without... We know you're not Puka. Left side is more evil, so we know you're good and you can't be Puka, and you can't be next to Puka, which means you're... Well, then why couldn't you kill him? Why couldn't you kill that druid? Because you're Puka. But you can't... If you're Puka, this is a real knitter, though. What have I missed? You're saying right side is more evil. You're saying Puka has to either be this knitter or this medium. It's got to be the knitter then, right? No, because you're telling the truth. You're not corrupt. It's got to be the medium corrupting. Yeah, that would corrupt you. That would corrupt you. You're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. And you've corrupted my Slayer. That's the only thing that... But then 8 is a real knitter. That's... What am I missing then? The hunter is lying if the knitter is... Oh, that's correct. So the knitter could be Puka. That accounts for the hunter. That accounts for the medium. But then it doesn't account for the Slayer. The architect could be Puka. Oh my god, I didn't see it. The architect could be Puka. That would make the right side more evil, but then that would make this a lie. It's the architect. That would corrupt the Slayer, but then you're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth. It's the architect. Wow, I exonerated that architect too early. I blame the wretch. It's always the wretch's fault. The wretch or the drunk. I've got a wretch and a plague doctor. And I've got a shaman. So we're going to have a duplicate. And I've got boss, so there's a fake outcast. Okay, got a medium. And a baker. The baker's saying I was a confessor. We know that's a lie, because the first, well, she could be corrupt. Well, we know it's a lie. We don't know if it's... I am dizzy. Number 2 is a real baker. We have a judge, a plague doctor, a hunter, and a drummer. Okay. So the shaman puts 2 of the same villager row in the village. What role could that be? Medium. I've got 2 mediums. Okay. Yeah, we're good. This baker is lying, but we don't know if she's lying because she's corrupt or evil. And we know the plague doctor is A-okay. So let's check the baker for corruption or check the confessor for corruption. Either way would be good. I think check the baker because that tells us about the medium as well. Yeah, let's check the baker. Not corrupted? Then you're evil. And that accounts for the hunter. Yeah, if you're not corrupted, then you're evil. That's what it comes down to. So sorry about your luck. You're the shaman. So you're good. Well, not necessarily. This is where I ran into trouble last time. I exonerated the hunter too early. Yes, he's 3 cards away from an evil, but he might be lying because that might not be the closest evil. All right, confessor is dizzy. Who am I still looking to place? Ba, okay. Well, you're lying. I think it's sewn up. It's going to be one of these 2. Everybody else has to be telling the truth. Seven's a real hunter, because we've used up all of our sources of lying. If there's 2 evil down here and the plague doctor corrupted someone, that's it. That's all she wrote. So you must be correct. You must be correct. And that means there's nobody else up here. So I still have a judge I can use. We know that these characters are both... The confessor's not lying. I have this judge that I can use. I can use the dreamer on someone. Could be Ba. And then let's see if that's the truth. So this is Ba. Ha ha ha! We had to use the judge and the dreamer together to make that work. Alright, I've got a bombardier and a plague doctor. Both of them are going to be in the village, and then I've got to place a shaman and puka. There's a druid. There's the plague doctor. There's an architect. An enlightened, a jester, a second jester because of the shaman. So we've got 2... okay, we've got 2 shaman, or 2 jesters because of the shaman. That makes sense. Bombardier, Oracle. So the shaman's ability makes more sense to me now. Because this situation can only happen if you've got a minion. Like a minion could be a jester, but a demon could not. But the shaman obfuscates that by having 2 jesters, and then the shaman can hide elsewhere. So right off the bat, I know not puka, not puka. And I think that's going to be useful. There are 2 of the same villager roles in the current village. So I don't think either of these is the shaman either. I think these have to be villager jesters, if I'm understanding how it all works. So why don't we have the druid look at the 2 jesters and the plague doctor? There are no outcasts. That's a lie. Let's see if you're corrupt. Is not corrupted. Then you're evil. Well, we found the shaman. Haha. 1 or 5 is a shaman, so you're telling the truth. We like you. We like you. You're saying left side is more evil, which just is not possible. Even if Puka's over here, that means both sides are equally evil. If Puka's in anywhere else, then yeah, so you're definitely lying. You're saying equidistant, so you're saying the gem crafter is evil. Oh, you could be saying these 2 are evil, I guess. You're saying 9 is good, which we know is the case. And then we've got jesters. So you are, if you're Puka, or you're Puka, but you can't be Puka. Because you have to be lying. And it's looking like the plague doctor... Oh, there, yeah, okay, we haven't determined who's lying because of the plague. The plague doctor's not going to target the shaman. So, okay, you could be Puka and turning these 2 into liars, and then you could have been plague doctored. That would all work out. So what we're going to do now is figure out which of these jesters is lying. You're saying there's 1 evil, which is true. You're saying there's 0 evils, which is false. So true and false. That doesn't help. Well, you're not Puka. You can't be. Actually, I almost said you have to be the shaman, but you would have to be the other minion if the other minion wasn't the shaman. You're a real jester, but you're lying because Puka's next to you. All 3 of them are lying. You can't be... The problem is this could be Puka, and then he could have gotten plague doctored. So Puka's one of these two. Because Puka makes the Architect a liar, corrupts the Enlightened, makes him a liar, and then the Jester got plague doctored. The other possibility is that Puka is here, corrupting both, and then the plague doctor corrupts somebody who's... can the plague doctor target someone Puka has already turned? I guess is the question worth asking. It's between these two, and I just don't know if I can narrow it down more than that. If we assume the plague doctor can't target somebody who's already been corrupted, that's not what it says. It says one good villager is corrupted. This is an order of operations question, isn't it? We have to know if Puka acts first or the plague doctor acts first when we all sit down. It just says at game start. At game start. Villagers or adjacent to me are corrupted if possible. Who acts first, though? I guess we'll find out if we try to kill this architect. If the plague doctor can't target somebody who's been Puka'd, it has to be the architect. Puka's got to be sitting here, freeing up this jester to be plague doctored. If Puka and the plague doctor can both target the same character, then Puka has to be here. Doesn't have to be here, but can be here. So, okay, case one, Puka and the plague doctor have to target unique characters. That forces Puka to be here. There's no other possibility. Case two, there's two possibilities, here and here. So it's more likely that the architect is Puka. Does that make sense? Because, like, yeah, in the first possibility, Puka has to corrupt somebody, and then the plague doctor has to corrupt somebody who Puka has not corrupted yet. That's case one, and 100% of the time it's going to be the architect. Case two, that Puka and the plague doctor can overlap. Puka can still be here, or Puka could be here. So I'm looking at three separate possibilities, and in two of them, the architect is Puka. And I'm going to try to kill this architect. And it's Puka. I think it... I don't... Is that a good assumption to make going forward? Can I make that assumption and use that going forward? That the Puka and Plague Doctor have to target two different characters. I feel like that's probably a safe assumption to make, but I don't know for sure. Well, we got a Chancellor and Lilith. There's my Wretch. Glad to see you. There's a Knight. We got a Plague Doctor, so you're corruptible. And we got a Poisoner, so you are corruptible. There's my Bombardier. Glad to see you. I'm saying there's two pairs of evil. You're saying right side is more evil. Could that be possible? Yeah, it could be possible. And there's my Plague Doctor. Why do I have 3 yellows in this deck? Only 1 yellow to place. So the Chancellor is either here... You've shown me where my Chancellor is, Lilith. Lilith has shown me where the Chancellor is. Hasn't she? Oh, wait a minute. No, she hasn't. Okay. The village is telling us we've got 1 outcast. The Chancellor places a second outcast next to him. But then where's this third outcast come from? It's got to be the Chancellor hiding. The Chancellor's a minion. You have to hide as a villager. Always disguised as a unique villager, but you can disguise as a minion. So you'd have to be or as an outcast, you'd have to be an outcast sitting next to another outcast, and you can't be the Wretch. So we don't have a Plague Doctor. Haha! So, We have no lie. Oh, we have a poisoner still. Okay. There's still a poisoner at the table. Well, we know the poisoner's not you. And we know the poisoner's not you. For sure, we know that. Because one of you is the outcast from the deck, and this wretch is the outcast from the Chancellor sitting down. So we know that these are both good outcasts. And if you're both good outcasts, you're not the poisoner. And if you're not the poisoner, you can't be poisoned. So that's safe. Knight's good. Right side is more evil. Is only true if Lilith is over on this side. This can't be right. For there to be two pairs of evil, there's no way this can be correct. Let's see what you say. 2, 4, and 7. Well, we know this is not correct. Because all the outcasts are accounted for. Lilith is 2 cards away from closest evil. We have a poisoner and a... We've placed the Chancellor. All right, can this be true? You can't be 2 cards away from the wretch, because that puts you at either a dead number 8 or the bombardier who's clear. Can't be 2 cards away from the Chancellor, because that puts you at a bishop. Oh, okay, we're talking about Lilith, though, not the poisoner. That the bishop could be Lilith, and then you're still telling the truth. Okay. Do we know for sure this is a lie? We need 3 evils in a row for this to be true. Or we need the other 2 evils to be next to each other. If the other 2 evils are next to each other on this side, that would account for it. Like, you're the poisoner and you're Lilith. You've poisoned the bishop, you're Lilith, then you're telling the truth. If you're the poisoner and you're Lilith, then why are you lying? If you're the poisoner and you're Lilith, actually it'd have to be the other way around. You'd have to be a poisoner poisoning you, and then you could be Lilith, and then that puts you 2 cards away from a couple of different evils. Okay, so... you could be the poisoner poisoning this architect. But then where does Lilith go? Right? Okay, so this is a poisoner. You're poisoning the architect. So you're lying and you're lying. Lilith can't then be here because she'd be 2 cards away from the closest evil, which would be the truth, and Lilith doesn't tell the truth. And we know this is a lie. Poisoner's here, poisoned you, and then Lilith could be here and you're telling the truth. That's possible. I'm trying to see if I can ever make this architect tell the truth. That's the goal right now. You would have to be Lilith in that case. And then you could be a poisoner poisoning this scout. If that's the case, You'd have to be Lilith. We're leaving you out of it. If you're the poisoner, that doesn't work in this case, because you'd be telling the truth. But you could be the poisoner poisoning the scout. And then Lilith would be 3 cards away from the closest evil. That would work. Pick one character? What do you mean pick one character? What? What do you mean pick one character? His ability came... What? What are you talking about? It's a dead Chancellor. What is... Does it think I can use the Plague Doctor? Didn't I use the Plague Doctor's ability? No, we never did, because I sussed him out super early. So does he still have the Plague Doctor ability? Like, should we try to use it? That's a bug for sure. There's no way that's intended. Also, why am I a paintbrush? What? Oh, I'm in draw mode. Wait, what? Oh no, don't give me this power. I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, spacebar puts me into draw mode. This is bad. This is I have to reflect for a moment. I'll be back. Yeah, I could do like Pepe Sylvia boards now. So that's a bug, right? Like the Chancellor telling us that's surely a bug. That I've reported that. Okay. I don't think you're supposed to be able to use villager abilities even after you've confirmed them as an evil minion. Okay. I can make one more mistake safely and still get out of this village alive. I need to place Ba and a poisoner. Right? Yeah, Ba and a poisoner. So I only have one liar to account for. Oh, not Ba, Lilith. And a poisoner. Poisoner, Lilith, then you're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth. Your lies accounted for, your lies accounted. If that's the poisoner... No, it has to be poisoner here and Lilith here. Because the bishop would be poisoned in this case. Because that would look like this, right? Like you're the poisoner. You've poisoned the bishop. You're Lilith. I don't know if I could use these. The paintbrushes. I don't know. I think I'm doing just fine without them. Yes, you're a poisoner. You've poisoned the bishop. Lilith is next to you. That accounts for all of these lies. Yeah, because you're definitely lying, for sure. You would be lying in this case because Lilith would be right next to you. You'd be lying in this case because the left side would be more evil. And you'd be telling the truth because you've got a pair of evil up top and a pair of evil down at the bottom. So poisoner, Lilith. That works. Can you be the poisoner? You've poisoned him. Then Lilith would have to be over here. That means you tell the truth and you lie. So you could be the poisoner. Could you be Lilith? If you're Lilith, you're the poisoner. Which makes you a liar. That works too. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to, like, which character is evil in more cases, right? That's what you got to do in a situation like this. Prompto's out there whining about something. Poor Prompto. Such a put-upon existence he lives. You're a poisoner. You've poisoned the architect. That accounts for your lies. And then this is Lilith, and that makes sense. So you could be the poisoner or Lilith. Maybe I should use this. Like, you could be the poisoner. You could be Lilith. Right? Yeah, if you're Lilith, you'd have to be exonerated. But you could have poisoned him. If you're the poisoner, you've poisoned the knitter. If you're the poisoner and you've poisoned the scout, we need to exonerate the knitter. That would make the knitter Lilith. That would work. If you're the poisoner and you've poisoned the knitter, we have to exonerate the scout. That pushes Lilith up here, but that would work. So you are a P or an L. That's both okay. If you're a poisoner, you could have poisoned this bishop. And then Lilith would have to be the architect. So that works. If you're Lilith, the poisoner has to go here. But then we can't account for any of these lies. If you're Lilith, because Lilith doesn't corrupt. So that means you're only lying because you're the poisoner. And you must have poisoned whoever this is. That's fine. But then this person's lying and we don't know why. So you can't be Lilith. And we've determined you could be either one. Pretty sure. So, all we've done is rule Lilith out of this position. So I've got 3 places where Lilith could be. And the poisoner could be anybody. We're going to have to take a shot at somebody. Who do I get the most So you are the... only position that could for sure exonerate the architect, right? If I try to kill you and you're on the up and up, that would tell me that the architect is lying, because the two sides would, either the left side is more evil or... No, left side would have to be more evil if the knitter's not good. So if you're telling the truth, the knitter must be evil. And if you're lying... I had it and I lost it. Okay, if you're telling the truth and the right side is more evil, you're saying there's 3 evils on the right side, which would have to be the knitter. That's the only case that makes sense if you're telling the truth. If you're lying and the left side is more evil or it's split, for the left side to be more evil, we would need both minions over here, which means they'd have to be up here, and the knitter's good. For it to be a split, it can't be a split. Both sides can't be equally evil, because we got this evil chancellor on both sides. We're going to have 2 evils on one side and 1 on the other. So we can't be equally split. It's either left side or right side. If you're telling the truth, the knitter is good. If you're lying, the knitter is evil. So trying to kill the knitter and seeing what happens will for sure tell me if you are telling the truth or lying. And if I kill the knitter, I will either know... Well, no, I'll untangle it no matter what I do, because I'll be able to suss out the poisoner. And in that case, we will have known who the poisoner poisoned, and we'll be able to use the scout to place Lilith. I think this is correct. Okay, so you're dead. Here, let's get rid of these. So the right side cannot be more evil. It's not possible. So you're lying. And I've got the poisoner and Lilith to place. So you're lying and you're lying. How is this supposed to work? I had an idea in my head for this was all going to unravel as soon as I knew the status of the knitter, but now I don't see it anymore. If you're telling the truth, Lilith is here or here. We know you're lying. So you're either evil or you've been poisoned. If you've been poisoned, the poisoner is here, which would force Lilith here because there's nowhere else to go, but that would make you telling the truth. So you haven't been poisoned. That's the logic I was looking for. We know the architect has not been poisoned, but she is lying. We know you haven't been poisoned because that would force you to be the poisoner. But then that would force you to be Lilith. Lilith is 2 cards away. Oh no, never mind. 2 cards away from the closest evil. That would work. You could be the poisoner. You could be Lilith. You're exonerated, I think, entirely. Are you? What if you're the poisoner and you've poisoned the knitter? Then that forces the bishop to be Lilith anyway. Could you be Lilith? Yes, of course. Lilith, poisoner. Poisoned. Oh, I didn't achieve anything by killing that knitter. I need this last card. I need to know what they are. Shoot. Okay. There's got to be a thread of logic that works here. I had excellent reasons for murdering that knitter, actually. I'll have you know. We know that you're lying. Are you evil or are you poisoned? We know you're lying. You could be evil or poisoned. All 3 of you could be... We don't know the status of this scout is the problem. And we don't know if the knitter was lying or not. We just know that she's dead. Oh, I think we've botched it. I think I botched this one. If we trust you, that puts Lilith here. Right? Yeah, because there's no other configuration that works. If we trust the scout, then Lilith is here. And Lilith could be here, and the poisoner could be here. It just seems really likely, more likely than not, that this is Lilith. Because there's a case where this is Lilith, and this is the poisoner, and the scout's telling the truth. In which case, this knitter was lying, and that's accounted for. If this is Lilith, and this is the poisoner, then you've been poisoned, and this knitter's telling the truth, and that's been accounted for. Is there a case where you're just... Because you could have poisoned her. At which case you're Lilith. And that works just fine. I think the only case that doesn't work is the scout being Lilith. The scout can't be Lilith, I think I've determined. Because if you're Lilith, I need to account for 2 more lies, but the poisoner can't sit next to either of them and can't poison both. I'm just going to have to take a blind shot, I think. Two to place amongst 3 villagers. 2 of them I know for sure are liars. This scout may or may not be a liar. There are situations where the scout is telling the truth. There are no situations where they're telling the truth. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. Let's murder a bishop. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Oh, well. Three evils to place. Puppeteer, Shaman, and Lilith. Oh, and we've got a drunk. Why is it showing me 2 outcasts? Not sure. There's a bishop. There's a dreamer. Alchemist cured 0 corruptions. I like that information, because the only source of corruption we have is the drunk. The alchemist can't cure the drunk. We know he's telling the truth. Lost number. We're going to lose another one, too, unless we can find Lilith in time. I was a baker. The baker is saying, I was a baker. I was watching somebody stream this last night while I was in bed, and I saw this exact situation, and he had a meltdown. He couldn't handle it. So it's a lie, because if this is a real baker, she'd say, I'm the original baker. So she's lying, and it picked the random villager role that she's lying about as being a baker. There's the bombardier. I think we can trust the bombardier, unless we see a second one. There's a fortune teller. Lilith didn't kill my last card, so I'm going to flip it. I wonder why she didn't. So we got a second alchemist we can trust. The shaman's given us 2 alchemists that we can trust. That's good. I don't know why Lilith didn't kill somebody there. So this could be a second bombardier providing cover for the shaman here. I've got to place a puppeteer as well. So I've got 2 minions to place. No duplicates. So if Lilith rolled into this, if Lilith is a baker, she can't say I'm the original baker because that would be the truth. She has to lie. So this could very well be either this is the original baker that got corrupt. I don't have a source of corruption. And I don't have a way for there to be a drunk because we see the bombardier. There's an edge case where this is a bombardier, this is a minion pretending to be a bombardier. But then I still don't have a drunk. I can't have a drunk at this table is what I'm trying to reach. I can't. So a minion can create a duplicate outcast. So I could have 2 bombardiers. This could be a dead bombardier, and this could be a minion. But in that case, I've placed my 1 outcast that I've got in the village, which means I don't get a drunk. There's no chancellor creating a spot for an extra outcast. There is not a drunk at this table. No spirits allowed here. Nobody's been hit in the Captain Morgan. So this baker is not corrupt. This baker is lying, and I'm going to murder her. She was the puppet. What? That makes even less sense, because it says she doesn't lie. I disguise as a villager and I don't lie. What is that interaction? Because ooh, okay. Maybe I'm misreading. Like I got the logic. I knew it was an evil character. I wasn't expecting it to be the puppet because the puppet can only tell the truth. I was a baker. I don't know. I could see that either way. Because that means we don't have a baker. That means the puppeteer... It means the puppeteer is here. Oh, this could be the puppeteer. We know that there's a world in where this is a puppeteer. Well, in any case, the puppet cannot lie. Okay, so one way of looking at it is there was never a baker. There's never an original baker because the puppeteer sat down, placed the puppet next to them. The puppet chose to present as a baker as its disguise. But then it would say I'm the original baker. It should. I don't know. I don't know. We'll let them worry about it. So yeah, the puppeteer is either here or here, but the lover's not lying. If this is the puppeteer, the lover is telling the truth, which she can't be if she's the puppeteer. It's just taking a shot at the bombardier. You got to be really sure you know what you're doing, because we're saying that this is a bombardier that's dead, and that the puppeteer took this spot. Which that can totally happen, but that's what we're saying happened for sure. We have some tests we can run before we get there. For example, we can see if this dreamer is on the up and up. 5 could be Lilith. That's a lie. So you're lying. Oh, look at this, though. Between 6, 7, and 8, there's a villager, an outcast, and an evil. So what the bishop is saying is that 8 is a dead bombardier, fortune teller is a villager, and bombardier is evil, which does seem to confirm what we're saying over here. So let's have this fortune teller is 5 or 6 evil false. Well, that's a lie. Between 6, 7, and 8, there's 1 villager, 1 outcast, and 1 evil. So that's... If this is a dead villager and this is a real bombardier, this would be true. You're 1 card away from a corrupted character. You can't be 1 card away from a corrupted. There can't be any corrupted characters, so you're lying. Because we can't have a drunk at the table. So the puppeteer has to be here or here. And we know it. So if the puppeteer is here, she's telling the truth unless she's got another minion next to her. But we know the alchemist is not a minion. So we take the chance. We kill the bombardier. So you are good. Love that. You're telling a lie. And there's no way to make you corrupt. So you're dead. She was the drunk! Okay. Then a minion can present as a unique outcast. Because that's what's happened here. My 1 outcast at the table was this drunk. There was never a bombardier. The puppeteer is just presenting as a unique bombardier. Okay. Lesson learned. You're saying 5 could be Lilith, so you're lying. You're saying you're 1 card away from a corrupted character, and you're lying. And we got out of there. We won't talk about the about the drunk fortune teller. What fresh hell is this? Twin minion and Ba. Okay. There's a judge. There's a plague doctor. There's an architect. There's an alchemist. There's a witness. There's a knight. There's a druid. There's a wretch. We know the wretch is good. And we know the wretch is our 1 placed outcast. And we don't have a chance of replacing another outcast. So we know you're done. Yeah, we know you're done. But I can still use their ability. That seems like a bug, but it also seems like it's just like you get information from using the ability before you even kill them. So maybe they're like, this is what they would have said if you hadn't killed them. Not sure. Like what if, like, yeah, I can still use the plague doctor ability. You're evil and corrupt, which we know is not correct. There's no corruption. Oh, there's a drunk, but you can't cure a drunk. So we know you're good. Let's test the judge. Telling the truth, so we know you're good. No character was affected by evil. We actually know that's true. We can't have a drunk at the table. Because you can't be disguised as, so I think this is safe. Good. Got him. I've got a wretch, I've got a minion, and I've got Lilith. Good old Lilith. There's my wretch. There's an architect. There's a poet. We lost 6. We got a scout, a knitter, a judge. You're saying between 4 and 5, there's a minion and a villager. You're saying that your partners are both evil. You're saying there's one pair of evil. I got 2 to place, and the wretch counts for that. You're saying both sides are equally evil. I don't think we learn anything for sure, but we can test the judge. You're telling the truth. So the judge is good. For both sides to be equally evil, there'd have to be a... The lover would have to be evil, and then someone on the left is the only way that works, because of the wretch. The lover could be absolutely evil. So yeah, let's test for this. Is the lover telling the truth? If she's telling the truth, I've got evil here and evil here, but then the right side is more evil, and we can't account for this liar. She can't be telling the truth, and she can't be corrupted. So we kill the lover. For both sides to be equally evil, there has to be a minion over here. If the minion is you, that accounts for your lie. And it makes you tell the truth. And it makes you tell the truth. But it doesn't account for your lie. If the minion is you, that accounts for your lie. Then you're telling the truth. And you're telling the truth. And you're telling the truth. So it's not looking good for you. Hey, let's mark you with red, because I'm considering killing you. If you're the mint... Who's my other mint? It's Lilith. If you're Lilith, that's the only way to account for your lie. Then you're telling the truth. You're not. And there's no way to account for your lie. And you're not... Oh, yeah, you are, because you would be Lilith. There'd be a pair over here. But that doesn't work. And if you're Lilith, there's no way to account for your truth. So you can't be Lilith, you can't be Lilith, you can't be Lilith. I'm saying the knitter is Lilith. Got her. See, that time, not an innocent knitter. Knitters are not always innocent. All right, we've got a bombardier and a doppelganger, and a shaman and Ba. There's a druid. There's an empress. Second empress because of the shaman, or potentially because of the doppelganger. Third empress. Oh, good lord. Okay. What is this village? Okay, what happened here? We don't have a bombardier. We've got a doppelganger. I think the only way to get triplicate is for the shaman to have... There's a real empress. The shaman gave us a second empress. And then the doppelganger also picked empress. Okay? In which case, they are all villagers and they should all agree. And then in that case, the shaman is one of the druids. Could the shaman be one of these? There are 2 same villager roles in current village. So you're a shaman. Shaman selected druid, and then doppelganger selected empress. The shaman could be freaking anywhere. I heard 0 corruptions has to be true, and you're saying 6 is good. So this must be the case, right? But then where's Ba? Ba is a demon. He has to be a unique villager. Something about how I understand the game is wrong. I had thought that a demon has to be a villager that only appears once. But both of my unique villagers are exonerated. This alchemist could not have cured any corruptions. And she's saying the alchemist is good. Can a minion and a demon choose the same villager? Has a 60% chance to disguise as a copy of a random villager or outcast in town. What does it do the other 40% of the time? What does it mean by unique villager then, if not the only copy of that villager in the town? Cannot double claim a good character. Let me read that again. Always disguises as a unique villager, cannot double claim as a good character. So you could be a minion and you could be Ba. Or you could be a druid, you could be a doppelganger, you could be a minion, you could be Ba, but then that doesn't work because there's a real empress. If you're the minion, there's not a druid. And then Ba could choose to be a druid and would be a unique druid because there's no other druids in town. There's not like a real druid. If a minion and a demon can both select the same thing. And then these are accounted for by having a shaman and a doppelganger. If the minion is one of the empresses, there's nowhere for Ba to go. Because Ba can't be the other empress, because then they're not a unique character. And Ba can't be a druid, because they wouldn't be a unique druid. I don't think the empresses can be a minion or Ba. And that's before I even look at the information they're saying. You're saying 1, 2, or 7, and I'm thinking 1 is evil. You're saying 1, 3, or 4, and I'm thinking 1 is evil. You're saying 2, 5, or 7, and I think the 2 druids are evil. We know we have a doppelganger. We know the doppelganger must be amongst the empresses, right? Because if you're a real druid and you're a doppelganger, then Ba has to be an empress, and that can't work. So if we take the druids, no outcasts, because you're both evil. The invasion of the evil druids. Because you've interrupted the Empress's tea party. That was a good one. That was a good one. I enjoyed that a lot. All right, we're placing a Chancellor and Ba. There's a Jester. I am the original Baker. Love to see that. There's a Hunter. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This has to be a lie. This cannot be correct. Because he's saying only 7 is evil, but I've got 2 evils to place. So you're lying. We might have a Plague Doctor at the table, so we're going to leave you for now. There's the Wretch. Yeah, you're 1 away from the closest evil, so you're lying for sure. There's the Plague Doctor. So did you corrupt this Hunter? He's saying not corrupted. Let's send the Slayer after the Hunter. There's Ba. Pick 3 and learn how many are evil. Okay, so we know you're good. We know you're good. You're saying 1, 2, or 7. You're saying the Jester's evil. Well, I need to place a Chancellor. You can't be the Chancellor. You can't be the Chancellor. It's looking bad for this Empress. There are 0 evils amongst these 3. Well, there's at least 1 evil. How does that work, though? Because we've got to place the Chancellor, and the Chancellor's got to sit next to an outcast. Which this is it. This is all there is. And she's lying. Oh, because the Plague Doctor corrupted you. You're lying because the Plague Doctor corrupted you. Yeah, that works. Got him. Alright, we've got 1 outcast in town. We're going to have 2 outcasts in town. So we've got the Chancellor to place, a Minion, and Ba. There's the Empress. There's the Oracle. There's my Wretch. I like a Wretch. There's a Hunter who's lying. There's a Druid. A Plague Doctor. Okay. Sources of corruption. I don't think I can have a doppelganger at the table, so I know one of the alchemists is a minion. And I don't have a source of corruption except the Plague Doctor. So let's go after this Hunter. Not corrupted. Well, he's lying, but he's not corrupted. Then yeah, that's just... he's dead. You're saying 6 or 7 is a Chancellor. So you're saying the alchemist... we know you're lying. You can't be lying, because there's no source of corruption. Oh, maybe you are, though. Like, one of you... oh, you could just be corrupted, like a corrupted... could you be a doppelganger? No, you can't be a corrupted doppelganger. Okay. The Lover's saying 2 evils. The Lover's saying they're both evil. If you corrupted the Empress, and the Alchemist cured you, you would say a cured 0. But if you're evil, can you actually cure anyone? Between 5, 6, and 8, only 1 is evil. Could you be telling the truth at all? I think the only way you could be telling the truth is if you got corrupted, the alchemist cured you, but then the alchemist became evil, right? Like if what am I looking for? A minion. Can a minion still perform his task as an alchemist? That's the only way she could possibly be telling the truth. Minion here, Chancellor here. You cured a corruption here, and now you're lying about it. But I don't think that's the case. Could you tell me anything? Let's find out if she's lying. There are no outcasts, so she's lying. And you're definitely lying. You can't have cured 2. There's only 1 corrupted person here. I think in this situation, because I've got to place 2 minions, and then a third liar could have been done by the Plague Doctor. So liar, liar. I think she must be lying. I think she must be. I don't think she can be telling the truth, because I don't think a minion can, or an evil character can perform the alchemist's duty. The only way you're telling the truth is if you're evil and you cured someone's corruption. And it would have had to have been the Empress. So you're evil, but then how are you lying? So, okay, even if we assume an evil can perform that duty, it still doesn't work. So, okay, the evil alchemist, so the Plague Doctor targeted the Empress. The evil alchemist cured the Empress. The evil alchemist has to lie, says, I cured 0 corruptions. So this is an evil alchemist that cured 1 corruption and is lying about it. This is a chancellor, so the lover's telling the truth, but then how is this druid lying? There's no way. There's no way she's telling the truth. She's lying. And now my liars are accounted for, so I know these 2 are telling the truth. You're saying 6 or 8 is a chancellor, and I believe you. Good. You're saying between 5, 6, and 8, only 1 is evil, and you know what? I believe you too. So we know you're good. The question is which? Is it the druid, or is it the lover? The Plague Doctor got one of them, and the other one is a minion. And it's just a 50-50. It's as likely to be either of them. Yeah, it's just a 50-50. There's nothing. We win the 50-50 though. We've got all of our help. Like, we win either way. But I just don't think there's any more logic to follow. So you're a corrupted druid and you're a minion. Fantastic. We've got a wretch and a puka in a 6-villager town. You're lying. So you should always see 0 outcasts no matter what I do. It doesn't matter who I target. So let's just target 3 characters here. No outcasts. You're telling the truth. So you cannot be Puka. You have to be telling the truth. There's no universe in which you're Puka. So you're telling the truth, which means you're a real enlightened. Don't know if you're telling the truth or not. Yeah, you'd have to be. You must be telling the truth, because Puka must be over here, which means the bard is not Puka. So the bard is lying. But we know the bard's not Puka. The gemcrafter must be Puka. Goodbye, Puka. It does seem like an alchemist that says I cured 0 corruptions is always telling the truth. I believe that's the case. Because I don't... If he cured somebody and then is lying about it, well, you know, he could be a real alchemist who cured somebody and then got corrupted by Puka and has to lie about it. And now he's saying I cured 0. That could be the case. No, because a corrupted character doesn't... Hold on, let me... I don't have a character I can look at here. Yeah, corrupted characters lie and their ability doesn't work. So no, a corrupted alchemist never cures anybody and lies about it. If an alchemist says, I cured 0 people, I think it's always telling the truth. We have a drunk and a Lilith. So one of you is a minion, for sure. Are you both minions? Because you're agreeing with each other. Well, if you're both minions, then you're telling the truth. And that doesn't make any sense. I think one of them has to be a minion, because it can't be a villager and a drunk. Because if a drunk is masquerading as an architect, they're saying that the architect is not in play. It has to be a not in play villager. Right? So it can't be a minion. It can't be a villager and a drunk. It can be a villager and a minion. Or it could be a drunk and a minion. I think there must always be a minion here, is my point. I think the minion has to be... No, because there's going to be a wretch sitting at the table, and the wretch is going to throw all of this into the... All right, well, we're going to lose somebody, because I couldn't deduce anything before number 9 died. Oh, I should have opened number 9, because that's in the middle, and I've got architects I need to... Well, I made a bad mistake there. There's my wretch. Okay. Potentially good information to have. Number 2 is actually a drunk. Which means number 3 is bad. Let's see if I can catch this fortune teller in a lie. Is evil true? Yes. So you're good. Let's see if I... You are going to pick up on a drunk. Let's see. You're saying 2 is a drunk. So let's go like this. There are no outcasts. Okay. You're saying 1 is evil, 2, 3, or 9. And I believe you, because I think 1 is a drunk and 1 is a minion. Between 2, 5, and 9... There is a villager, a minion, and an outcast. Because she sees the wretch as a minion. So it's looking like this is a drunk and this is a minion and you're lying. One is evil, 2, 3, or 9. I believe that too. I believe 3 is the minion. The drunk is the only source of corruption. So it looks like you're a liar. And then you're both liars. In fact, we can never make the right side more evil. You are both liars. And you could be minion and demon, but then we can't account for these lies over here. So you're the drunk, you're the minion. Or you're Lilith. Also makes sense to me. You're a drunk. We're going to leave you out of it. Okay, so between 2, 5, 9, there's a villager, minion, and outcast. The villager is 9. The minion is 5. The outcast is 2. So you're good. 2 is a drunk. I think you're right. 2, 3, or 9. We know that you're right. You're saying there's no outcast, but we know 2 is a drunk. This druid has to die. Haha. That time the drunk didn't get in my way. Four outcasts in the potential deck, because we've got Ba and a Chancellor. Okay. There's a medium. There's a knight. There's an architect. There's the plague doctor. I'm immediately going to test the knight. Not corrupted. Knight's good. I like a wretch. Oh, you know what? I could have been wrong. Because one of these three outcasts, or one of these two outcasts must be evil. If the plague doctor is evil, and the knight was corrupted, because they're the drunk. You would have said the knight's corrupted and someone else is evil. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was a safe play. Even an evil plague doctor, that's a safe play. Because if the knight's not corrupted, it's always safe to try to kill it. So if the knight's corrupted and the plague doctor is evil... Oh, he would have said not corrupted. And then I would have tried... That's not a safe play until at least I've revealed all the cards. All right, we'll know that for next time. So one of you is a Chancellor down here. You say you're one away from a corrupted character, but you can't be, because these characters can't be corrupted. That's just a lie. No, we do have 3. No, all the outcasts are fine, because we have 2 from the city, and then the Chancellor placed 1. So no, that was safe. There was no possibility he was... It was fine. It was fine what I did there. Okay. You must be lying. Unless you're the drunk, but we're not placing a drunk. Ba has a fake one up here, and the fake one is the drunk, so we can see the other 3. So we know the Bard is the Chancellor. Almost certainly. You're lying because you're sitting right next to the wretch. You're lying because you're not one away from a corrupted. And you're lying because this is not a real bard. You're saying the left side is more evil and we don't have any more lies to work out. So 2 of these are evil. 1 of them got plague doctored. You're saying left side is more evil. Right side is more evil if it's you 2. Left side is more evil if it's you 2 or you 2. Either way, the bard goes. And now it's another 50-50. Because one of them's lying because they're evil, and the other one's lying because they got plague doctored. So we might as well just take the shot. Got him. Okay, we've got a drunk and a doppelganger sitting up there. Poisoner, minion, and boss. So we're going to see a drunk or a doppelganger, but not both. Or we're not going to see either of them because they both disguise. Slayer. The witness. Can anybody be affected by evil? Yes, I've got a poisoner. There's a bishop. There's a gem crafter. There's a judge. There's another bishop. A fortune teller. A bard. And a hunter. I've got 2 bishops. There's either a doppelganger or a drunk. The bishop could be a double-claimed minion. So we don't know anything yet. So you're saying the number 5 is good. I could have the judge you and clear the both of you immediately. Is that the best use of my time? I think it is. Is lying. Okay. How could this be? If they're both evil, then the gemcrafter is lying, and the judge is telling the truth about the gemcrafter lying, so they can't both be evil. If the judge is poisoned, yeah, if they're both evil, this is a lie, which checks out. But then he's telling the truth. So they can't both be evil. If you're evil, your lie checks out. But if only you're evil, then you're telling the truth, which doesn't work. If only you're evil... Yeah, if you're the one that's evil... and the judge is good, that situation doesn't work. If you're evil, but the gem crafter is good, that could work. Because you could be evil, she could be poisoned. Can you be good in any event? You could be good if you're poisoned. So you could be telling the truth or lying. If you're telling the truth, it could be because you're poisoned. If you're lying, you can't be lying. There's no possibility in which she can lie, is there? Number 5 is good, cannot be a lie. Is that what I've convinced myself of? If you're evil, if you're evil and you're lying, then you're telling the truth, and evil can't tell the truth. If you're lying about 5, you're saying 5 is evil, but if judge is evil, then an evil judge is telling the truth about the gem crafter's lie. And so this has to be a true statement. There's no universe in which number 5 is good is a false statement. I can't make it work. Because if you're lying, that means the judge is evil. The judge is evil, but you're saying number 4 is lying. Which would be true. She would be lying. So yeah, this has to be a true statement, and you've got to be a lying judge. I worked that out. I got there in the end. Okay. So I know the judge is good. They're both good, but the judge is poisoned. The judge can only be poisoned if he's sitting next to the poisoner. The poisoner is a minion, which means the minion can duplicate somebody on the board. You must be a poisoner. Or the judge is a drunk. The judge can be a good drunk, you know? You don't know. I have other tests I can play here, though. I've still got a fortune teller and a slayer to use. Well, let's try it. Let's see what happens when I send the slayer after the bishop. Couldn't kill 6. Okay. It's possible it's because 6 is a drunk. Or it's possible because the judge is a drunk, I mean. And you're good. Or it's possible the slayer is evil. That's also a possibility. Okay. 2, 8, and 9. There's a minion, villager, and outcast. You're saying 2, 8. You both are agreeing. 2, 8, or 9. If they're agreeing, they have to be a bishop in the doppelganger. Isn't that true? Unless they're both minions. He's saying number 6 was affected by an evil, but that's one of the bishops. The only way the bishop could be affected by an evil is if the bishop is poisoned. But a poisoned bishop could agree with a minion bishop. You could be poisoned by this fortune teller, and you could be the twin minion. That's a possibility. And then you would have to be Ba. That makes you telling the truth, you're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth. Poisoner poisoned the bishop. The other bishop is Ba, right? Or twin minion, or whoever it is. The slayer biffed because he's the other evil. You're telling the truth, you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. So in this situation, we're saying the fortune teller is a filthy, filthy liar. And we know that both of these characters are good, so let's find out. You're saying one of them is evil, and we know that's a lie. And I think I know where everybody is. I think you're a poisoner, you've poisoned the bishop, that makes the truth teller out of the bard, right? That means you're the doppelganger. The judge is a drunk. Nobody possessed the judge. The judge is a heavy drinker. I think we got to take the Slayer out first. Got him. Because we sent the Slayer after this bishop, so we know the bishop is good. So it's got to be this other bishop. You've poisoned the bishop. You're evil. You're evil. Have I? Yeah, I've got it. You've poisoned this bishop. You're a minion. That's why you agree, because a poisoned bishop would agree with a lying bishop. I think I've got it. Poisoner. Minion. Love that. And the drunk judge. That one came together beautifully. All right, we've got one outcast to place, and it's a drunk. And I've got a poisoner and Lilith's hair as well. Hey, it's the original baker. There's a fortune teller. Do I flip the oracle? We lost someone. It's fine. It happens. There's another oracle. There's a knitter. There's a lover. There's a knight. I have a poisoner in the mix, so the knight could be corrupted. The knight could also be drunk. And we can't afford to make many mistakes. In fact, I'm going to step away for just 2 seconds so I can, because you can't hear it, but Prompto's in the other room whining about something, and I don't know if there's a burglar or what, so I'm going to go see what he wants. Maybe give him a cookie to calm him down. Maybe shove him in the oven. I don't know. We'll see. I'll be right back. All right, where were we? We haven't even really got started here. We have an original baker. Love to see it. I've got 2 oracles. The only way to account for that if one of them's a minion. Okay. You're saying it's 2 or 7. You're saying it's 3 or 4. Oh, so she's saying it about herself. Interesting. Interesting. The only way to account for 2 oracles in this town, because the drunk has to be a not-in-play character. Oh, you could be a minion and then you could be a drunk. But there would have to be a minion there for that to work. There can't be an oracle and a drunk posing as an oracle. So one of you is a minion. Either the poisoner or the minion. So either way, we learn. So you're lying. Because we know there's a minion there. And now you're lying. You're saying there's only one pair of evils. So you're saying two of the evils are next to each other, which sounds like it could definitely work. You're saying no evils adjacent to you. You're saying this knight and this knitter are on the up and up. You're saying 2 or 7 is a minion. You're saying 3 or 4 is a poisoner. So when she's saying minion, she doesn't mean like a generic... This might need to be changed because minion is both the name of this particular character and a type of character you can be. I'm going to make a note of that, actually. I don't know if this counts as a bug report, but... We'll just see if that feedback does anything for them. Okay. Or was I? You're lying. Why are you lying? Because you're evil. I need to place a minion and Lilith and a poisoner. So we've got a lying villager somewhere, possibly. You're saying 3 or 4 is a poisoner. Well, you can't be saying that you're a poisoner yourself. You could be saying that this is a poisoner and she's poisoned the fortune teller. In which case, that's the drunk. That all checks out. That all seems fine. Could you be lying? Well, you can't be the poisoner. So, if you're Lilith or the minion, either one, your statement is a lie. Therefore, you're not the poisoner, which means you haven't been poisoned, which means you're also evil. You can't be there's no universe in which you could be the poisoner. Either you're evil and the poisoner is elsewhere. You could be the poisoner in that case, I guess. In which case, you could be lying. Lilith here, a poisoner here. And then you're poisoned. But then this lie is unaccounted for. Okay, so if you're Lilith or the minion, and you're a poisoner, and you've poisoned this oracle, this knitter can't exist. She could be a drunk knitter in that case. Never mind. The drunk ruins everything. You're saying 2 or 7. If you're evil, there's got to be someone next to you, and it's got to be the knight. Looking for a loose thread to pull on. You're saying there's no minions there, but we know one of them's a minion. We've got to place the poisoner and a minion. Oh, so you can't be Lilith, I guess. You can only be a minion. If you're a minion, the poisoner's got to be elsewhere. The poisoner can't be the oracle. The poisoner in that case could be the fortune teller who has poisoned the oracle. But then anybody could be a drunk. I can't verify anybody for sure as a truth teller or a liar out of these three. Well, I know you're a liar because the thing you said doesn't make sense. You're saying 2 or 7 is a minion. If you're a minion, you would have to be evil. And then you're telling the truth. So you would have to be Lilith in that case. Minion, Lilith, and then the poisoner is elsewhere. That makes you tell the truth. If you're the minion, neither of them down there could be the poisoner. Did I just prove that? Hold on. You're the minion. You would have to be Lilith. The poisoner could be elsewhere. Okay, that makes sense. You're saying 3 or 4 is a poisoner. You can't be talking about yourself. That would be idiotic. What if you're Lilith? Could you be Lilith? I guess she could be Lilith talking about herself. Or you could just be drunk. Oof. Well, hold on, we know this. Oh, the poisoner counts as a minion. You're saying 2 or 7 is a minion, and you mean the specific character. But we know that there's a minion as in the character type between the oracle and the poisoner. So if this is true, this is the poisoner. Because she's saying the minion is somewhere else. She's saying the minion, if we say she's a real oracle, if she's telling the truth, the minion is here or here. But then this has to be a character type minion, and the only other one we have is the poisoner. But that would make her statement true. This statement cannot be true. This statement must be false. It does not follow that this statement has to be true, though, because there's drunks and there's poisoners and there's all kinds of nasty stuff. Well, you can't be poisoned, and you can't be the drunk. You have to be a real oracle. You can't be the drunk. You can be the drunk if that other oracle is a minion. If that oracle's a minion, you can be the drunk, because then you still count as a not-in-play character, because there's no oracles. Okay, that makes sense. In which case, I can't trust what you're saying. Okay, so I know you're lying. I know you're lying. Could you ever be telling the truth? Yes. Because 3 could be a poisoner. That doesn't make sense either. If she's telling the truth, and 3... that means 3 is telling the truth. No, that means 3 is a poisoner and she's lying about 9 being a real... Yeah, she could be telling the truth, 3 could be the poisoner, and then 9 is not a real oracle because 9 is the minion we're looking for. And then she's poisoned the fortune teller. So she could be telling the truth. Could she be lying? Yes, because the fortune teller could be the poisoner, has poisoned the oracle, and then this oracle's a drunk. And then she's lying about this oracle because this oracle's a minion in that case. All right, that all makes sense to me. So she could be telling the truth or lying. You must be lying. Is possible because you're poisoned or drunk. Yes, obviously. So she could be telling the truth. It's starting to look like I got to take a shot at somebody. Could you be telling the truth? Could all of the evil be on the other side of the map? Yes, because you could be a minion. And then you can be a poisoner. You would have to be the poisoner in that case. Actually, I don't know. I think maybe she has... Can she be telling the truth? There's no evils here at all. I've got 3 to place. A minion in the oracle means the other oracle is good or a drunk. I can't place the demon here. Poisoner could have poisoned the knight. Minion here. Lilith here, but then why are you... You could be a drunk. Yeah, that works. So there's a situation where she's telling the truth. Does taking a shot at the knight tell me anything? Not really. This drunk is really doing a number on me. I think I should just grab this baker and skedaddle. Just leave this village to burn. It's bad all around. Come on, Baker, let's go. Okay, so we know you're lying. We know you're lying. You could be telling the truth if you're telling the truth. Oh, let's pull this thread. If you're telling the truth, the knight is the poisoner. If you're telling the truth, and this is the real oracle, the only way she could be lying is if she's been poisoned. That makes the knight the poisoner. That makes you a liar. But you can't be a minion because you're lying. So that makes you the poisoner and you Lilith. Or a drunk, I suppose. But we're with... So... That would make you telling the truth, because it's Poisoner and Lilith. Well, we'll follow this thread. Poisoner, Lilith, you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. And then you're lying, so you would have to be the minion. And then you're the drunk. Poisoner, drunk. Lilith and a minion still to place. Well, we only needed the one case because we're only looking to see if she could be telling the truth, and she can be. There's a situation where she's telling the truth. What that looks like is this oracle's lying because she's been poisoned by this knight, and then this lover is either Lilith or a drunk. Either way works. If I take a shot at the knight, I die. If I take a shot at the knight and the knight is corrupt or drunk, I die in either case. I can't afford to do it. Because I would lose 5... I'd lose 5 hit points for targeting an innocent, and then I'd lose an extra 4 for it being the knight. So that's 9 damage, and I've already taken damage from Lilith. If it's the drunk, he's only worth 2, but 2 plus... Oh, if he's the drunk, he's not the knight. If he's the drunk, I'm fine. But if he's been poisoned, I would get killed. I would lose. All right, we're in a situation then. We're in a situation. I could try to take a shot at somebody else and be at 1 hit point. But who am I thinking? I'm looking at this bottom oracle real carefully. She could be telling the truth if the medium is a poisoner that poisoned the fortune teller, and that necessitates number 9 not being a real oracle. And she could be lying in any of a number of ways. Because the poisoner could be the fortune teller having poisoned the medium, in which case the oracle's lying. Oof. Okay, so they're not all gimmies. They're not all gimmies. So we're in another situation where it's not quite a 50-50, because I've got one oracle that could be telling the truth or lying. I've got a second oracle who's definitely lying. Because if you're in every world where you're telling the truth, this oracle's a minion. Because it can't be village or drunk. And I would need a minion to make the pair work. So in every universe where you're telling the truth, you're a minion. If you're lying, if you're a minion, it could be because you're a minion or because you're poisoned. If you're telling a lie because you're poisoned, this is a minion. If you're telling a lie because you're a drunk, this is a minion. If you're lying because you're evil, this is a poisoned oracle or a drunk, but I get information because now I know more about the game state. I think I need to take a shot at this oracle. Is more likely to be evil. Got him. So this oracle is good, but we still don't know if she's lying or not. Well, we know you're lying for sure now. Which I like, because we have 2 liars next to each other. And we know you're not a poisoner. Or could you be a poisoner? Could it be a minion poisoner? No, you can't be a poisoner because you're saying you're a poisoner. This can't be a poisoner. Or maybe you could be a poisoner and you've poisoned the fortune teller. And nobody's poisoned you. Ah, God, I still have 2 evils to place. I've still got to find Lilith somewhere. But the poisoner's definitely operating over here somewhere, right? Can the poisoner and Lilith be next to each other? Yeah. No, you can't be Lilith. Lilith is a demon. She has to be a unique villager. And you can't be a poisoner because you're saying you're a poisoner. It could be like... And I don't think it could be poisoner Lilith either. If you're Lilith and you're a poisoner and you've poisoned this oracle, then the oracle's lie is not accounted for. If you're a poisoner and you're Lilith, you would have poisoned the baker and you didn't. And if you're a poisoner and you've poisoned the oracle, that doesn't make sense. If you're a poisoner and you've poisoned the fortune teller, then where does Lilith go? What I'm getting at is I don't think there's a situation where the poisoner and Lilith can be next to each other. looking at this knitter. There's only one pair of evil. The poisoner and Lilith would have to be next to each other to make that work, or the knight would have to be evil. If the knight is evil, the lover's lying, and I don't know that we... So if the knight is evil, because we've got 2 liars, 1, 2, we need to account for... We're looking for a poisoner, a poisoned, Lilith, and a drunk. Oh, that does work. Okay. We still don't know who's drunk. Because, yeah, the knight could be evil. The poisoner and Lilith are separated over here. You can't be a poisoner and you can't be Lilith. And the minion's gone. So we know for a fact you're an oracle. It's just a question of are you telling the truth or not. If you're telling the truth, this is a poisoner and she's poisoned this fortune teller. If you're lying, this is a poisoner. How can you be lying? If you're a drunk, you could be lying. I think it's the only case where you can be lying, though. And if you're the drunk, neither of them can be, so one of them would have to be the poisoner. The poisoner could be this fortune teller having poisoned the oracle if the oracle's a drunk. The poisoner could be the medium poisoning the fortune teller, and then this would be true. So either of them could be the poisoner. You can't be the poisoner poisoning the oracle, though. That doesn't make sense because of what the oracle is saying. In that case, the fortune teller would be the drunk. Can I place the poisoner and Lilith over here? All 3 of these characters are candidates for both the poisoner and Lilith, right? Yeah, because they're all unique villagers. So any of them would work fine. The minion's already taken care of. So let's say this is like a... How many liars do I have left? 4? Yeah, because I've got 2 demons to place, a poisoned character, and a drunk. So I've got 4 to place, and I know 2 are here. Where are the other 2? I would never know if you're lying or not without trying to hurt you. Could you be a poisoner poisoning this lover? If you're a poisoner poisoning this lover, that means you're a liar in addition to these 3. So 2 of my liars are here. Then you could be a drunk and one of the other 2 could be Lilith, but I have a liar unaccounted for. You're not the poisoner. Could you be Lilith? If you're Lilith, you must be a liar. Yeah, I can't spend 2 liars on this side of the map. I've got to... Can I? If you're a poisoner, she's lying, but accounted for. That's 2 of my liars that I need to place. I need to place 4. I then need to place Lilith and a drunk. But if you're the poisoner, that means you're a liar, and I only have 2 liars to place amongst 3. You're not the poisoner. Are you Lilith? If you're Lilith, that's one of my... I still need to make you a liar. And no matter how I do it, whether you're another poisoner or what, I still need to account for 3 liars with 2. I don't think I could ever make this knight evil. And I think it's the same logic for this knitter. If you're a poisoner and you've poisoned the lover, that accounts for both of your lies. But that means the Oracle's lying, and I need to account for 3 lies with 2 more to place. I can't. If you're Lilith, I still need to make you a liar, which would make you the poisoner, because we know the knight can't be. So if you're Lilith, you could be the poisoner, I guess, and have poisoned my knight, which would be fine. That's 2. And then I still need to account for lies over here. The knitter and the knight must be villagers. The lover is the poisoner. I think the logic works the same with the lover. If the lover is the poisoner, let's say she poisoned the knight, 2 liars accounted for. I still need to account for the remaining 3 liars with 2 more. I don't think I can make any of them evil. If you're Lilith, then your lie makes sense. And then the poisoner over here somewhere, but then you're lying. And I can't account for that. I can't put evil anywhere over here. And I can't make any of them into liars. They could be a drunk. I could place a drunk over here, and that would work with the rest of this. But I think these have to be truth-telling villagers. No, they don't have to be truth-telling. They have to be villagers. I can't place the poisoner or Lilith here, here, or here. Both of them have to go in this triumvirate. You're a poisoner who has poisoned this medium, but then you'd have to be Lilith, and you can't be. You're Lilith, and then you're a poisoner, having poisoned the Oracle, but you can't be. You're Lilith. Well, you can't be a poisoner either. Let's say you could be. You're Lilith. You're a poisoner poisoning the medium, but you can't be because of what you said. You can't be a poisoner or Lilith. Is that what I've just determined? If you're a poisoner, you've poisoned the medium. But then where does Lilith go? Can't be her. You can't be a poisoner, you can't be Lilith, and there's only 2 more places for evil to hide. Wait, the medium, I'm saying the Oracle can't be one. It can't be evil, though. Is that what I'm saying? If you're a poisoner, you've poisoned the medium, accounting for that lie. But that forces Lilith here, and she can't be Lilith. Oh, I think I've overcomplicated it, because now I'm ruling out every position for Lilith. I feel like anywhere I put a poisoner over here, it forces Lilith away. If you're a poisoner, you would have had to poison the fortune teller, which makes sense. But that forces Lilith down here, which she can't be. Which forces Lilith over here, which she can't be. So the logic I was using seems faulty. I need to go through it again. The logic I was using was I've got 4 liars to place. A poisoner, a poisoned character, a drunk, and Lilith. 4 liars. I've got 2 lies on the board that I know are lies. So no matter how I slice it, 2 of those liars have to be accounted for over here. If I make you Lilith, Lilith could be a knight. That's 1 liar. But now the lover is lying. However she's lying, she would have to be either a poisoner or a poisoned. In either case, the poisoner's got to be on this side of the board. So Lilith and the poisoner are placed over here, but now you're lying. And you could be lying because you're the drunk, but then why are you guys lying? So yeah, that logic holds. You can't be Lilith, and you can't be the poisoner for the same reason. Poisoner poisoned. But now you're lying, so you're the drunk, and then one of you is Lilith, but I can't make you both Lilith. So that logic works for all three of them, right? You're the poisoner, you've poisoned the knight. Poisoner poisoned. But now you're lying, so you're the drunk, and Lilith has to hide both of there. If you're Lilith, then you're telling the truth, and I have to make one or the other one a liar. So Lilith, and then the poisoner has to go somewhere. And then, yeah, it does, like, I can't make any of these characters evil. I can't make it make sense. And it works for you too, right? Yeah, poisoner poisoned. Then you're lying. You could be a drunk, and then Lilith has to go here. If you're Lilith, then you're lying. Lilith, drunk. Poisoner poisoned. You could be Lilith. That's where I got screwed up. And in fact, I think you have to be Lilith. Because I know you're a real Oracle. Because I know you're not a poisoner, and you can't be Lilith. You're either Oracle or you're a drunk. In any event, you're not evil, which means I can't place anybody here. If you're Lilith, you're a drunk. You're a poisoner. You've poisoned the fortune teller. That makes sense. If you're Lilith, you're a drunk. You're telling the truth, because Lilith and the minion are next to each other. Then there's a poisoner poisoning the medium, and you're telling the truth. Okay, you could be Lilith, you could be Lilith. Can you be Lilith? If you're Lilith... No, because I have to... If you're Lilith, I got to place the poisoner. You can't be Lilith or the poisoner, because I can't place both of them over here. So you're a villager, or you're the drunk. That's why Lilith doesn't fit over here anywhere. If you're the poisoner, you're the poisoned. Lilith doesn't fit. If you're the poisoner, you're the poisoned, and Lilith still doesn't fit. Lilith has to be one of these two. And if Lilith is one of these two, then you have to be the drunk. Because both of these cases... Could you be Lilith? If you're Lilith... No, you can't be Lilith. It's got to be either the knight or the knitter. And in either case, you're the drunk. And if you're the drunk and the poisoner's on the other side of the board, it's safe to stab the knight. Ha! Oh, thank Christ. We got there in the end. And that means you're telling the truth. And it means you're the drunk. And it's just poisoner or poisoned. And if you're telling the truth, it's got to be number 3. You're the poisoner. Oh, that one went places. That one went places. And we're ascending. We're going to Ascension 9. We have a drunken Puka at this table of 6. An alchemist saying cured corruption. We got a baker who's lying. You're saying that alchemist is evil. There are no corrupted characters. That's got to be a lie. Because we've got a drunk and we've got Puka. That must be a lie. Even if the alchemist cured both characters upset by Puka, which I don't think is possible. Because, yeah, the alchemist cures 2 to the left and 2 to the right. Puka corrupts 1 to the left and 1 to the right. Where can we put Puka in this configuration that doesn't also corrupt the alchemist? But even if he did take care of both Puka'd characters, which can't happen, we still have a drunk. So we know you're lying, sir. Two or 5 is a marionette. What the hell is a marionette? I've never even... That must be an unused card in the demo. They haven't released the marionette. Well, that means you're lying then, aren't you? Okay. Everybody's lying here. We've got Puka's a liar. Puka made 2 liars, and there's a drunk. So I've got 4 liars out of 6 people. There's no way to know. I could test if this poet's telling the truth by taking a shot at the alchemist. Number 2 or 5 is a marionette. I mean, it's a lie for sure because we don't have don't even know what that is. Even if that's like a term for a puppet that they changed the term but didn't update it in like the oracles. Here, let's let them know that I hit that. Don't even know what that is. Just let them know that. Okay. What do you do? You're lying, you're lying. You could be telling the truth. Like if Puka's down here. Well, no, because you're lying and you're lying. For you to have cured 1 corruption, Puka has to be here. No, because then you would have cured 2. If Puka's sitting next to the drunk, you can't cure the drunk. You could have cured 1. If you're telling the truth, the bard is Puka. And you cured the druid. Or you cured the poet, and the other one is the drunk. But then these lies are unaccounted for. If you're telling the truth, this is Puka. You've corrupted there and there. One of them's a drunk, so they were unaffected. And then the alchemist cured the other one. But in that case, why is the alchemist sitting next to 2 liars? You're lying. And actually, I think that cinches it. Because look at the configuration. We know that Puka corrupts the 2 people next to him. And we know we've got a drunk. So, I think that solves it. So we take this druid and we look at... And there's a drunk. So you're a drunk and you're a Puka. Goodbye. Got a plague doctor. I've got a minion, a witch, and Lilith. Oof. We're down 2 cards. There's the original baker. There's a fortune teller. There's a fortune teller. Is there any reason, even if we had the fortune tellers look at each other, they would disagree, but we'd have no way to know which one was right? Well, no, because a fortune teller that's evil wouldn't say there's one evil. Yeah, let's see if we can... False? True. A fortune teller that's evil would have always said false. They have to lie. A fortune teller that's good would say true. So yeah, their disagreement does make sense. Is there a world in which you're evil? No, because then your statement is true, which it can't be. Is there a world which you're good? No, because you're saying that you're both good, but this one's disagreeing. We have a plague doctor. They can't both be good. There's no other way to make a duplicate character with this. Oh, yeah, no, one of them's definitely a minion, and it's definitely this one. There's a witch. But now Lilith kills someone. And that's all we get for cards. Oh, it let me flip it. Because the witch is dead. You cannot reveal the last card, but if the witch dies, then you can reveal the last card. Oh, interesting. Enjoy that. Why do I have 2 architects? Because one of them is a minion. One of them for sure is a minion. So I can test this jester. There are 2 evils. There can't be. You're lying. Because Lilith cannot be hiding in an architect. She needs a unique... Are you lying because you're evil, or are you lying because you're corrupted? Let's find out. Not corrupted. Then you're evil. You're not evil. Right. Yeah, a minion and a demon can both claim architect. Demon can't double claim a good character, but it's an evil character if it's a minion. Ah, shoot. Yeah, I messed that up. So we know you're telling the truth now. They're both saying... I think they're both evil. We kill them both. Because we had 0 architects. That's the thing. This is saying she has to disguise as a unique villager. That's a little confusing. Because unique villager says to me we only see one of them. What's up, Indie Gamer? Yeah, I don't know. That seems like it could be worded better. Because unique villager says to me... Like, I understand what they mean. Like, Lilith thinks that this architect is a unique villager because the only other architect was fake. I understand why I lost. Well, I did lose. I got it in the end. But I understand why I took damage there. I've got a Plague Doctor. I've got a minion and Lilith to place. There's my Plague Doctor. There's a Jester. There's a Hunter. He says 1 card away from evil. Let's give Lilith the opportunity to kill 4. She did. So that Hunter is saying this Jester is evil. No, I haven't touched that Final Fantasy randomizer shuffle in a while. That's still sitting there percolating. In fact, I'm still like at the beginning of it. After what I've done like 9 or 10 sessions, we're still nowhere near. Okay, what are we looking at here? Plague Doctor. You're saying one adjacent. You're saying this is evil. You're saying evil's this way. You're saying the Jester is evil. I've got 2 lovers. Why? Because one of them's a minion. One of you is the minion, and then the other one could be Lilith. So one of you has to be the minion, for sure. There's no other way to get a duplicate with this layout. So the Jester can tell me something. Because I know the Plague Doctor's... do I know a Plague Doctor is not evil? I guess I don't know. Yeah, I do, because I have 1 outcast to place, and it placed the Plague Doctor, unless this was also an outcast. So... Well, we know this was a good character, and then I'll ask about the 2 lovers and see what he says. There's 1 evil. We know that that's true? If there's could be 2 evils and you could have been Plague Doctored. But if you got Plague Doctored, then we still know there's 1 evil amongst the lovers, and if you've been Plague Doctored, then you're telling the truth. You're saying 2, 4, or 5. So we know that 4 is not evil. Strongly suspect the Jester's not, and this lover might be. It's not looking good for this lover. Can you be evil? You could be evil if both lovers are evil. That's a possibility. If both lovers are evil, this hunter's corrupted. And I can test for that. 3's not corrupted. So either 3 is evil or he's good. But we've ruled out this case. Yeah, because if these 2 lovers are evil, the hell is this guy talking about? 1 card away from evil. Which is not the case. And he's not corrupted. So the only other thing it could be is if this is a dead plague doctor and this is a fake plague doctor, but then how do we account for having 2 lovers? We can't. We've only got 1 minion to place. So, and Lilith can't be a plague doctor. Lilith must be a unique villager. Okay, so I think the plague doctor's on the up and up. If you're not corrupted, you could be evil. And there's 1 evil between the 2 of you. It's not looking good for this lover. I'm going to be honest. It really is not. What other source of corruption? The only source of corruption I've got is the plague doctor. Can you be telling the truth? If you're telling the truth, then you're evil. And the nearest evil would have to be the other direction. We know 4 is not evil, and we're presuming 5 isn't, so then the jester would have to be evil. In which case, the hunter is telling the truth. And the jester is telling the truth. Does that make sense? So if you're telling the truth, we've got to put evil the other direction. Or you could be evil, I guess. Yeah, you would have to be evil. Because if you're telling the truth, then you're evil. Right? Yeah, you're telling the truth. We know the minion is the other lover. You're saying the closest evil is to your right. To your left, there's the Empress. If the Empress was evil and you're telling the truth, you would say equidistant. If the Empress... Yeah, if you're telling the truth, you have to be evil. So the closest evil would either be the Empress or this lover. One, two, three, 4. Yeah, it would have to be up at the top. Everybody else would have to be telling the truth. Or everybody else would have to be good, rather. That means you're lying, but then you could be evil. You both could be evil. That'd be fine. No, because the lover's got to be evil. If you're telling the truth, then you're evil and you're evil. You're telling the truth. 2, 4, and 5. So you could have been plague doctored. You would have been... Yeah, okay, you can't be telling the truth. Because if you're telling the truth, you're not. If you're telling the truth, that means this is evil. And if you're telling the truth, we know this is evil. But if this is evil, it's saying no, evil's adjacent to me. That's the truth. And an evil character cannot tell the truth. So we know you're lying. The question is, are you lying because you're evil, or are you lying because the plague doctor targeted you? Can you be telling the truth? We know the plague doctor's not evil. Yeah, if you're telling the truth, that implicates the other lover, which means the Empress is in the clear, because the Empress is implicating the other lover. So that works fine. And if that's the case, then this Enlightened is telling the truth, implicating the other lover. This one's evil. Also implicating an evil lover. And we know you're not corrupted, but you'd have to be evil. That works. If you're telling the truth, evil and evil. You can't be telling the truth, but that doesn't mean you're evil, because you could have been plague doctored. Let's look at that. What if you're corrupted? What if there's 0 evils adjacent to you? I've got 2 evils to place. So if you've been corrupted, you can't be evil because she's saying one evil adjacent to me. And you can't be corrupted because we're saying she's corrupted. That means the closest evil's got to be this direction. And how do you make that work? Because in this universe, 1, 2, these aren't evil. You're saying the hunter is the closest one that can be evil. It would have to be the hunter and the jester evil. Does that work? Between 2, 4, and 5. No, we're not saying the hunter and the jester, because we're presuming she's poisoned, which means she's good, but she's corrupted, which means you're evil, which means you have to be good. But if you're good and you're not corrupted, why are you pointing that direction? Because the closest evil, this is closer to you than this hunter. Yeah, this is the bad lover, and I'm going to murder her right now. You're exonerated. You're exonerated. You're exonerated. You're exonerated. And it's not looking good for this hunter. Farewell, Lilith. Okay. We've got a bombardier. I've got a witch, a minion, and is that Ba? That's Lilith again. Okay. There's a dreamer. There's the bombardier. I don't have any other way to get a yellow character down. So if we see another yellow character, we've got a hiding minion. The alchemist says he's cured 1 corruption. Nobody can be corrupt. There's no possible... Nothing in this setup causes corruption. Which means you yourself could not have been corrupted, which means you're evil. And I'm killing you. Goodbye. We are going to lose someone to Lilith here, though. A second bombardier. Oh, okay. So if you try to attack the bombardier and you're wrong, you lose the game. The whole village explodes. But one of my bombardiers is a minion. And we're going to have to try to figure out which. The lover says it's not the one next to her. The architect says the right side is more evil. Which, yeah, because both bombardiers are on the right side. And I've only got 3 to place. So I've got to place a minion here, which makes this architect always telling the truth. The right side is more evil. I can't place 2 demons over here. And if I place... Yeah, that doesn't matter. The second demon always... The second evil is always going to be over there. That makes sense. There's a jester. Oh, and I've got a witch in play. But I think once I kill the witch, I'll be able to switch... I'll be able to flip that. All right, what am I looking at here? All liars are evil on this table. There's no sources of corruption. I could just discern the 2 bombardiers. If I point the jester at himself, one of the bombardiers and the minion, he'll see the minion as evil. If he says there's 1 evil, we know that bombardier is clear. Could he be lying in that case? If he says 1 evil because the bombardier is also evil, then that would be a lie and he would be evil. I don't think we can use the jester alone to disambiguate them. And I just don't know what the dreamer is good for, because she always says, like, it looks like someone to me, but her information may not be good. If evil picked, learn correct info. But if you don't pick somebody who's evil, you don't learn correct info. So, could you be lying? This lover, by the way? Could you be lying? What if this is the evil bombardier? If this is the evil bombardier, the only way to make you a liar is to make you evil. Then all evils are placed. So yeah, if this is the evil bombardier, you have to be evil. Does that make sense, though? If this is the evil bombardier, you're telling the truth. And if you're lying, this has to be the evil bombardier. And if you're lying, you have to be evil. Okay. 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 The fate of that lover and that bombardier are tied to each other. In the case, this is the evil bombardier. This lover has to be evil, and this jester tells the truth. In that case. If the jester is lying, we know that neither of them are evil, because they are either both evil or one of... Because if you're evil, you have to be. And if you're evil, you have to be. And I've only got 2 evils to place. So it's evil, evil, or it's good, good. If it's evil, evil, this jester's telling the truth. If I point the jester at them and the jester lies, I know the jester's evil, which clears them both. So the jester is going to look at... I just need to determine whether they're lying or not. How can I do that easily? By looking at 2 known characters. I know you're good. I know you're evil. No, we'll just look at the 3 suspected evil characters. There are 0 evils. You, sir, are a liar. And if you're lying, you're evil. So you both are good, which means you are my witch. Ha-ha! Alright, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright, back to work. There's more villages to save. I've got a doppelganger and a plague doctor, a witch and Ba. Oh, so okay, I'm only going to have one of a doppelganger or a plague doctor. There's a fortune teller. There's a dreamer. A second dreamer. So my witch is one of these 2. No, because I've got a potential doppelganger. Okay, we might... There's the Empress. There's my plague doctor, so I don't have a doppelganger. Scout, and I can't see the last one because it's a witch. All right. So the witch is one of the 2 dreamers. Seems to be the case. So I should have the dreamers look to each other. Could be Ba. Could be Ba. She's saying false. If I had a dreamer and a doppelganger, they would both be giving me bad information because neither one of them would have been evil. And then the fortune teller seems to back that up. But that means the plague doctor is evil. You're saying 2, 3, or 5. I think this situation implicates the plague doctor. My thought was that I have a real dreamer and then a witch. Because I saw I didn't have a doppelganger. But now I'm thinking I do have a doppelganger and then this plague doctor is fake. So this would have to be the witch in that case, because Ba can't be a witch. And this seems to corroborate what I'm thinking, and this corroborates what I'm thinking. I think we got to kill the plague doctor. There's the witch, which means I can flip this now. Haha. Great. You're saying 2, 3, or 5, so you're exonerated. Both the dreamers are exonerated. You're exonerated. The witch is 2 cards away from the closest evil, and it can't be the dreamer. It's a 50-50. Okay, I'm looking to place Ba. If Ba is the scout, that explains why the scout's lying. And then the hunter's telling the truth. He's 1 card away. If the hunter is Ba, then the hunter is lying, and the scout is telling the truth. It's just a 50-50. I just got to kill one, and if it's not you, I kill the other. And that's how I win. All right, I've got a poisoner and Lilith and a plague doctor. There's the plague doctor. There's another plague doctor. So one of those plague doctors is the poisoner. I was a judge. You're lying. Or you're evil. 2 is evil, 3 is corrupted. 3 is not corrupted. Okay, so I know for a fact that this baker is lying. Because if she was not lying, she would say, I am the original baker. This plague doctor says that she's corrupted. Which could work, because that would make this plague doctor the poisoner. This plague doctor says she's not corrupted. Which could work if she's evil. So both of these plague doctors have a case. And if I click another card, I'm going to lose somebody. I don't think a lying plague doctor will ever claim that a target is corrupted. I always see myself as not corrupted, even if I am evil. Can an evil plague doctor say a non-corrupted character is corrupted? If this character is evil, both of these are lies, right? If she's evil, 2 is telling the truth because she's not corrupted, and 1 is lying because she's not corrupted. If she's corrupted, 1 is telling the truth and 2 is lying. I don't know that I could believe one over the other. I think an evil plague doctor could say this. Because there's two elements to his statement. If the baker is corrupted, Plague Doctor 1 could say she's corrupted and 2 is evil, but if 2's not evil... Yeah, say 1 is evil. He could say that statement and be okay, because the statement's still a lie. He's telling the truth about 3, but he's lying about 2. And the truth value of a true statement and a false statement is false. He would be lying either direction. I don't think we have enough information to act on any of this yet. If I click one more card, Lilith kills someone, though, is what I'm trying to prevent. Well, this can't be Lilith anyway. I'm going to lose somebody no matter what I do. We could find a poisoner here, but not Lilith. So yeah, we're not gonna save anybody by untangling this. We might as well keep going. We lost somebody. There's a knitter. There's a judge. There's an alchemist. Now that we have a judge... we could test one, but I don't know if the judge are telling the truth. So the poisoner has to be here or here. If the poisoner's here, you've poisoned the baker. An alchemist who says, I cured 0 corruptions, must always be telling the truth. Because an evil alchemist can never do anything but cure 0. So you must be telling the truth. Which means you're not the poisoner, which means you're the poisoner and you've poisoned the baker. Wahahaha. And now we can test the judge. You're saying he's lying, but you're lying. Don't know if you're evil or not. Evils are not adjacent to each other. We know that's true. Because this isn't evil and the baker's not evil. But you could have been plague doctored. We're going to look for an outcast up here. There are no outcasts. That's a lie. We had another 50-50. I got to take a shot at either the judge or the druid, because one's been corrupted by the plague doctor and the other is Lilith. Either the judge or the druid. And it's just a 50-50, isn't it? Alright, well, let's take out the druid. Let's take out the judge. We still got there. The only hit point you got to watch out for is the very last one, right? Alright, we got a plague doctor. I've got 2 minions and Puka. Good old Puka. There's my plague doctor. There's a poet. Dreamer. Mr. Bard. There's a judge. There's a knitter. There's a lover. And another dreamer. So we've got a minion amongst the dreamers here, for sure. So let's have the dreamers look at each other. Could be Puka. Could be minion. So they disagree. You're saying 3 or 8 is a minion. You're saying you're 3 cards away from a corrupted character. I don't think that's possible. That's not possible. Because the Plague Doctor can't be corrupted, and you're saying the Knitter, Lover, and Dreamer are all corrupted, And I do need to corrupt 3 people, but I also need somewhere for Puka to stand. Like, the Puka could be here and corrupt the Knitter and Dreamer, but then anybody that the Plague Doctor corrupts would be closer than them. I think this must be a lie. So if you're Puka, oh, well, we can check if you're corrupted, though. If you're, we know that you're lying. Are you corrupted or are you evil? I can check. Yeah, so we know we've got 1 minion on the board. The Plague Doctor is real. So 9 is evil. 4 is corrupted. So you're lying. Oh, no, that was a twin minion. But she would have said twin minions, so you're lying now. And you could be Puka, which would turn you into a liar and you into a liar. No evil's adjacent to me. Oh, you're lying too. Liars all over this business. Let's point the judge at somebody we know is lying. You're lying too. My goodness. 3 or 8 is a minion. I've got a minion and Puka to place. I think you have to be the minion, and then Puka has to be down here. For example, you could be Puka. You couldn't be, because then you'd be telling the truth. In fact, I can't turn you into a liar at all in this situation. What if you're a minion? And then Puka's down here, and then you got Plague Doctored. No, you would have had to have been Plague Doctored in that case. If you're the minion, you're saying 3 or 8 is a minion. If you're the minion, you're telling the truth. How then do I account for the liars I've got? I can't make you Puka, because you'd make the Oracle a liar. I could make you Puka. So minion, Puka, Puka liar, Plague Doctor. And you're telling the truth because the minion is here. I think that's the only way any of it works. It comes down to how many liars do I need to place. I need to place a minion, a Puka, and 2 Puka'd characters. So I need to place 4 liars in 2 minion, or in 2 evils. No, and a Plague Doctor. I've got 5 liars to account for. So yeah, minion here, Puka here, Puka'd, Plague Doctored. I think that's the only way it works. Could you be Puka? Because if you're Puka... Ooh, but if you're Puka, then you're telling the truth. You're saying the closest evil is clockwise. If this is Puka, if this is Puka, that accounts for these 2 lies. You can't be telling the truth. You can't be telling the truth. If this is Puka, that accounts for these 2 lies. And it accounts for your own lie, and the minion goes somewhere else. The minion then would have to be here, and the bard got plague doctored. Okay, I'm following your logic. I see that. That's as likely. We need to disprove one of those cases now. Because if you're the minion, and you're telling the truth, and you've got plague doctored, Puka can only go here. But that doesn't make sense. Because you're pointing at the dreamer. The poet doesn't make arrows appear on the screen the way that the enlightened does. I've already flagged that as a bug and told them that they should. Puka can't be here. Right? Why did that not work? Because she's saying 3 or 8 is a minion. If this is Puka, then she would be a liar. She would be saying equidistant. If this is Puka. So I'd have a liar here, a liar here. You'd have to be plague doctored, and then you're unaccounted for. So that can't be Puka. Puka, minion, plague doctor. That's what we're going with. There's Puka. There's the minion. He's been plague doctored. Oh, next ascension level. Are these actually getting tougher? I'm getting more points for them. I got 4,400 points that time. I don't know how much tougher they can make them without adding more characters. All right, we've got 2 outcasts coming, a wretch and a plague doctor. We've got a witch and Lilith, so we're going to lose a bunch of cards if we don't take Lilith out quick. That's not helpful right off the bat. There's my wretch. You love to see a wretch. 5 is good. We get 1 more flip before Lilith kills someone. I think we need to flip 5 to get information about what the card is. The Plague Doctor. There's a druid, a poet, a scout, and I don't get you. So the witch is up here somewhere. The witch is one of my 2 scouts is a witch. You're 4 cards away from a corrupted character, so you say. You're saying, well, the wretch can't be corrupted. It would have to be the scout. I could test that with my plague doctor. You're saying 5 is good, which we know is true. And I'm going to test what this poet's talking about. You're saying 1 is corrupt. So we know you're telling the truth. So 1 is corrupted and 2 is evil. That's true. Well, 2, we don't want to kill 2 because 2 is the wretch. But that tells me you're telling the truth. So if you're corrupted, this other scout can't be. This other scout has to be a witch. Which means I can flip you now. It's a gesture. Okay. So you've been corrupted, so you're lying. Let's test the druid out against 3 known characters. Okay, so you saw the plague doctor. You're telling the truth. Who am I placing? Just Lilith, right? Well, I mean, there's only one possibility left. If you're corrupted, then you've got to be Lilith. There's no, but we've ruled everybody else out. Got a doppelganger, a plague doctor. I'm gonna have both because I've got the chancellor, and then I've got a minion, and Lilith to place. There's a lover. I think I'm going to click 3 and then 5 and leave the other card adjacent to the lever untouched and see if they kill it. They did not. There's another lever. There's another dreamer. 2 jesters, 2 levers, 2 dreamers. I've got 2 minions. Lilith cannot be in one of these pairs. She can be if this dreamer turns out to be a minion, the other dreamer could turn out to be Lilith. That's correct. Okay. You're saying 3 or 5. We have no known information. This character must be a dead plague doctor. Because we're getting one outcast from the deck and we're getting one from the Chancellor. And the plague doctor can't disguise, so this must be a dead plague doctor. Which means we have no sources of corruption. If you're lying, you're evil at this deck. So, what can I do? I can have the jesters look at themselves and the dead plague doctor and see what they say. See if they agree. Because if I do that, and they say 0 evils and they both agree, then I know I've got a jester and a doppelganger there. If one says 1 evil and the other says some absurd amount, we know that one jester is lying and we can safely kill them. I think that's a good play. So let's start there. You're going to jester. There are 2 evils. What do you think? There are 3 evils. There can't be. There can't be 2 or 3 evils. Both of those are incorrect. And at this table, if you're lying... How did he get corrupt? The plague doctor corrupted him. I was thinking there couldn't be anybody corrupt because the plague doctor was dead. But no, the plague doctor corrupts someone before. Okay, well, we know now. We know. It's okay. So they were both lying. Well, let's have both of these dreamers look at the Chancellor. The Onceler. They both say they could be Lilith. So they're both lying and there's no more corrupt characters. Yeah, this lover must be the doppelganger, which means this lover must be on the up and up. They're both lying and they can't be corrupted. I'm killing them. No, that makes perfect sense. The plague doctor acted at the start of the game. It even says at game start it's corrupted. We flipped cards before that plague doctor died. We have a wretch, a puppeteer, and it looks like Lilith. There's a bard. There's no corrupt characters. We know that's true. There's a druid. There's a dreamer. There's a jester. There's my wretch. There's a scout. And there's a second dreamer. So one of you is the puppeteer. Or it's puppeteer and Lilith. But either way, one of you is the puppeteer. I know for a fact. Okay. Oh, yeah, the dreamer, if they check the wretch, she'll look like cabbage. Could be Lilith. Could be Lilith. That's what they're saying. If not lying, the wretch... So they're both lying. So one of these is the puppet. How many are evil between... Well, you know everybody else is good. Yeah, okay. So what I need to do is check... Everybody else must be telling the truth. So Lilith is 2 cards away from closest evil. That would be true whether it's the Wretch or it's the Bard. And we know you guys would be telling the truth anyway. So I need to determine whether it's the Scout or the Bard here. It doesn't have to be the Bard. It could be the Wretch. So what I'm going to do is look at... two evil characters and the Bard. And he'll either say 2 evils or 3 evils. He says 2 evils, so we know it's the Scout. Got him. Okay, I've got a Puppeteer, a Minion, a Puka, and a Plague Doctor. So we got liars at this table. Why did it say evils killed 3? I've got a Puppeteer. I got a puppet I need to place. It should be evils killed out of 4. Seven is good, huh? 1 card away from evil. Minions 1 card away from the closest evil. 3 cards away from a... Can't... Okay, yeah, we got Puka, we got a Plague Doctor. Everybody's corrupted. There's my Plague Doctor. There's a second Gem Crafter. Knitter and a medium. All right. So... You're saying 7 is good. If that's true. You're saying the Gemcrafter is evil. If that's true. Then you're evil, which makes your lie make sense. Ooh, that logic looked okay. If you're lying, then you're evil. Which means evil can be anywhere and then everything else falls apart. If you're telling the truth, then you're good. And you confirm yourselves. So I know I've got a minion amongst the gem... Not... Like, one of the gem crafters has to be lying. They could both be lying, because I've got a Plague Doctor, and I've got Puka, and I've got 80 other things. There's only 1 pair of evil possible. Puppeteer and Puppet have to be a pair. The only ability... I've got a Fortune Teller and a Dreamer. Okay. I think I have the Fortune Teller look at herself and the Plague Doctor. Is there a better use of this Plague Doctor? Because I don't know if... And it's the only way I could get a lie on the board. Yeah, let's do that. Look at yourself. Look at the Plague Doctor. Is one of them evil? True. Well, that's a lie, because she would never say true. If she was evil, she couldn't say true. We know he's not evil, so if she was evil, she wouldn't say true. That would be the truth. So we know that she's lying. Yeah, she has to be lying. If she was evil, she would have to say false. But she didn't say false. She said true. Because if she had said false, I wouldn't have any extra information, but right? Yeah, because in that case, she's either evil or she's a good character telling the truth. Because she said true, I know she's lying. And because I know she's lying, I can see if she's corrupt. Saying 2 is corrupted. We're saying 10 is evil. And if he's saying 10 is evil, I'm going to believe him. There's Puka. All right, so Puka, 8 is a real gem crafter, is a lie. 8 is not a real gem crafter. So we can kill this gem crafter. There's only one pair of evil. We know that's a lie because we're sitting next to Puka. And whatever you say, we know is a lie. We're looking for a puppet and a puppeteer. I'm looking for the best way to place this dreamer. If this is a lie, we have to have 3 in a row, don't we? We can't have a puppet and puppeteer down here, right? Because the knitter can't be evil, because then the last remaining evil is a puppeteer. Oh, it says if possible. Whoa, okay. What if you're a puppeteer? You can't make a puppet because on either side of you is evil. That makes your statement a lie, which is then accounted for. If you're that would explain why it says evil's 2 out of 3. It's the only way this can work. Let's go around the table. You're telling the truth in that case. You're fine. In fact, you're confirmed fine. 3 cards away from a corrupted character. Yes, 1, 2, 3. That statement we know is true. Minion is 1 card away from the closest evil. Yes, because the minion would be next to the puppeteer. 7 is good. Yes, because the hunter's telling the truth. You're corrupted, so we don't care about you. And it's just the dreamer, and if we put the dreamer at the knitter, could be Puka. Oh, because you're lying. Right, you're next to Puka. I think this is a puppeteer that wasn't able to make a puppet. Because if the puppet and puppeteer are anywhere else, this knitter's telling the truth. But she can't be telling the truth because she's sitting next to Puka. I think this is a wild situation where this knitter is a puppeteer that couldn't make a puppet. Oh, we've got a plague doctor and a drunk. And we're going to have both because there's the chancellor. Chancellor? Chancellor, yeah, okay. Is it chancellor or counselor? There's a bishop. There's a knight. I'm just going to go. We'll just let Lilith kill someone, whatever. There's a second knight. There's a second architect. The architects agree. So how do we make 2? We can only make 2 architects if one of them's a minion. We can only make 2 knights if one of them's a minion. But we've got a drunk kicking around as well. So there's a minion amongst the architects. There's a minion amongst the knights. That means this plague doctor is on the up and up. So we can check for a corrupted knight. He's not corrupted. I believe him. Good. So this knight is good. This knight might be corrupted, though. You're saying that gesture's evil. You're saying 1, 6, and 9 has 1 of each. So you're saying you're the villager, the gesture's evil, and 6 is the dead drunk. Or you're drunk and you don't know what you're talking about. I've got 2 architects that agree. So we're looking at 2 lying architects. Because 2 architects that agree, but we don't have a doppelganger and we don't have a shaman. We can't have 2 legitimate architects. So we've got 2 architects that are lying, which either means the right side is more evil, or it means that 2 sides are equally evil. And I'll tell you what, we've got 3 to place, and we know one of them's an architect, and we know one of them's a knight, and both architects are on the left, and both knights are on the right, then that checks out. We can't make the left side more evil. Okay, so this makes sense. We're going to kill someone on the left, we're going to kill someone on the right, and then we either kill the jester in the middle, which means they're equally evil, and both architects are lying, or we kill somebody else on the right, in which case the right side is more evil and both architects are lying. I'm good with that. Yeah, one architect could be drunk, but in that case, both architects are still lying. It doesn't matter. No matter what, we cannot make the left side more evil. But we know both architects are liars, which means neither of them are villagers. So, the jester looks for evil. We should have the jester look at the plague doctor. We know you're a good knight. We should have the jester look at... What if you're not a jester? What if you're a drunk? How could you screw me up? You're saying 6, 8, or 9. You're saying someone over there is evil. And we know it's not 6, and we know it's not 8. You're saying the jester's evil. But you could be drunk. How do I maximize my information out of the jester? I know... Oh, wait, if you're a good knight, you're an evil knight. You have to be. Haha. And if you're a chancellor, then somebody here's got to be drunk. So my drunk is not dead, which means... You're not pointing at the drunk. You're not pointing to an outcast at all. You are lying. Look at this board. All right, but now we've got enough information to check the jester. Because we know you're evil. We know you're not. And we know you're not. He sees one evil, and that's a true statement. Which means 6, 8, 9 are all good, which means you're lying. Okay. I've got a drunk, I've got a poisoned civilian, and I've got 2 demons. Or 2 evil, I guess. We know that the right side is more evil because both sides can't be equal without the jester. So either you're both evil, or one of you is evil and someone over here is evil. Either one would be fine. And this, we just have to take the shot at somebody. Like, oh, do we have to take 2 shots here? How are we ever going to untangle this? We have to take 2 shots, but I've only got the health for 1. Well, either the architect or the empress is a drunk. I know that for a fact, right? Yeah, I do know that for a fact. And I know one of the architects is for sure evil. But there's no way to know which one. Nobody's saying anything about 5 or 7. Oh, goodness. This friggin' drunk, man. If the Empress is drunk, the bishop must be evil. If the Empress is evil, the architect on the bottom must be drunk. If you're evil, you could be drunk. And the other evil would be over here. That checks out. If you're evil, you would be drunk and you would be evil. Evil, drunk, evil somewhere over here. Evil, drunk, evil. So if you're evil, I would take the one shot on you, right? And then I would know where the other evil is. If you're evil, the logic works the same way in reverse. If you're evil, I know you're evil because you're drunk. If you're evil, you're evil, I know you're drunk, but then I got to take a second shot. So I'm going to get the one shot, and then that will tell me. I don't have to bank on luck. I've got this locked because I've determined which shot is less risky. If the bishop is evil, that means the empress is drunk and the other evil's one over here. So if I take the shot on the bishop and I'm right, I then have to take a second shot on the architect. If I take a shot on the empress, if the empress is evil, I know this architect is drunk and this architect is evil. If I shoot the empress and she's a drunk, yeah, if I shoot her and he's a drunk, I do have to take a second shot, don't I? Is there anywhere I only have to take one shot? If I shoot you and you're drunk, I know you're evil. Who do I have left to place? A minion and Lilith. Well, no, if I shoot you and you're drunk, you both have to be evil, because you're both liars. Right? No, not necessarily. If I shoot you and you're drunk... Yeah, because I could have an evil here, and then you got plague doctored. That would work. But if I get lucky on the first shot and you're evil, I know the other evil is over here. Do I? No, I don't. Because it could be evil, drunk plague doctor. Oh, Jesus, no, there's no way to untangle this. This doesn't ever go well for me. Both architects could be evil. I could have a minion and then Lilith. And then you're drunk and you got hit with the plague doctor. They can both totally be evil. No, they can't, because then the left side would be more evil. Aha, that's what prevents that. So if I shoot you and you're drunk, I still have to place an evil over here so I know you're evil. And then I know you're not. Yeah, if I shoot you and you're drunk, I know you're evil. If I shoot you and you're evil, I know you're drunk. I think we take this shot. So that was Lilith. So you must be the drunk, and you must be evil. Is that correct? Because now the right side is more evil, like the architects say. Well, the architects are lying, but they're agreeing in their lie, which is useful information. If you're evil, you're drunk, and you got plague doctored. No, because I don't have anywhere to generate two architects. One of the architects must be evil, and it can't be this one because she's not drunk. You're dead. All right. Whew. So we didn't... That wasn't a 50-50, because I knew taking this shot, I knew would give me information either way. If she had been drunk, then we know this character would have had to have been evil. And we would have won. We just would have won with less health. Thank goodness. Okay, so we've got a doppelganger. I'm placing Lilith. Oh, a shaman. Okay. Shaman and a doppelganger. That's always a fun combo to have. There's a lover. I'm going to skip the lover. The one's next to you, I think. Because if Lilith kills one, that tells us something about you. We know that this is always the truth. Okay, now I want to know about... Ooh, no. We know you're lying now. Because this was a good character. Lilith just gave me information. Okay, well, let's just keep going around. There's a druid. There's a druid. There's a druid. All right. So the two good characters here are dead. So, is there any way... There's no source of corruption, right? No. You're lying, so you're dead. I should have taken that shot as soon as we knew that. We knew 6 cards ago that she was lying. Oh, well. Look at this mess. Well, because Lilith is here, we can't have... Ah, geez, this is a mess. Okay, you're saying 5, 6, and 10. I don't see any way the dead characters could be the doppelganger. The doppelganger's got to be on the table. Well, wait, hold on. Let's start up here, because you said she's a real lover, but she wasn't. So you're lying, so you're dead. So I've only got 1 minion to place to account for all these duplicates. Shaman's a minion, right? Yes, Shaman's a minion. So... I think we have all 3 druids look at the druids. And see if they agree. No outcasts. No outcasts. There's a doppelganger. I'm only looking for 1 evil left. So you're saying 5, 6, and 10 between the bishop, the druid, and a dead person up there. So 10 is the villager. This could be a true statement, because 10 could be a villager, 5 could be a doppelganger, and 6 could be a minion. In fact, 6 being a minion makes sense to me. What do you think? 3, 5, and 9? Yeah, 3 could be a villager, 5 could be a doppelganger, and 9 could be a minion. But you can't both be right, can you? Why would these 3 druids disagree? So we could get 3 druids by one of them being the druid from the deck, one of them being a druid gifted to us by the shaman duplicating the druid, and then one of them being a doppelganger. These 2 druids say no outcast, no outcast. They can't both be lying because we only have 1 more liar to place. You could be lying. The only way these druids could disagree is if you're lying, and if you're lying, it's because you're a minion. So you're a druid, you're a second druid gifted to us by a shaman. You're pointing at a minion, number 6, an outcast, number 5, and a villager, number 10. You're pointing at a villager, number 3, an outcast, number 5, and a minion, number 9. And you... So, okay, we have a real druid, a second druid duplicated from the shaman, a minion pretending to be a druid, a bishop, and a doppelganger. I didn't need these 2 dead people. Who cares what they are? I kind of wish I could see what they are, though, right? Like, I wish I could still take a look. All right, I think I'm going to do 1 more round, and then I'm going to make a sandwich. You guys know what a sandwich is? That's when you take delicious ingredients and you put them between slices of bread, often with, like, spread or something on them. Because I am ravenously hungry, and I've got a fridge filled with sandwich stuff. But it's fine. This is a 20-minute table because I got a drunk and a plague doctor. And a shaman and Lilith. There's a gem crafter. You're saying 6 is good. Let's see what 6 is. Okay. That's fair. 1 evil adjacent to me. Can this Plague Doctor be duplicated anyway? But yes, it's possible. We could, if we see a second Plague Doctor, one of them could be a minion. What's not possible is having a Plague Doctor and a drunk. I don't think. Disguised as a copy of a random villager or as a copy of a random villager or outcast. Okay, so yeah, if we see two outcasts, one of them could be a minion. If we only see one outcast, we know we don't have a drunk. I cured 2 corruptions? No, you didn't. You didn't cure anything. If the Plague Doctor corrupted anybody in your area, you would have said 1 corruptant. You can't cure the drunk, so you are lying. Now, you might be corrupted yourself. We got a gem crafter saying 6 is good, and a gem crafter saying 6 is good. What the... Oh, because we've got the shaman. The shaman gave us 2 gem crafters saying 6 is good. We got a judge. We got a dreamer. All right, I like my chances at this one. They're agreeing, and they're agreeing with a character we know is good. So, yes and yes. Like, thanks. What about our judge? Is our judge good? You're lying, sir. Now, you could have got Plague Doctored, and you could have got Plague Doctored. So, let's check for that. Did you get Plague Doctored? 8 is evil, 8 is corrupted. Excuse me? How is that even remotely possible? How can you be evil and corrupted? All right, all right, all right. What? You can't... The only way you can be corrupted is if you're a good villager. 8 is evil, 8 is corrupted. Is the Plague Doctor evil then? Oh, okay. I didn't think that could happen. That was a fake... So this might have been a Plague Doctor. Right here. That Lilith killed, and then this is a second Plague Doctor who is my minion. Okay. But wait a minute, you said 6 is good, and you said 6 is good. Look at all these liars coming out now. And that means you're telling the truth, because number 1 is lying. I'm sorry, Judge. Okay. Oh my god, 2 to place. So I've got 2 minions, and then somebody corrupted by the Plague Doctor. You says there's one evil adjacent to you, and it's not you. And there's no other way you can be corrupted. What does the Dreamer say about this gem crafter? Could be the twin minion. Yeah, you know what? I think we have to trust her. Dreamer's good. All right, so one more minion. So how did the shaman work then? There are 2 same villager roles in current village. If you're a minion and you're a gem crafter, then who did the shaman... Oh, we don't know who this is. This could be anything. This could be somebody gifted by the shaman. Okay. I'm more inclined to think you're evil. I think it's more likely that you're a gem crafter and then the minion duplicated you. Because we know that this wasn't a shaman situation. I mean, I can afford to take 2 shots and there's only 2 people left, but I think it's the alchemist. He was drunk. Well, it's bound to happen. All right. I'm going to step away for just like 10 minutes or so. Just enough time to make and scarf down a sandwich. And then I will come back and continue this. So why don't I go ahead and put this screen back up. I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes or so. Yo, what up? I have scarfed the sandwich. The sandwich has been scarfed. Why can't I see the game now in OBS, huh? OBS, what are you doing to me? There we are. Ascension level 11. I don't think the tables are getting much harder, honestly. I wonder if we've reached, like, the plateau of how difficult the decks can get. Alright, we have a Puka. We got a Plague Doctor. So we got some liars in this house. Alchemist cured, 1 corrupted. Possible. 3, 7, or 8 is evil. Puka's 2 cards away from the closest evil. 1 pair of evil. 2 cards away from a corrupted character. Here's my Plague Doctor. Okay, so the Plague Doctor is accounted for. We know you're a good Plague Doctor. Because we know we have 1 outcast. If the minions pretending to be a Plague Doctor, we would have 0 outcasts. Alright. Did you just squeak? Are you a squeaker all of a sudden? I think she's upset because I just ate a turkey sandwich and she did not get one. Okay. You're saying you're 2 cards away from a corrupted character, so either the lover or the scout. The lover would be more helpful information if she was corrupted. Because if the lover's corrupted, that means this knitter is evil. The alchemist is... We need to check if the alchemist is corrupted. Perhaps. Because if you're not corrupted... Well, it still doesn't exonerate you, though. For you to be telling the truth... You can't be telling the truth, can you? Oh, you could. Yeah, we could put Puka across the board, and then this knitter could be Plague Doctored. No. It's the closest corrupted character, so he'd be seeing the knitter. So, okay, the bard is saying the knitter's not corrupted. You're saying the scout's corrupted? That could work. I could put Puka here. I have 2 knitters. What? No, no, no. One of you's a minion. One of you's a minion. And you're both agreeing, so one of you's a minion and one of you's corrupted. So I Plague Doctor one of you. Four is evil, 8 is corrupted. Yes, I believe you. Sometimes the answer is just right in front of you. You just got to be willing to see it. All right, thank you, Plague Doctor. Very helpful indeed. There's only 1 pair of evil. We know that there's not any pairs of evil, which means the Scout and Bard are not evil. 1 is evil, 3, 7, or 8. We know you're telling the truth now. Do we? Could you be Puka still? You could still be Puka. No, because the Plague Doctor said you're corrupted. Okay, you can't be Puka. You're telling the truth. 2 cards away from a corrupted character. Well, now, if you're corrupted, you didn't cure crap. You jerk. One is evil. 3, 7, or 8. Let's start marking who's not Puka. You're not Puka. You're not Puka. You're not Puka. Right, because Puka has to be a unique villager, so we know that you're not Puka. You're also next to a truth teller. You're next to a truth teller, so you're not Puka. You're not Puka, obviously. So Puka can be living anywhere here. You're saying Puka's 2 cards away from the closest evil. That would put her at the Empress if you're not corrupt. Here's the thing. If you're telling the truth, you're putting Puka right next to you, which turns you into a liar. This statement must be false. Puka must be more than 2 cards away. So Puka's either 1 card away or she's 3 cards away, and you're not Puka. And because we have 2 liars up here, we know that Puka is up here, and you got Plague Doctored. And because we know you're not Puka, we know the Alchemist is. Sometimes it's just that easy. Just that easy. We got a Wretch, a Puka, and a Twin Minion. There's a Bishop. There's a Gemcrafter. Jester. Oracle. Ah, a good Confessor. You love to see that. Another Gemcrafter. There's my Wretch. And a Medium. Okay. 2 Gemcrafters with this slot means one of them's a minion. One is saying 1 is good. One is saying 8 is good. 8 and 6 are looking at each other. 6 is saying she's a real Gemcrafter. The medium is saying... The medium is saying she's a real Gemcrafter. The Gemcrafter is saying the medium is good. Between 2, 4, 5, we've got Minion, Villager, Outcast. Well, the Confessor is the Villager. You're saying 4 or 6 is the Twin Minion. Well, then you're saying 6 is the Twin Minion. Because you're not talking about yourself, surely. Yeah, the Bishop is saying that the Confessor is a Villager. But there's no Outcast for her to be looking at, so she must be lying. We got to start finding liars. All right, this Jester. We know we've got one who will definitely ping as evil and one that should definitely ping as good. So let's look at the Jester, the Wretch, and the Confessor. He's saying 1 evil. That means he's telling the truth. Because between those 3 characters, he's only seeing the Wretch as evil. So the Jester is good. You're saying 4 or 6 is the Twin Minion. Well, the Twin Minion has to be 2 or 6. If you're telling the truth, then 6 is the Twin Minion, which makes 8 a liar. And then it kind of comes down to what this other Gemcrafter means. If you're lying, it means the Twin Minion is over here. Which could exonerate the both of you. That doesn't make sense. If you're lying, look at this. If she's lying, the Twin Minion must be number 2, right? Because she's saying it's 4 or 6. We know it's either 2 or 6. So if she's lying, it's got to be 2. So this is a minion. If this is a minion, this is a real Gemcrafter, which means you're telling the truth, which means you're both good. But then where does Puka go? Puka can only go here, but if Puka's here, she would have corrupted this this medium. Yeah, because she's saying 1 is good. So if she's evil, she's saying this is Puka. But if this is Puka, then she should be corrupted. But if she's corrupted, then how are the Gemcrafter and the medium confirming each other? So she can't be lying. She has to be telling the truth. 4 or 6 is a Twin Minion. And we know it's not 4. Therefore, it's 6. Beautiful. And then we just need to find Puka. Well, I'll tell you what. If she's not a real gem crafter, you're lying. If you're Puka, you're lying, but it's accounted for. And you're lying, but it's accounted for. If you're Puka, you're lying, but it's accounted for, and you're telling the truth. This looks like a 50-50, unfortunately. You can't be Puka. If you're Puka, you're telling the truth about this bishop. So, if you're Puka, your lie's accounted for, you're lying, and you're telling the truth. If you're Puka, your lie's accounted for, and your lie's accounted for. There's not a way to split the difference. Do we shoot the medium or do we shoot the bishop? We know it's not the gem crafter. Oh, well, yeah, no, because he has to be as... Well, okay. It could be a gem crafter by the rules of demons. But if the... Yeah, because the demon has to be a unique villager, but there's not two gem crafters. There was a fake gem crafter. So two villagers can be a minion demon pair. That part checks out. But if you're Puka, you've corrupted her, and then where does this lie come from? So the gem crafter is exonerated. It's just a matter of is she telling the truth or not. I'm going to shoot the bishop. I'm going to shoot the bishop. That bishop was corrupted. That means it's the medium. Get out of here, Puka. Had enough of your lies. All right, we've got 2 outcasts, but there's 3 in the deck. Or yeah, because we're going to see one from the deck and we're going to see one from the Chancellor. There's an Oracle. There's a Bombardier. There's an Architect. A Gem Crafter. A Dreamer. The Plague Doctor. The Architect. The Knight. I got 2 Architects on my board here. And I've got 2 Outcasts on my board, which is what I'm expecting. So I think I've got 2 Architects that agree. I've got no source of corruption. I do have a source of corruption. I got a Plague Doctor. What am I talking about? But the Plague Doctor can test the Knight. Not corrupted. The Knight's good. Plague Doctor is good. I've got 2 Architects agreeing with each other. You're saying 4 or 7 is a Chancellor. 4 can't be a Chancellor, because 4 is not next to an Outcast, but 7 could definitely be a Chancellor. And it looks like we have to have a minion-demon pair here. Because the Architects are agreeing. If it's a minion-demon pair, then both Architects are lying, and the lies are accounted for. Because I've got 1 evil on the left and 1 evil on the right. The only way it's a minion and a real Architect is if one of the Architects is lying. Oh, we got a Plague Doctor. You could have targeted this Architect, and then this could be a minion. Okay, so it's not a minion-demon pair necessarily. We don't know for sure. I believe the Bombardier. We're just going to nervously keep an eye on him. 4 or 7 is a Chancellor. Let's see what the Dreamer says about that. Could be Ba. So either this is not the Chancellor... what information do you get from a Dreamer? It's like, if you get good info, you get good info is what it's saying. Learn an evil roll. If evil picked, learn correct info. But like, it could be Ba, for all I know. 3 is good. No, 3 is not good. 3 could be a good liar. 3 could be corrupted. 4 or 7 is a Chancellor. Dreamer, I just don't ever... I don't like this card. Just... Not useful information. So I know I have a minion here. I've either got a minion demon pair, or I have a minion and a corrupted Architect. Either way, the lies balance out, though. Four or seven is a Chancellor. 4 can't be the Chancellor, but 7 definitely could be. So the Oracle and Dreamer are disagreeing. Dreamer's technically not lying. 7 could be Ba. I mean, she's just mistaken. She's not lying. I've got 2 to place, and it's going to be either one on each side or both on the left. You're lying, and you're lying. Well, you might not be lying. There's a world where you're not lying. What if you're the Chancellor? You can't be. The Chancellor has to be one of these architects. You can't be the Chancellor. You could be... What if you're Ba? If you're Ba, then the Plague Doctor got one of the architects, and I have no idea which. Well, if you're Ba, this lie is accounted for, which would make this the Chancellor, which runs into a contradiction, because where does this lie come from? If you're Ba, we know you're not the Chancellor. If you're Ba, you're saying 4 or 7 is the Chancellor, but you're lying. So 3 is the Chancellor, creating this bombardier. You got tagged by the Plague Doctor, so where does this lie come from? If the Oracle is Ba. So we know the Oracle is not Ba. We know the Oracle is not the Chancellor. Oracle is a villager. And she may have possibly got tagged by the Plague Doctor, but she and the Gemcrafter didn't both get tagged by the Plague Doctor. So if this is a true statement, you got tagged. And then this is a true statement. Which means this is the Chancellor. That works. If this is a true statement, then this is the Chancellor. I think I've proven this has to be the Chancellor, because you and you cannot both be liars, right? You can't be Ba or the Chancellor. You can only be a liar if you've been tagged by the Plague Doctor. If you've been tagged by the Plague Doctor, we might have a Chancellor Ba situation. Minion evil, but then where does your lie come from? Doesn't make sense. Let me run through that again, because I think I just confused myself. You cannot be the Chancellor or Ba. If you're telling the truth, this is a Chancellor. If you're lying, this is a Chancellor. But if you're lying, the only way you can be lying is if the Plague Doctor got you. And then if you're lying, this is a Chancellor, but then you're also lying. And the Plague Doctor has already acted. So that, yeah, you can't... If you're lying, this is the Chancellor. And then the Gemcrafter is lying, which she can't be because the Plague Doctor has to have tagged the Oracle. The Oracle can't be lying. Yes, the Architects, they must be lying because the Chancellor has to be one of them, and they're agreeing. They're both saying right side is more evil. So they're both telling the same lie. And I think I just proved the Oracle cannot be lying. So let me run through all of it again. Let's make sure that the Oracle can't be Ba, because that would make her a liar. A lying Oracle is pointing us to this architect as Chancellor, which makes this architect evil, which makes this Gemcrafter a liar. So if you're Ba, You're the Chancellor. You're a liar, but you're also a liar. And we've only got one Plague Doctor. So you don't work if you're Ba, and you can't be the Chancellor. And you can't have been tagged by the Plague Doctor because we still have to account for another lie. This Oracle's telling the truth. 4 or 7 is the Chancellor. And we know the Chancellor's an architect. So I'm killing this architect. Got him. So you... Okay. We're getting there. Ba could be anywhere, right? You can't be Ba. Because if you're Ba, you're good, and you're telling the truth now. So you're definitely not Ba. And if you're not Ba... Well, if you're the Chancellor, you've been Plague Doctored. The Dreamer is a liar now, isn't she? Yeah, look at that. So you got Plague Doctored, you're telling the truth, and you're Ba. She would have said 7's the Chancellor if it was right. Yep, that makes sense to me. All right, we've got a Doppelganger and a Wretch. Chancellor and Puka. So we're going to have both the Doppelganger and the Wretch. Oh boy. There's a Knitter. There's a Gem Crafter. There's a Scout. There's another Gem Crafter. There's the Wretch. You like to see the Wretch. There's loading up on Gem Crafters today, kids. There's a Judge. Okay. 2 Gem Crafters agree. 7 is good, 7 is good, 8 is good. Could the Gem Crafters agreeing be evil? No. Puka has to be a unique villager. Puka can't be a Gem Crafter, because there's 3 of them. So the Chancellor can be a Gem Crafter, creating this Wretch. And then there's another Gem Crafter with a Doppelganger. That's possible. Is there a possibility that the Chancellor's not a Gem Crafter? No. Because in that case, we would need a real Gem Crafter, which would preclude Puka from being a Gem Crafter. And then we have a Doppelganger, and then where does the 3rd Gem Crafter come from? So, the Chancellor is amongst the Gem Crafters. 7 is good, 7 is good. We're agreeing here. Can we have 2 lying Gem Crafters? I don't think so. I think we've got a Gem Crafter and a Doppelganger, both telling us that 7 is good. But that Hunter is lying. The Hunter's lying for sure, because he's 2 cards away from the closest evil. Or this Gem Crafter. It's more likely this Gem Crafter is evil. But the point is it can't be 4 cards away, because look, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's pointing at the Scout. But that's the only thing he could be pointing at. Because it's 4 cards away from the other direction as well. And we got to place 2 evils. So the Hunter's lying. But I think the 2 Gem Crafters are agreeing that the Hunter is good. So the Hunter is sitting next to Puka. Well, Puka can't be a Gem Crafter. I think we got it. I think this Gem Crafter has to be a Chancellor and this Judge has to be Puka. Puka's 2 cards away from the closest evil. That would be true. Evils are not adjacent to each other. That would be false, but you're next to Puka, so that's fine. I think it's sewn up. Yeah, let's see what the Judge says. 7 is saying truth. No, he's not. No, he's not, you liar. You lying liar who lies. Because you're Puka, and this is your buddy. And we're going home now. All right, we got a Plague Doctor. Oh boy, it's the Drunk and Puka and a Plague Doctor all on the same board. So the Plague Doctor makes a liar. I've got 3 lying minions. Puka makes 2 more, and then I got a Drunk. There's 7 potential liars on this board. What am I going to do? There's a Gem Crafter. There's a Knitter. There's the Enlightened. The Hunter. 5 cards away? No, I don't think so, son. That's definitely 100% a lie. There's another enlightened. There's a druid. There's a fortune teller. An alchemist. Cured 2 corruptions. It's possible. It's possible if this one was Puka'd and this one got plague doctored, you could have cured both. There's a scout. And there's the plague doctor. Oh my goodness. Well, we know the hunter's lying. So plague doctor, is he corrupted? Two is evil, 4 is corrupted. And I believe you. Because we need to place one outcast, and then the second one's coming in from the chancellors. So nobody's pretending to be a plague doctor. So yeah, I think we kill 2. We kill this knitter. So there are not 2 pairs of evil. Closest evil is clockwise. You're a liar. Number 3 is good. Still possible. Closest evil is clockwise. So we have a minion to place. And the minion's got to be one of these 2, right? Has to be. Because I've got 2 enlightened. So if there's a minion here, if you're the minion, well, we know you're lying. That checks out. If you're the minion though, I don't have enough information to untangle those enlightens yet. So I've got 2 liars here sitting next to each other. 2 minions still to place. And a drunk. Number 3 can't be the drunk. The drunk is a random not in play villager. No, he can be drunk if this is a minion. It could be a minion drunk pair. Because then the enlightened is not in play. I have some tests I can run. Because we know we have a minion in this pair. So why don't we have the fortune teller take a look? Evil is true. We know that's true. So you're good. What use do I have for a druid? I think it's more useful if we have the druid look at people we know to confirm herself than to try to suss out a drunk. Because the drunk could be anybody. Anybody left on this table could be a drunk. The only 2 cards that can't be the drunk are the fortune teller or the plague doctor. How can this be true? But there's liars, 2 liars over here. You can't cure the drunk, which means you've cured a plague doctor victim and at least 1 Puka victim. If you cured a Puka victim, you've cured somebody on the south end, because Puka can't be up in this area. If the scout was Puka, you'd be corrupted, and the plague doctor's not Puka. We know the fortune teller's not Puka. We know the druid's not Puka. So for you to have any shot of telling the truth, the enlightened would have to be Puka, and then the plague doctor would have had to shot either the druid or the scout. I'm going to test the druid for herself. We're going to take a look at a known civilian and a plague doctor and a known demon. She saw the plague doctor. She's telling the truth. All right, so this enlightened is not Puka. And that's the only way he's telling the truth, is if this enlightens Puka. There's not two people to have cured. Oh, yeah, he could have cured any number of corruptions. Okay. Oh, so you could be Puka and then you got cured. That's totally a possibility. And then you cured somebody who got plague doctored. But you couldn't have been Puka originally. Okay, so you could still be Puka. This could still be true. Number 3 is good. We don't know, actually. Who am I placing? Puka and a minion. The Chancellor's got to be sitting next to the drunk. Not everybody at the table can be drunk. Only the gem crafter or the enlightened could be drunk. Now, if the gem crafter is drunk, that means the enlightened is evil. If the enlightened is drunk, that means the gem crafter is lying. Is there a world where you're telling the truth? No, there's no world where you're telling the truth. We already know that. Is there a world where you're telling the truth? Closest evil is clockwise. We're saying the closest evil is the alchemist. If you're telling the truth, the closest evil is the alchemist, but then you'd be equidistant from this chancellor. So you're also a liar. If the alchemist is telling the truth, then the scout... So how do we get him to 2 corruptions cured? If you're Puka, you got cured, that's 1. And then the plague doctor shot either the fortune teller or the scout. That would be 2. That works. If you're drunk, you're evil. If you're drunk, you're lying. Can you be lying with what we know what else is on the board? Can you be telling the truth? Maybe that's a better question. If you're telling the truth, you're a drunk. That works. If you're telling the truth, you're a drunk. That works just fine. If you're lying, it's because you're drunk. You can't be evil. There's no world where she's evil. There's a world where she's a lying drunk, but she can't be evil. Which means she can't be Puka or a minion. And then Puka could have done any of this in any configuration. Puka could be here. If you're Puka, you're lying and you're a drunk. And then you're lying because you're next to Puka. And then you're lying because you got shot by the plague doctor. Or you're the minion. But then how did you get to 2 corruptions? So, okay. We're saying you're Puka. Puka's taken off the board. You're lying because you're next to Puka. You're lying because you're a drunk. You got shot by the plague doctor. And now we're out of lies. The drunk's accounted for. The plague doctor's accounted for. Puka's accounted for. Then how did you cure anybody? So you can't be Puka. Did that make sense? Am I talking sense? I think that's correct. We need to account for Puka, a minion, up to 2 Puka'd characters, and a plague doctored character, and a drunk. If you're Puka, you must be the drunk, because you're next to the Chancellor. So Puka and the drunk are off the board. You got Puka'd, so you're a Puka'd character. then you must be either the minion or you've been plague doctored, and then you're the other one. Either you got plague doctored or you're the minion. Oh. Dork. Okay. I checked the hunter and I should have checked the alchemist. The alchemist is a more valuable person to know if they're lying or not. Well, yeah, if you're Puka, then the scout's lying, and we're out of we can account for 2 lies, but not 3. So you're Puka, you're a drunk, you're a Puka'd hunter, you got tagged by the plague doctor, you're a minion, and then how are you lying? Because Puka's not 2 cards away from the closest evil. So you're not Puka. Great, and we know that you're not evil of any kind. Don't we? I feel like I said that. Why did I say that? If you're evil, you're lying, and this enlightened is a drunk. I determined she's not evil, but I don't remember how I did that now. You could easily be Puka. If you're Puka, these are 2 Puka'd characters. This is a drunk. No, if you're Puka, you're the drunk, because you have to be telling the truth. This makes the scout true. Your lie is accounted for, and then you're the minion. But then who got plague doctored? So if you're Puka, you're both liar. Your lies are accounted for. You could still be the drunk. In fact, you would have to be in that case. The alchemist would have to be the minion. But then who did the plague doctor shoot? If you're Puka, the alchemist has to be telling the truth. Let's follow this train. If you're Puka, your lie is accounted for. You're a drunk. And you're the minion, and that accounts for your lies. I think it's more likely that this enlightened is the Puka. And the alchemist is telling the truth. But then who did the plague doctor get? I think the Puka and plague, no matter how I look at it, it looks like the Puka and the plague doctor can get 2 different characters, or they can both target the same characters. Like, there's no reason Puka can't corrupt this hunter and the plague doctor shoots that hunter. And I know the hunter is corrupted. So I know the hunter's not Puka. If you're Puka, you're lying, which means you're the minion. Yeah, the plague doctor hits one of these people down here. That's right. They got cured. So we really don't have to worry about the plague doctor at all. We can take him out of the equation. But I think it's this enlightened. You're Puka. So you got cured and you got cured. Your lie is accounted for. We know you're not evil. We know you're a drunk. And then the scout is the minion. We've ruled you out from being Puka. We know that you can't be Puka. If you're Puka, I think we have too many liars if you're Puka. If you're Puka, then this must be the minion to make your statement a lie. But then we have 2 liars down here we can't account for. And also, this would be... We have 3 liars if this gem crafter is Puka. So you're not Puka, you're not Puka, you're not Puka. This is Puka. You're Puka. Excuse me? This enlightened is the minion, and this one's the drunk. Shoot. Well, no, because if you're the minion, you're 2 cards away from Puka, but you're not lying. Oh, yes. I ruled you out from being Puka, not from being the minion. Fine, half the village burned. I'll live with that. We've got a wretch. Oh boy, a drunk again. A witch. We're going to lose cards, too? Cured 1 corruption? No, you didn't. You didn't cure anything. You're lying. You didn't cure crap. We've got a wretch, chancellor, a witch, Lilith, and a drunk. The only source of corruption is a drunk, and you can't cure the drunk. You're lying. I just said the only source of corruption is the drunk. And I murdered the drunk on the first card. 1 card away from a corrupt... Yeah, you sure were, bud. You're 1 card away from a corrupted corpse now. I cured 2 corruptions. No, you didn't. Go to hell. God damn it. Can I deduce anything from what I've got here? Because if I click once more, I'm going to lose more health. Between 2, 4, and 5, there's a minion, an outcast, and a villager. The bard is a villager. We don't know anything about the fortune teller. Here, let's... 7 could be witch, so you're good. Pick 2, learn if any are evil. If the fortune teller is a liar, oh, wait a minute, we could have a dead wretch, and that would throw everything off. A dead wretch would be terrible for us. I can't assume this is a villager, I can only assume that they're good. And the wretch would read as evil, which would throw off the fortune teller's reading. Closest evil is equidistant. If you're the wretch, the chancellor is sitting next to you. There's a minion, outcast, and villager between 2, 4, and 5. The bard is a villager. If you're telling the truth, the fortune teller can't be. We can test the fortune teller. You're right. 4 can't be a dead wretch. She would see that as a minion. And I don't have a second drunk. The bishop has to be lying. Good call. But now your information's not useful. As soon as I flip 9 or 10, I lose the other card. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. The chancellor could be sitting at 10 next to the drunk. The chancellor could be sitting at 9 next to the wretch at 10. Also a possibility. The chancellor has to be sitting at either 9 or 10. The Chancellor can't be the Bard. The other side of the drunk is 10. If 10 is the wretch, that pushes the Chancellor to 9. The Chancellor has to be at 9 or 10. You're saying closest evil is equidistant. If the Chancellor's here, the wretch is here. If the Chancellor's here, the wretch is here. Either way, you're telling the truth, my guy. You're a reliable source, no matter which way this all falls out. If this is a Chancellor, this is a wretch. If this is a Chancellor, this is a wretch. So I think what I do is I have my fortune teller. She can't distinguish which is which, though, and I don't want to accidentally kill the wretch. The fortune teller could tell me if one of these given cards are evil, but both of these cards are going to read as evil. So I've got to look for Lilith instead. And if one's a Chancellor and one's a wretch, we have to have, and we've already murdered the drunk, the bishop has to be Lilith. And then I can safely flip 9 and 10, and then we would know. So do we use the fortune teller to confirm the bishop is evil? Evil, true. Yeah, so you've got to be Lilith. Now I can safely flip these cards. We got a Dreamer. Oh, I can't. Oh, because the witch. Oh, we killed the witch. Okay, there's the wretch. So yeah, you're the Chancellor. Whew. We've got a small puka table here, and there's a bombardier kicking around. Confessor's dizzy. There's a druid. There's a hunter who's saying that Confessor is evil. There are no minions. That's actually true. That's a true statement. There's the bombardier. So we know the bombardier is good. There's only one pair of evil. That's a lie. Because there's only one evil. And you're not lying, but you're doing a thing. You're saying you're too... You can't be Puka. Because we need a way to corrupt this poet. Either you're Puka or you're Puka. But you can't be. Let's see if this druid sees the bombardier here. Between yourself and the bombardier and the oracle. No outcast. That's a lie. I see 3 lies in a row, and I see this hunter pointing at the confessor, and this dreamer is going to tell us, it could be Puka. It sure is. 5,000 points. Do points matter? Do we care about points? Got a drunk and a plague doctor. Oh, and Puka. And a poisoner. Holy Christ. So Puka, the poisoner gets 1. Puka gets 2. The plague doctor gets 1. The drunk gets 1. We got 7 potential liars out of 9 villagers. Oh. All right. Let's lock in. There are no corrupted characters. Bull honky. No, sir. Absolutely not. Bard be talking about there's no corrupted characters in the most corrupted village in all of creation. I don't think so, sir. There's my plague doctor. I cured 2 corruptions. Possible. All right, we've got double lovers, which means our poisoner has to be up here. The poisoner is the only way to account for having duplicate characters. That helps a lot, actually. If you're the poisoner and you poisoned this lover, That doesn't work. If you're the poisoner and you poison this lover, that does work. Yeah, and that works with this hunter as well. Because if this is a real alchemist, then we're not. Then he's not a liar. So okay, we know for sure this bard is lying. So let's start there. One is not corrupted, then he's evil. Or he's a drunk. No, if he was a drunk, he would say he's corrupted. Because a drunk is corrupted, right? Yeah, I'm corrupted and I lie. If he's not corrupted, he's evil, and I'm killing him. Puka! So you're lying and you're lying. 2 or 8 is a poisoner. Not bloody likely. Closest evil is counterclockwise. So I'm thinking this is the poisoner. Let's see what the dreamer thinks. 7 could be poisoner. You're saying 1 away from evil? You're saying you cured 2 corruptions. How? If the poisoner took you, you got cured, and then the plague doctor took you and you got cured. This is looking pretty poisoner to me right here. That accounts for... Oh, you couldn't have gotten cured. You're too far away. 2 or 8 is a poisoner. So you're not the poisoner. If you're the poisoner and you poison this guy, and then the plague doctor shot the dreamer, that could work. But 8's not the poisoner, because this oracle's lying. You're saying 7's the poisoner. You're saying 7 is evil. You're saying the people next to you are telling the truth. You're just flat out lying. That can't be the case. Because if you're the... You can't be the poisoner. The lover's got to be one of the poisoners. If you're the poisoner, you can't be, because the oracle's... Okay, yeah, it's got to be 7. There's no other option. Got him. Drunk-ass oracle. Get out of here. You didn't even need to get Puka. You were already blotto before you even rolled up next to Puka. Already spitting nonsense out of both ends. We got a bombardier and a plague doctor and a witch and a... I was an architect. You... I mean, you're probably just lying. Bombardier. And I don't get this last card. Okay. All right, so if the baker was telling the truth, she would say, I am the original baker. So this could be Ba, or this could be... Well, she can't have gotten plague doctored unless... Yeah, can't have gotten plague doctored. Because we got the bombardier, not the plague doctor. Although I don't know what this is. This could be a second bombardier making you a fake bombardier. But the point is we don't have a plague doctor. If we don't have a plague doctor, we don't have anybody lying. If you're lying, you're evil. Oh, okay, well, if you're lying, you're evil. And now we get this card. I cured 0 corruptions. I believe you. And I believe you. Closest evil is clockwise. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That can't be. You're saying that this is evil, but even if this could be an evil card, you would say equidistant. I think you're lying. If you're lying, you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. And you, I'm just going to assume you know what you're talking about. Let's just... She says there's no outcasts among 4, 5, and 7. Okay, something is screwy here. No, this makes sense, because if you're lying, you're not. If you're lying, you're closer than this enlightened. And both sides are equally evil, and you're still one away. The druid is a liar. We got a bombardier. And a puppeteer. And Lilith. And the Vitch. I'm dizzy. We don't have any means of corruption, I'm sad to say. So if you're lying, you're evil. Closest. You're telling the truth, Mr. Enlightened. But it doesn't mean this could be the puppet. You could both be telling the truth. Let's skip this and see if they kill 4. No, they killed 10. If you're telling the truth, I mean, you're definitely telling the truth. But you could be the puppet, in which case you're not good. I need to keep going. 9 is a real confessor. I am good. Which makes you good. Because, yeah, you are a minion. Okay, okay. 5 is good. One of you is a minion. One of you is a minion. You could be pointing at this puppet. Lilith would have to be here or here. Ah, dang it. You're saying 5 is good. You're saying 2 is good. Well, now, wait a minute. The gem crafters can't both be telling the truth. One of them has to be the witch. Because we don't have any other way of getting a duplicate character on this map. You're saying 5 is good. You're saying 2 is good. You're telling the truth. How can we have 2 gem crafters together? Because we have no gem crafters, and one of them is Lilith. That's the only way, is if we have a witch and Lilith. They all have to be lying, and you have to be the puppet. So you're saying that 5 is good, but you're lying. You're saying that 2 is good, but you're lying. 2 is telling the truth because 2 is the puppet. There's no other way to have 2 gem crafters on this map. We don't have a doppelganger, we don't have a shaman. The minion has to be in there, but if it's just the minion, then they can't both be good. If you're lying, you're saying 5 is evil, but if you're lying, you're also a minion. So we're going to kill this gem crafter, and we're going to kill this gem crafter, and we're going to kill this enlightened. Doppelganger, Bombardier, Puppeteer, the Drunk, and Ba. There's a Druid. There's a Lover. Gemcrafter saying 8 is good. There's the Empress. The Bombardier. We've got 2 outcasts we're looking for. A good Confessor. And a Bishop. Okay. So we've got 2 Empresses. I've either got a Doppelganger or I've got a Drunk. 147. We're saying that 7 is a villager. 4 could be the doppelganger, and then 1 could be evil. We don't have any source. Oh, there's a drunk, potentially. So you're either saying the druid is the drunk and the empress down there is evil, or you're saying the empress is a drunk or a doppelganger. Yeah, the empress can't be a drunk. The empress must be a if she's an outcast, she's a doppelganger. Okay. You're saying 1 is evil between 3, 4, 7. And there's no overlap here. You're saying 1, 6, 8. So you're actually just saying 3 is evil, because that bombardier can't be. If you're telling the truth, you're an evil liar. Not necessarily, because we got a puppeteer. You could be telling the truth and be evil. And she's saying there's 1 evil adjacent to her. Let's see if we can get good info out of this druid. She sees the bombardier, so we can trust her. So you're saying 1, 6, or 8. We either have a doppelganger or we have a drunk, and there's no way to know which. You're saying there's 1 evil adjacent to you. If you're telling the truth, doesn't mean you're lying, because we have a puppeteer, which can turn an evil villager into a liar. Or prevent an evil villager from being a liar, I should say. You're saying 3 is evil. You're saying 6 or 8 is evil. You're saying 3 is evil. So you're agreeing with her. You're either saying the druid is a minion and the empress is a doppelganger, or you're saying the empress is a minion and the druid is a drunk. Where can Ba be on this board? Ba could be the bishop or the lover. Ba cannot be the confessor. Confessor's telling the truth. Ba cannot be the druid. The druid is telling the truth. Oh, Ba could be the gem crafter or the lover or the bishop. Or the empress if the other empress is a minion, and then we've got a drunk. There's lots of ways this could shake out. We were saying 147. That can't be true, because we know the druid's telling the truth now. So you must be lying. And if you're lying, you're evil. There went Ba. You said 168, and we know that's true now. You're saying 357. So you're saying 3. Well, you're saying 8 is good, and we know that's a lie. And if you're lying, you're evil. So 3, 5, 7, and we know that's true. 1 evil adjacent to me, and we know that's true. So the question is this lover the puppet? Or is this Empress the puppet? There's a 50% chance the Empress isn't. Well, hold on. No, it's just a... It's a... We've got a doppelganger. One of the Empresses is a doppelganger, right? And the puppets here can't take a doppelganger. Nobody's saying anything about 2. Oh, it's the 50-50 again. I've unlocked a few extra skins, like this one. I've got the original Empress skin looked like that, but I put her in this like frilly tea party dress. What other... Did I get any other skins? I know I've got a couple. Okay, here we go. I could have the lover kissing a pumpkin. So it's got to take the shot. It's one of these two, and I just don't know which. I think it's more likely to be the lover. Yeah, because there's a 50% chance that this is a doppelganger, and if this is a doppelganger, you don't have a choice. So there's a 75% chance you're the lover, and a 25% chance you're the lover. Because you've got to win 1 coin flip, and you've got to win 2 coin flips if you want to be the pet puppets. So let's try the lover. Got him. Got a doppelganger, 2 minions, and Lilith. There's a Slayer. I believe you. Closest evil is equidistant. So you're saying at least there and there. We're about to lose somebody, and there's just not much I can do about that. So I've got a doppelganger on the board, so 2 Slayers, and I have no Corruptors, so I've got 2 Slayers I can just use. And I've got you to test. We can test you right now. 0 evils. I believe you. Because this was a good character. This is a good, known good character. And if you're evil, you would have said 2. No, you could say 0. If you're evil, then yeah, you could say 0, I suppose. So no, what would have confirmed you? There's no answer you could give that would have confirmed yourself. I'm just dumb. I have no Corruptors, though. I've got 2 Slayers I can use. I could just send the Slayer after the Jester. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, let's send a Slayer over there. Couldn't kill 7. Okay, well, we know the Slayers are on the up and up. Because oh, you could have been... Never mind. We don't know that for sure. You could be a doppelganger. Okay. I've botched this completely, haven't I? I've used all my abilities and I know nothing about the table. Okay. What if... Can these Slayers both be evil? Yes. Lilith
a minion. You're a dead doppelganger. And then the other minion here. That's possible. But it's only possible if every single other person is telling the truth. Lilith is one card away from the closest evil. Well, that wouldn't be the case in this situation. Lilith, minion, minion. You'd be a liar. And there's no way to account for a liar. So that's not the case. And that's the only way this works. So I'm going to clear you guys. Between 2, 6, and 7, there's 0 evils. You couldn't kill the Jester because he's good. You couldn't kill that Slayer because he's good. Happy with that. Okay. The left side could be more evil only if this Architect is evil, which they can't be because they'd be lying. So you're lying. And at this table, if you're lying, you're corrupt. Never mind. Oh, God. I've ruined everything, haven't I? The only thing that makes sense is this. Yep. You were Lilith. We'll just pretend that didn't happen. Let's pretend that didn't happen. We got a Plague Doctor, Shaman, Witch, and Lilith. Gemcrafter. 2 Gemcrafters pointing at each other. 0 corruptions, I believe it. Both sides are equal. So we got 2 Architects, but they don't agree. I have no source of corruptions. I can have 2 Gemcrafters because of the Shaman, and they are... Two or 7 is a Shaman. I don't know that I believe you. Because the 2 Gemcrafters are pointing at each other and saying that we're good. So they're either both telling the truth or they're both lying. For them to both be lying, it would have to be Lilith and then one of the minions. I do have cards I can't see, though. There's no reason this couldn't be another Architect. Six, 7, 9. There's a... So looking at 2 cards I can't see. So there's a Villager, a dead Plague Doctor, and a minion under that last card. Is that what you're telling me? The right side can only be more evil if all 3 of these are evil. Evil, evil, evil. But then you'd be lying, and there's no way to account for your lie. Oh, that's the left side. Oh my God. That's not the right side at all. Yeah, these are all on the left side. So, okay, Witch and Lilith, if that's who's here. Then 2 or 7 is a Shaman. I've still got to place a Shaman. And I know you're not, and I know you wouldn't be. It could be Shaman Lilith, in which case you're telling the truth. Okay, and then we've got a Witch to place. We only need 2 evils on one side to make it more evil than the other side, which is totally possible. Can the right side be more evil without the top card? In that case, you would be correct. You'd be telling the truth. And then you 2 could be evil. And then that would work. Or both of you and then the bishop or something like that. Well, no. There's got to be a minion here. There must be. For the right side to be more evil, this would have to be the minion. And then one of these. Because there's no sources of corruption. No, we've got a plague doctor that we haven't seen. There's a plague doctor kicking around somewhere. So you could both... You could be from the shaman. And then disagreeing because the plague doctor got to you. In that case, though, both sides would have to be equally evil. The plague doctor would have had to gotten you, otherwise you would have cured a corruption. If you're agreeing, and you're both saying both sides are equally evil, but you've been plague doctored, we need this one dead. It's a lot of conjecture, but it is possible. For this to be true, you'd have to be a shaman and you'd have to be Lilith. That's the only way that works. At which point the architect is exonerated. No, not necessarily, because shaman and Lilith are on different sides of the board. And this could just easily be Lilith without any... Like, shaman, Lilith, and then a witch here. But then these have to disagree. So if you're telling the truth... We could have a shaman, and then a real gem crafter, and then the shaman gave us 2 architects, and the plague doctor shot this architect. That could be... this is a tricky one. Could also be in a situation where one of these is a minion and the other got shot by the plague doctor. You're saying the plague doctor is number 6 in this case, because they wouldn't have killed an evil or a minion if you're telling the truth. There's worlds where the 2 gem crafters are evil. There's worlds where the 2 architects are good. Thanks to the unseen plague doctor, who I can't even use because the witch won't let me flip his card. Unless he's down here. I'm going to have to take a shot somewhere. 2 or 7 is the shaman, says the oracle. If we say the oracle's telling... If we take a shot at this gem crafter, and she's not the shaman... You could have still been plague doctored, though. Like, doesn't really tell us that much. It tells us that you're lying about this. If I kill you and you're the shaman, that tells us this is evil. Because you have to be good together or evil together. Because you're saying the other is good, not that the other is telling the truth. Being shot with the plague doctor doesn't mean you're evil, it just means you're lying. So if you've been plague doctored, then she's evil. But if she's evil, you're evil. And if you're evil, she's evil. Logic works either way. So if you've been plague doctor, you couldn't have been plague. Say, okay, if you're corrupted by the plague doctor, that means you're lying about 5. If you're lying about 5, you're saying 5 is evil. If you're saying 5 is evil, you're saying that 5 is lying. If you're saying 5 is lying, you're saying you're evil. So no, the plague doctor didn't get either of these gem crafters. They're either good together or evil together, and there's no room for anything else. So she's saying 2 or 7 is the shaman. If 2 is the shaman, the other gem crafter is evil. If 2 is not the shaman, the other gem crafter is good. And what do we learn about the oracle? I guess it depends on if we flip anything. What are the possibilities? You're lying if you're Lilith. You're lying if you're a witch. You're lying if you got tagged by the plague doctor. Well, we know you didn't get tagged by the plague doctor, and we know neither gem crafter could get tagged by the plague doctor. But if this one had been, she would have been cured. You have not been tagged by the plague doctor. Otherwise, you would have been cured. So if you're lying, it's because you're evil. Can I make one side more evil without this card? I don't think so. No, I can't do it on the left because there's only 2 cards to place. Boom, boom, boom. I could make right side more evil by using these 3, but not the top card. But that doesn't work because the architect is then telling the truth. So for the right side to be more evil, we have to kill the bishop. We're saying the bishop's evil, the oracle's evil. But if we say this gem crafter is evil, we're saying this gem crafter is evil, and we've run out of minions. So evil, evil. But if we say the architect is evil, then the architect's telling the truth. We can't make the right side more evil without taking this card. And we can't make this truthful without taking this card. One of them's telling the truth. No, because one of them could be a minion lying, and the other one could be tagged by the plague doctor lying. Can I make the left side more evil at all without taking this top card? This would have to be evil. No, same thing applies. You'd have to be evil, and then you. But if I'm taking you, I'm taking you, in which case the left side is more evil, but then where does your like, oh, the plague doctor. Yeah, that's what I was checking for. I can make the left side more evil without taking that top card. I can't make the right side more evil without taking that top card. I can't make both sides evil without taking that top card. I was trying to see if I could, if any architect possibility requires the top card. But no, I can make the left side more evil by taking an architect and a gem crafter and then the other gem crafter. But then you would necessarily be telling the truth. Fine. All right, I think I got to take out this gem crafter, number 7, or number 2 rather, and just see where we stand. She was the shaman. So that means you're evil, because you were either good together or evil together. So there's Lilith. So you were actually correct. Just got to look for my witch. Still can't take this card. You're saying 6, 7, 9. Yeah, that's absolutely possible. I'm thinking 9 is the witch. If both architects are lying, that means the left side is more evil. That would look like this. Architect is evil. Yeah, that would mean you're evil and you got plague doctored. That's totally fine. That works. That's if both of them are lying. You'd be the witch and you got plague doctored. And I can't test for that. If you're lying, then you're evil or you're evil and you got plague doctored. If only you're lying, it's got to be you. It could be either architect, it could be the bishop, or it could be number 9. If the bishop is lying, say the bishop got plague doctored. The bishop cannot be poisoned by the plague doctor. You're lying because if you're good and lying, it's because you were poisoned. And then the minion is one of the 2 architects. No, now wait a minute. The shaman gave us a duplicate. I think we're looking at a situation where both architects are good. Because otherwise, who did the shaman give us? 2 of the same villager roles in the current village. Well, it wasn't these gem crafters. They were both evil. So the architects both must be good, I believe. They're disagreeing because of the plague doctor. You can't be lying, no matter what. You're telling the truth. Both sides are equally evil. Well, that only leaves number 9. Got her. Whew. Wow, this is a kind of anemic... There's 1 Puka and a Wretch on this village, huh? All right, let's get to it. Puka's 1 card away from the closest evil. No, because there's only 1 evil, so Puka's just sitting on top of herself. There's a knight. Villager and minion, you're saying, yeah, that checks out. That's exactly what you would see. You're my wretch. Confessor is dizzy. We send the Slayer after the Confessor. Couldn't kill. Closest evil is clockwise. If you're saying it's the Slayer, you would be saying... Oh yeah, that makes sense. You're saying it's got to be the Slayer. Otherwise, you would have said counterclockwise. You'd be pointing at the Confessor. Fair. Between 5 and 6, there's a villager and a minion. Yeah, that checks out. You think the Wretch is a minion. If you're Puka, how are you lying? You can't be. The Slayer can't be Puka. But then why are you lying? Oh, because you're seeing the Wretch. Never mind. Yeah, that checks out. You're worthless, but you're fine. If you're Puka, you can't be lying. You're too far away. If you're Puka, you both could be lying. If you're Puka, you both would be lying. And that explains why... we're at a 50-50. These, like, small Puka maps turn into 50-50s quite a lot. Puka's either this confessor or this scout. There's no way to test this knight. You're seeing the wretch. Well, no. Couldn't be the scout. If it was the scout, then you would be saying equidistant. So it's not the scout. And it's not the slayer, because then there's no way for the scout to be lying. So you've got to be Puka. Got her. Alright, got a plague doctor and a doppelganger. And we're going to see both. We've got the Chancellor and we got a Puka. Plague doctor and a Puka. Sure, let's... 5 is good. 6 or 10 is a Chancellor. I'm the original baker. Love that for you. There's a plague doctor. I was a jester. There's a dreamer. All right. You're saying 5 is good. So you're saying this baker is good. We must have a doppelganger. We got 2 scouts. Okay. So the 2 bakers are accounted for by being a baker, because bakers make more bakers. The 2 scouts are accounted for by one being a doppelganger. And we got 2 gem crafters as well. Both agreeing that 5 is good. Maybe we start there. If you're the Chancellor, we could make a minion Puka pair to explain the gem crafter. Yeah, because you'd be lying, and then you 2 would be lying about them. Then you'd be lying because you're next to Puka, you'd be lying because you're next to Puka. But then you'd have no reason to lie. You could have been plague doctored, I suppose. There's too many variables. We have to narrow things down a little bit. You're saying Puka's 3 cards away from the closest evil, and you're saying Chancellor's 3 cards away from the closest evil. 1, 2, 3. That could work. Yeah, there's no reason that couldn't work. Puka and Chancellor could be 3 cards away from each other, and then the minion could just be on, like, the minion could be 3 cards away from them. I don't think it'll say equidistant from 2 evils. I think it just gives one example. We've got a Dreamer, but Dreamer's never useful. 2 evils adjacent to me. That could be. We could have a minion here. And then you guys could be a doppelganger pair. Well, now wait. 2 evils adjacent to me. You're adjacent to a scout and a gem crafter, each of which has a twin. One of these is going to be a doppelganger pair. The doppelganger's got to go somewhere. If the scout is the doppelganger, then you've got a real scout and a doppelganger, in which case you don't have 2 evils adjacent to you. If the gem crafter is the doppelganger, you've got a real gem crafter and a doppelganger, in which case you don't have 2 evils adjacent to you, in which case you lying, and I'm going to test you. Not corrupted, you're evil. Boom! All right. 6 or 10 is the Chancellor. That's correct. 10 is not corrupt. Correct. Let's see if this Dreamer sees the Chancellor. 10 could be minion? No, you're lying. But we're getting somewhere. Doppelganger. Well, we knew the Doppelganger was one of these 2. We already knew that. If the Doppelganger pair is in the Scout... Well, one of these is the Doppelganger, which means one of them's telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, this Gemcrafter is telling the truth. And this baker's telling the truth about being a jester at some point. If you're telling the truth, we're saying Puka is 1, 2, 3 cards away from you, but not the baker. So 1, 2, 3 cards with the other scout. That don't make sense. You're saying Puka's down here. If you're telling the truth and this is Puka, then Puka would be telling the truth. Not necessarily. Puka is 3 cards away from the closest evil. So Puka, 1, 2, 3. The Chancellor is 3 cards away from the close. Oh, the Chancellor could have like a minion. No, it can't have a minion up here. Can you be telling the truth? Is there any world where you're telling the truth? Because one of you is. Because one of you is a doppelganger who can't get Puka and can't get plague doctored. Puka is 3 cards away from the closest. Wherever Puka is, she's 3 cards away from the closest evil. So if you're Puka, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, you have to be a minion. If you're telling the truth, though, you could be a minion. Like, Puka could be down here. 1, 2, 3, and then this Dreamer could be a minion. Okay. I don't think we know enough to judge that yet. If you're telling the truth, lots of good things happen. But we just don't know. Ten could be minion. No, can't be minion. Sorry. Not a lot of liars over on this side, though. So Puka. Puka's pretty constrained because the gem crafters are either lying together or telling the truth together. If they're telling the truth, Puka's got to be operating off this side of the board. I kind of wish you were still a jester. No one knows how it works. They just wake up, bake. Oh, I do have skins for a baker. Oh, I have the Halloween skin. She's baking a pumpkin pie. I'm just checking to see any other skins that I have. Oh, do we have a Chancellor skin? Oh, I like the business suit. Yeah, we're going to put the man in a suit. That's good. That's good for me. All right. One of you is telling the truth. It's hard to see how it can be you, though. If Puka's closest evil is the Chancellor, that means this is Puka. And then the minion could be on the gem crafter on the other side to make this true. But if this is Puka, yeah, the minion could be just like in that gem crafter spot on the other side. That would make this into a lie. That's acceptable. It could also be like Puka here, and then this is a minion. Also possible. Chancellor has 3 cards. Can you be telling the truth? 1, 2, 3. Not in that direction. 1, 2, 3. You're lying because it's not the baker. The Chancellor's closest evil in the other direction is you. Which would mean you're telling on yourself, which you would not do if you were evil. So you're lying. Gem crafters are either telling the truth together or they're lying evil bastards together. What if you're Puka? 1, 2, 3. That could make... You'd have to be lying if you were Puka. And if you're lying, I could put a minion over here, which would make sense. We just actually saw that from the other direction. I was doing the reasoning in the other direction and caught that. Okay. If you're telling the truth, then you're telling the truth and you're telling the truth. And we got all the goodies here, and I've got to put Puka and a minion both in this area, which would have to be the two scouts. It would have to be Puka, minion. So that accounts for his lie and his lie and his lie because he's been Puka'd. And then the Plague Doctor would have just had to get this other baker. So if you're telling the truth, it all fits over here. If you're telling the truth, could you both be telling the truth? If you're telling the truth, no, not even remotely. If you're telling the truth, you're lying, and then you're evil, and you're evil. Does that work? Hold on. You're telling the truth. That means you're in a doppelganger pair. So you would be the doppelganger. Which means you're evil, you're evil. Or you're evil and you're corrupt. They're either telling the truth together or they're lying together. They can't be one and then the other. So evil and corrupt or evil and evil. If you're telling the truth and it's evil, evil, then the evils are all placed, but the lies don't make sense, do they? You're telling the truth. We're saying this is a minion. This would have to be Puka. Puka's making liars and liars, and the Plague Doctor gets you. Minion, Puka, but then you're not telling the truth. For you to be telling the truth, Puka has to be here. But if you're telling the truth, you're in a doppelganger pair, which means you have to have an honest scout. Not an honest scout, but a good scout. So yeah, if you're telling the truth, you're saying that the evil is in the one place it can't be for you to be part of a doppelganger pair. I think you must be telling the truth then. We have a doppelganger on the board somewhere. The doppelganger always tells the truth. Could you be a lying scout and this be a doppelganger? No, because the doppelganger's got to be next to the Chancellor. So if you're the doppelganger, you're telling the truth. Puka is 1, 2, 3, but she's not in this direction. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's measuring from the Chancellor. We got to measure from Puka. We could say this is Puka. No. We could say this is Puka. That doesn't work either. If you're telling the truth and this is Puka, you'd be telling me about the Chancellor. You say 2 cards away from the closest evil. So it's got to be going the other direction. The closest Puka can be would be here for you to not be reading the Chancellor. But then 1, 2, 3 from there doesn't make sense. 1, 2, 3. So the Baker could be Puka, and then 1, 2, 3 could be the Dreamer. For you to be telling the truth, this has to be Puka. This has to be the Minion. And then you have to get Plague Doctored. And unfortunately, that does work. There's a world where you tell the truth. Damn it. Well, is that true? Let's run that again, because I don't think that works, actually. You're saying... So the closest Puka could be is here. Puka's got to be 3 cards away from the closest evil. But we have to put the minion between Puka and the Chancellor. Or else we're reading the Chancellor, and if we're reading the Chancellor, we've got Puka here. So Puka can't go here. So Puka can't go here, which is the closest she could be, because we're reading the wrong card. Right? If Puka's here, then you're not part of a doppelganger pair, and therefore you're not the doppelganger, and therefore you're not telling the truth between you and the Gemcrafter. So that's the closest Puka could be. We've ruled that out. Puka can't be here because we need to put a medium between the Chancellor and Puka, and we can do that. You could be a minion here, but then Puka's 2 cards away from the minion. That pushes Puka back to here, and that's the furthest she could go. She can't go any further back. So if Puka's here, 1, 2, 3, this is a minion. But then we've got lies on the board. Where does your lie come from? If you're Puka and you're the minion, well, your lie could come from the Plague Doctor, and that's fine. But now we've got lies on the 2 Gemcrafters. Where do your lies come from? Nowhere. You know why? Because the Gemcrafter's telling the truth. Which means this Gemcrafter's telling the truth. Which means this Gemcrafter's telling the truth. Which means you're a doppelganger. And you guys are not. One of the scouts has to be a minion. For sure. Is there any... There's no universe where you're telling the truth. That's what we just proved. We've got to place Puka and a minion in such a way that make liars out of all of them. Which no matter what we do, I think we do. So Puka could be here and the minion could be here. Does it come down to a 50-50 after all of that work? Oh, I'm so sad, bro, if that's the case. Puka turned you into a liar, and then you're the minion. Puka turned you into a liar, then you're the minion. Or it's a minion and the Puka and turned you into a liar. I have to take 2 shots here. Any of you guys could be on the up and up. Oof. If only I had access to this gesture, I could make it work. If only. I gotta take a shot somewhere. I know for a fact one of the scouts is a minion, so shooting one of the scouts is better. Oh, there's Puka. Well, if Puka's there, then this has to be the minion. Great. $5,700 points. Whatever that means. I got a drunk and a Puka. I got a little tiny village and a drunk and a Puka. Great. That's what we like to see. There's a knight. 1 evil adjacent to the lover. There's a jester. There are no minions. That's actually true. We've only got Puka. I cured 1 corruption. Can this be possible? Yes. If this knight is Puka, you've cured exactly 1 corruption. So that's possible. I got Puka and a drunk. And I've got Jester that I can use to some effect. You're saying, because there's only 1 evil, so you're saying that Puka is on the right somewhere. if you're correct. This is a tough one, man. Puka and a drunk in a tiny, tiny village with no breathing room. Like, you could be drunk or you can be Puka'd from the other direction. You're saying, you two are disagreeing. You're saying Puka's on the right side. You're saying Puka's on the left side. You two are disagreeing with what you're talking about. You're saying Puka's on either side. I've got a jester. If you're Puka, that accounts for your lie. You can't be Puka because you're sitting next to a truth teller. You can't be Puka. You're sitting next to a truth teller. You could be Puka because you're sitting next to a truth teller that with an alchemist nearby. But if you're Puka, then there is no alchemist to cure this oracle, so you can't be Puka. Which means you're saying this gesture is Puka. So if you can't be Puka, we know that you're good. Because if you're Puka, you corrupted these two, but this oracle's not lying. And you're saying the gesture is Puka. So I know the oracle is good, and I know the alchemist is good. Now we test the jester. Include yourself. There are 0 evils. Well, if you're Puka, that could be a lie. Oh, I learned this lesson last time, and I forgot. Shoot. If you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. You're lying. If you're telling the truth, everybody over here is good. Which means you're lying. Which means you have to be Puka. You could be Puka, making you point the other direction and then corrupting the knight. But then where does this lie come from? If you're Puka, which you could be, you got cured. But then where does this lie come from? So you're not Puka. Okay. Because yeah, if you're Puka, your corruption gets cured, but then yours can't. And where does your lie? Oh, your lie comes from. Yeah, you're sitting next to Puka. You're saying one evil adjacent to me, so you're telling the truth, but you shouldn't be. So you can't be Puka. And if you're telling the truth, you can't be Puka. So you must be lying. And you must be telling the truth. How can that be the case? If you're Puka, you didn't cure anybody. So you're Puka, your lie is accounted for. Your lie is accounted for. You didn't need curing. You're correct, but then where does your lie come from? So this can't be Puka. Oh my god. You can't be Puka or lying if Puka's over here. You can't be Puka if the architect is telling the truth. You're Puka. But then the architect is lying. Where does the architect's lie come from? All right, I've screwed this up somewhere. We need to go back to the drawing board. There are no minions. That's a true statement. We've only got one. It's a demon, not a minion. Okay. I cured one corruption. I don't know if you did or not. Puka could be here, and you would have cured one corruption. Puka could be here, and you could have cured one corruption. If Puka was here, you've cured one corruption. You can never be Puka. There's no world in which you're Puka. We do have a drunk, though. The drunk. Okay. You said 0 evils. If you're telling the truth... Oh, God, this is getting so complicated. Then Puka can't be here. And Puka can't be here. You're definitely a truth teller. That precludes Puka from here and here. For sure. No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It precludes it. Because, yeah, if you're Puka, you got corrupted, but then you got cured, which makes you... Okay. But then where does your lie come from? You could be the drunk. But then where does your lie come from? Okay, so if you're Puka... This checks out. This checks out. This checks out. This truth needs accounting for. So you're next to Puka, and you're telling the truth because you're the drunk. And this checks out, but this lie doesn't. Because Puka and the drunk are both accounted for. Okay, so you're not Puka. Are you Puka? You got corrupted, but then you got cured. So you're telling the truth. Your lie's accounted for. The night is whatever. You're telling the truth. You're lying. But you're the drunk. So you could be Puka. Can you be Puka? If you're Puka, we need your truth accounted for. Because you're the drunk. But then we need your truth accounted for. And we can't. So you can't be Puka. Can you be Puka? If you're Puka, you're the drunk. We need to count for your lie. If you're Puka, we can't account for your own truth. You can't be a drunk Puka. You could be a drunk, but you can't be a drunk Puka. Are you Puka? If you're Puka, this lie is accounted for. This lie is accounted for. This is true, and then you're the drunk. So Puka is either this enlightened or this lover. Oh boy. I mean, we just got to take the shot, right? It was one or the other. A drunk bombardier, a plague doctor. So we got Ba and the Chancellor. There's the bombardier. There's a witness. There's a bishop. There's an architect. So I should not have a drunk at all. Which would be nice. That's the original baker. That's a knight. that Baker was a knight. Is that possible? One of those knights is lying. We can't have duplicates unless one's a minion. So either number 8 is a minion, or which would make the Baker telling the truth, or number 9 is a minion. I don't think that can work. I don't think 9 can be a minion. Because when we flipped the Baker, one random unrevealed good villager becomes a Baker. She has to be good. And you have to be dead. Because if this was a knight, this can't be the drunk. Yeah, let's start there. It did nothing. Okay. One random unrevealed good villager becomes a Baker. I was a knight, but we have a knight. And we've just verified this knight. I can't kill that knight. I'm very confused now. There's no sources of corruption except the drunk, but how could the drunk be that Baker? That's a real knight. Number 8's a real gosh darn knight. What are you saying about number 8? There's a villager, outcast, and evil. Well, no, there's 2 villagers, so you're lying. Let's find out if you're corrupt. Not corrupted, then you're dead. You're the Chancellor. If you're the Chancellor, you're sitting next to an outcast, which means either the architect or the witness is drunk. Number 4 was affected by an evil. Number 4 could not have been affected by... There's nothing to affect except for the Chancellor. So you're lying, which means you're the drunk. But then... somebody hears... I'm only supposed to have 2 outcasts, and it looks like I've got a drunk because the Chancellor is sitting next to a lying witness. And I know you're on the up and up. So the Bombardier's got to be a minion. That's always scary. Where is Ba? This is a lie now, but that's accounted for because we got a Plague Doctor. It could also be Ba there. 3 is good. 3 is not good. That's a lie. So you've been Plague Doctored. You're both lying. How did we start with 2 knights for one of them to get bakered? I don't understand. I don't understand where the second knight comes from. Okay, we got 2 liars, and one of them's from the Plague Doctor. Actually, we got 3 liars. One of them is a drunk. So one is Ba, one is a drunk, and one's been Plague Doctored. And there's just no way to know which. And I can be wrong twice. So we're definitely going to win. I'm just looking for any clue. That's a lie. That's a lie. It's just there's no information to go on except number 3 is not corrupted, which doesn't help. All right, let's just start stabbing people. Oh no, I can't. Oh, it's. Well, if you're the witness, it means you're the drunk, which means you're evil. You're corrupted. That's why you're lying. Hold on. Number 4 was affected by an evil, was affected by the Chancellor. You weren't lying, my guy. Oh, I killed him because I thought he was lying. But no, that makes sense. Why did I think he was lying? Because I said there's nothing evils couldn't affect. But no, the Chancellor counts as affecting someone. Turned this poor guy into a drunk. And then you were never a knight. You were some other job, and then you got corrupted, and you're lying and saying you're a knight. That's how that worked. Okay. Got a drunk and a plague doctor. There's a scout. There's a druid. Another druid. There's a hunter. There's a lover. There's the empress. There's a knight. There's a medium. Okay. I got 3 to kill because the puppeteer turned somebody. I've got 1 outcast on the table. And I don't see a plague doctor, so it's got to be a drunk. I have a drunk. I love a drunk. Who doesn't love a drunk? Everybody loves a drunk. The druids are either a minion and Ba, or a minion and a druid, or a minion and a drunk. I think the first step is to see if the druids agree with each other. Well, they're not going to agree with each other. They can't. We could use the druids to determine if we've got a drunk at the table. We have this druid look this direction, and this druid look this direction, including themselves, and see if they spot a drunk. If only one of them spots a drunk... Well, no, neither of them will spot a drunk. We need to have the druids look the other direction. Like, this druid needs to look here, here, and here. This druid needs to look here, here, and here. If neither of them see a drunk... The drunk could be somewhere else, though. But yeah, if the drunk is somewhere else, they're both minions and they're both lying. No, one could be a real druid and one could be a minion. This game's hard. What else do I do, though? You can't be corrupted, because we don't have the plague doctor. So step 1 is this. Oh, you could be a drunk. Never mind. That's what we do. We have the druids look at each other and a knight. And see if they spot a drunk. And if neither of them do, that doesn't prove the knight's not a drunk. I gotta step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, where were we? This friggin' table. That's where we were. I want to see if there's a way I can exonerate this knight by using my druids. Because both druids could lie and say they see a drunk when there's not one if we're not targeting the knight. You're saying 1, 5, or 8 is evil. Absolutely. This is true. Puppeteer is 1 card away from closest evil. That must be true. Because the puppet is always right next to the puppeteer. So I've got a confirmed villager. Not necessarily good, but confirmed villager. If you're telling the truth, then you're a villager, but you're not necessarily telling the truth because you could be a drunk. No, if you're saying you're a real lover, you're not a drunk. And if you're not a drunk, you're not lying. And that means evil here or here. Oh, how do I test this knight in a way that I can be sure of the results? I know for a fact you're not the drunk. So I can have a druid test scout, knight, and then what? Looking for the drunk. Scout, knight, and themselves? Well, now wait a second. If a druid looks at the scout, the knight, and themselves, and they say, I see a drunk, the druid can't be the drunk, because then their statement would be the truth. Which means there's not a drunk in the trio. Because if this druid looks at druid, scout, knight, and she says, I see a drunk, I know she's not the drunk, because otherwise she'd be telling the truth. And I know there's just not a drunk in the trio. If she says there's a drunk. So if I do that with both druids and they agree, but they're not going to agree because one's going to be a minion, one's going to be lying, for sure. That's the catch. I need a third known character to make the druid gambit work. You're saying 5 or 8. Well, it can't be 1, so you're saying 5 or 8. With the drunk running around, that could just work. That doesn't need any help from anybody. I might need to make another cup of tea here in a minute. Getting the scratchy throat. Do I take a shot and learn somebody and then use that character in my druid gambit? That seems unsportsmanlike. If you're telling the truth, either this druid or this lover is evil. I look at Druid Knight, or Druid Scout Knight, and so if I look at yourself, Scout, and Knight, and you say drunk, I know the Knight is drunk, because you wouldn't be calling yourself a drunk. And the same for you. If I look at Druid Scout Knight, and you say drunk, what would need to happen to exonerate the Knight? I would need you to look at Druid Scout Knight and say no outcasts. But if you're the drunk, that's what you would say. So that, no, I need a third known character to make that work. If the druids agree with each other, I know that they're both lying. Depending on what kind of outcast they see, it might be useful. I'm going to have to do that. I don't have any other ideas. Scout, Knight, Druid. There's a drunk. What do you think? Scout, Knight. Do I do the same Druid or this Druid? This Druid. You're both saying there's a drunk. Between the Scout, the Knight, and yourself. You're saying between the Scout, the Knight, and yourself, there's a drunk. But one of you has to be lying. And if one of you is lying, both of you is lying. So there is no drunk between the Scout, the Knight, and the Druid. So you're both bad, but we're going to try the Knight first. Knight's good. Okay. So they're both evil, and neither are the drunk. No, that was a good play. That was a good play. Ba? The puppeteer. Oh man, this poor hunter. Sorry guys, but you're the puppet. I figured that one out. We got a doppelganger, a puppeteer, and Ba. There's a dreamer, a knitter, another dreamer, the plague you doctor, the Pwat, the Juge, the Veetness. You're saying number 3 is a real doppelganger, but I don't know that that can possibly be true. The minion, the puppeteer, could be the plague doctor, I suppose. You're saying number 5 was affected by an evil? Possible. Very possible. Because the puppeteer could have sat next to that poet. We can test this with dreamers. Puppet. And you agree. So we've got a real doppelganger and a fake plague doctor, and you're the puppet. Evils are not adjacent to each other is now a lie. Did not even need my judge. Got a plague doctor and a poisoner. Is that Lilith? Yeah. And a puppeteer. I'm just going to have to let somebody die. Cured 2 corruptions? You sure... Oh, you might have. There's a poisoner and a plague doctor, so you absolutely could have. And we lose somebody else. She didn't take the shot. Ooh, I've got a skin for Lilith. No, I don't. Just an empty blackness. No thanks. Just checking to see if I've got any more skins. I got 2 knitters. That can't be. I must have a minion amongst the knitters. There's 1 pair of evil. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Well, evils are not adjacent to each other is a lie. We know for sure because we got a puppeteer. Oh, but it says 3 evils. Hold on. 3 evils, and the puppeteer didn't make a puppet. Because it's Poisoner, Puppeteer, and Lilith. So both of them are lying. The 3 evils must be in a row with the puppeteer in the middle. We saw this situation before. There can't be only 1 pair of evil. Let me think about this for a second. Because I've only got 3 evils, which means they must be in a line. Which means this is not true. And this is not true. Because they are adjacent to each other, and there's 2 pairs of them. And the knitter's gotta be in on it, because there's no other way to have 2 knitters other than to make... Okay, so one of the knitters is in on it. We're either here on this side or we're over here somewhere. I was a dreamer. That's a lie. Tell me if this baker's corrupted. Not corrupted. Then we kill the baker. I'm sorry to say. There's Lilith. And if they're next to each other, they've got to be over here. 2 or 7 is a puppeteer. False. I cured 2 corruptions. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Closest evil's counterclockwise? No. How are there so many liars still? 3 cards away from evil, correct. 1, 6, or 7 should be false. This could be the puppeteer, in which case you're not telling the truth. This could be the puppeteer, and this could be the poisoner. Yeah, because then there's still nowhere for you to make a puppet. You can't turn the Plague Doctor into a puppet, and there would have been a poisoner sitting here. If that's the case, you're lying, right? That's the closest evil. Cured 2 corruptions. How would you have cured 2 corruptions in that case? And how do I account for your lie? Puppeteer Poisoner or Puppeteer Poisoner. It's got to be one of those 2, doesn't it? How on earth do you cure 2 corruptions? There were 2 people poisoned. If you're the puppeteer, you would have a puppet on one side of you, and we don't even have a puppet on the board. You wouldn't be lying if it was puppeteer, poisoner. You'd be okay. Puppeteer, poisoner. You're lying because the puppeteer's next to you. No, you're lying because you're the poisoner. You're poisoned. 1, 6, or 7. But that's true. Puppeteer, poisoner. And then you're poisoned. That accounts for your lie. That accounts for your lie. That accounts for your lie. Because there's 3 in a row. Closest evil's counterclockwise. So you're pointing the wrong way. You could have been plague doctored. One, 6, 7. But you're telling... Then you're lying. And I can't account for that, because Plague Doctor is already spoken for. Harumph. I need one of you two to be evil, a minion. A puppeteer, and then the poisoner has to be right next to you. Otherwise, you would have made a puppet. So you're the puppeteer. You're the poisoner. Your lie is accounted for by being the puppeteer. Your lie is accounted for by being the poisoner. You're poisoned. 1, 6, 7 are all good in this case. I don't know what you are. You're pointing the right direction in this case. Yes, you're pointing the right direction. I cured 2 corruptions you couldn't have. How on earth could you have? The Plague Doctor corrupted you. 2 or 7 is a puppeteer. Indeed, and there's 1. That's it. You're a puppeteer. You're a poisoner. You got corrupted. We got a bombardier. We got a shaman. We got a poisoner. We got Lilith. There's the bombardier. There's a knitter. There's a knight. There's a poisoner running around, so I can't just test the knight. We're going to lose somebody here. An enlightened, a slayer. How did they not put a butcher, a baker, and a candlestick maker? I ask you. We got 2 knights? What? No. Oh, yeah, we got a shaman. I'm liking this 2-knight situation here. But we got a poisoner running around, so gotta be careful. Okay. Two, 5, and 8. There's an outcast, a minion, and a villager. No? Not even a little bit? There's no outcasts. That's a lie. I don't know if I can trust this bombardier, because this might have been another bombardier that one of the minions jumped on. Evils are not adjacent to each other, and I've got you 2 knights. Closest evil is clockwise. Sure. Should I have you try to kill that bishop? 1 card away from closest evil. Let's have you try to kill the bishop. Couldn't kill 9. So either the slayer is also evil, or the bishop is poisoned and the hunter is the poisoner. Then you're saying the closest evil is there, and then the other evils would have to be up here somewhere. So that checks out. That could work. You're a poisoner. You poisoned this poor bishop. These double knights. This is a situation here. That's all we're getting, huh? That's all the information that I'm going to get. Yeah, that's just a lie. It's just a dang lie. If I try to kill one of these knights and they're corrupt, I die immediately. And this dead character could have been a duplicate of anybody else. So we might have an evil situation here. If we do have an evil situation here, you're a liar. Okay, maybe we start there. If this is evil, like shaman, poisoner, oh, then you get poisoned. That works. Okay. Totally possible. You're implicating the Slayer, it looks like. What if the bishop got poisoned and the Slayer is Lilith or the shaman? And the poison's accounted for, and 2 of my evils are accounted for, and you're okay. And then you're accounted for because of the shaman. We'd have to have a fake bombardier on our hands. That, I don't know how likely that is. If I take a shot at somebody, I got to try to take a shot at the Slayer, I think. If the Slayer dies and is evil, then we know the bishop is evil and the hunter's on the up and up. There's too much space for the evil to hide here. Let's go down swinging. You were Lilith. Still doesn't exonerate this bishop, though, does it? Who do I have left to play? The shaman and a poisoner. The only way you're poisoned is if you're the poisoner. You can't be the poisoner. You would have to, if you're the shaman, you're telling the truth. And then the poisoner is over here somewhere. You're telling the truth. I like you now. So, but if you're the poisoner, yeah, you could be the poisoner and you've poisoned her. Or you could be the poisoner and you've poisoned him, but that's not the case because he's telling the truth. You could be the shaman and he's telling the truth. You could be the poisoner and have poisoned her. This case is ruled out now. Like poisoner shaman down here. We need a reason for this bishop to lie. Either this bishop was poisoned by this hunter, or this bishop is the shaman. You being the shaman doesn't make sense. I guess it could be shaman poisoner. But then you're lying. You're saying evils are not adjacent to each other. Okay. You could have poisoned her, or you could be the shaman. But then I gotta take a shot at these two knights. Well, no. If you're lying, it's because you were poisoned or because you're evil. You could be the poisoner to have poisoned this hunter. But then the hunter is telling the truth, which doesn't make sense. You could be the poisoner and you've poisoned this bishop, in which case the knights are exonerated. You could be the shaman, in which case that would put the poisoner down here for sure. If you're the shaman, I can sew this up. Is that true? Because if I find a poisoner up here, I know neither of my knights are poisoned, and I can safely test both of them. But if I test you and you're a shaman, that exonerates the hunter, but he also becomes useless then. I know none of the evils are next to each other, so you become useless. And then I'm looking for a poisoner here. And it could be either of you. The only way I win this hand is if you're the poisoner. And you've poisoned this bishop. Because then I can safely test for the shaman. If the knights are corrupted, I've lost anyway. You're saying closest evil is clockwise, which means you cannot be evil. Otherwise, you'd be saying equidistant. Does that help? Worst case scenario, you're the shaman. You're exonerated. I need to find a poisoner between the two of you, and I know it's not you. If you're the shaman, you're the poisoner. If you're the poisoner, you're the shaman. Either way, you're evil, right? If you're the poisoner, you've poisoned the bishop, and I've got to kill you. You can't be evil no matter what, but you could be corrupted if you've been poisoned. So we test this knight. I think this knight has to be evil. I'm going to run through it one more time, because we kind of went all over the place there. You could be the poisoner and have poisoned this bishop, in which case the shaman is pushed down here somewhere. You can't be evil because you're saying evils are not adjacent to each other, and that turns out to be true no matter where I put the shaman and the poisoner. So you're good. But the shaman can't go here, otherwise this enlightened would be saying equidistant. So if you're a poisoner, you're a shaman. If you're a shaman, you're a poisoner. Either way, it's not how it worked. The enlightened could be lying if you poisoned him. Oh, dang. Well, then that, yeah, okay. Well, then I won the dice roll and you're a poisoner. Shoot. Which means you're the shaman. Well, yeah, you would have had to have been the poisoner to make him lie. You couldn't have poisoned this knight in any case. There was no situation where this knight was poisoned. Okay, I didn't see that bit of logic before, but it does make sense in retrospect. There's no world where this knight could have been poisoned. This poisoner would have to have poisoned the enlightened, could not have poisoned the knight. So it was safe to test this knight. Maybe my subconscious saw that train of logic before I did. I don't know. I've only got 6. I got a Puka Bombardier here. I'm sorry to say this is not possible. Yeah, I'm sorry to say you didn't cure. How did you cure 2 corruptions? Oh, if you're Puka, though they got cured. If you're telling the truth, you're saying that's Puka. You're saying the Gemcrafter's evil. You're saying you're one card away from a corrupted character. Entirely possible. Because if Puka's here or here or here... No, Puka would have to be here for that to be the case. You're saying 4 is good. And if Puka is here, that checks out. Let's see what this fortune teller has to say about herself and the bombardier. 3 or 6 is evil? False. That's what you'd say if you were evil. That's what you'd say if you were good. So if you're Puka, that accounts for your lie. That accounts for your lie. You're telling the truth. You're one card away from the hunter. If you're telling the truth, that can't be Puka. If you're telling, you can't be telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, you're saying that if Puka's here, that can't be Puka because he would have corrupted the hunter. So you are not Puka. If you're telling the truth, this can't be Puka. If you're telling the truth, this can't be Puka. Okay, so yeah, if you're telling the truth, you're not Puka and you're not Puka. Because the Puka can't sit next to a truth teller. You could be Puka because... No, you can't be Puka because of the bard. And you can't be Puka because we're presuming you're telling the truth. If you're Puka, you're lying about the bard, which is not true. So you're definitely not telling the truth, which means you're definitely Puka. We're on Ascension level 15. I don't know what that means, but I have 2 rows of people now. So we got a drunk and a plague doctor and Lilith. 3 or 6 is a minion. Okay, we'll avoid 3 or 6 for now. Let's take these 4 and see if Lilith kills that minion, if it's a minion. Yeah, so you're just lying. We do have a Chancellor, so there's a drunk somewhere, which is always my favorite. I need 2 outcasts to be accounted for. So yeah, plague. This is a real plague doctor then. And then somewhere there's a drunk. Test my knight. Not corrupted. We're good. Test my jester. There are 0 evils. Oh, but you'd say that if you were evil too. Shoot. I keep making the same mistake with the jester. I didn't learn anything from that. All right. Let's calm down. She says no outcasts. She's lying. So I've got 2 lies on the board. Fair. You're 1 away from a corrupted character, so you say. I do have a plague doctor in the hizzy. You're saying 3, 4, or 8. We know it's not 8. You're saying 3 or 4. Well, we know it's not 3. So you're saying 4. But 4 is a dreamer. There's nothing we can do with that. We can test a dreamer once we get one of them, I guess. We know 3 or 6 is not a minion. We know the jester's not the drunk, because if the jester was the drunk, they couldn't say 0 evils. You're saying the plague doctor shot whoever this is. They're dead now, but that's what you're saying. You're a lying druid. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 liars to place. There's 2. It's very possible that one of these characters is a liar. If you're telling the truth, and this was the drunk or the plague doctor's victim, and if you're telling the truth, that means one of these is for sure an evil. The Chancellor's got to sit next to an outcast. And then I've just got a minion and Lilith to look for. I needed to not blow my jester on this. Three, 4, or 8. What can I do with this dreamer? The dreamer's just going to say the name of a demon, no matter where we point her. If you're telling the truth, they're either the drunk or the plague doctor's victim, which is absolutely possible. And then I've got 2 liars up here. Well, one of them could be the other, either plague doctor or victim or drunk, but the other one has to be evil. If you're lying because you're evil, that could be a drunken plague doctor. So there's an evil for sure amongst these 3, but that doesn't help you very much. You're saying 3, 4, or 8, so you're implicating the dreamer. Poet can't be... Oh, we don't have Puka. Never mind. I was going to say the poet can't be Puka because the jester would have been corrupted in that case. But we don't have Puka on the board, so... We're going to have to take a shot at somebody. What if the dreamer looks at herself? I mean, that can't be right. What if I just stab her? Where do I get the most... Who do I stab to get the most information? Gotta stab somebody. Almost certainly the dreamer, right? I think the druid is the most likely to be evil because she's sitting next to... That's Lilith. That was just a lucky shot. So I've got 3 liars plus a drunk plus a plague doctor victim. So liar, liar. If we can presume this was a liar and this was a liar, like a drunk and the plague doctor victim were here, then you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. We need a liar down here. Do I have liars without presuming dead people are liars? So liar, liar. You could be lying because you're evil. You could be lying, so you're whatever you are. If you're lying, you're not. And then you could be lying, and then they could both be truth tellers. That's possible. Let's murder this dreamer. So you're lying. Oh, we got 2 to find, and I've only got... I can't make any more mistakes. This one got away from me. This one got away from me. 1 is evil, 3, 4, or 8. Nope. I'm going to kill the other one that I think is lying. Was the minion. And I still have 1 more to find. So presumably these 2 characters are the drunk and the plague doctor's victim, which means the jester's lying. No, that was a real jester. Chancellor was down here. All right, Bombardier, Doppelganger, Poisoner, and Ba. I am dizzy. Aw, sorry. Sorry you feel that way. There's a judge. There's a bard. There's a bard. The Bard twins. They're here. There's a druid. There's a gem crafter. 2 is good. 7 is lying. We've been in this situation before. If you're evil... you can't be evil. If you're evil, then you're lying about the judge being good. That means you're evil. But then you're telling the truth about the gemcrafter lying. So you cannot be evil. You could be lying. If you're lying, the judge is evil. No, you can't be lying either. You can't be lying at all. If you're lying about the judge being evil, you have to be corrupted. That's the only... If you're lying, the judge is evil. But if the judge is evil, they wouldn't be telling the truth about you lying. So you can't be corrupted. You must be corrupted. This must be a good judge. Corrupted, but good, which means you're telling the truth. You're one away from a corrupted character. Which means you're the poisoner. Because we know 2 is good. You're a poisoner. You're dead now. There's only 1 pair of evil. That's a lie. Because we know that this judge is good. So I'm killing you. Got Ba and a Puppeteer. I've got 3 to kill because there's going to be a puppet on the board. There's a Bombardier, Plague Doctor, Doppelganger. There's an Enlightened. There's a Fortune Teller. Bard is 2 cards away from a corrupted character. Dreamer is there. Architect is there. The Confessor is Dizzy. There's the Bombardier. There's the Dreamer. So we don't have a Plague Doctor, and I'm missing a Doppelganger. I got 2 Dreamers, so we've got a Doppelganger pair here. In fact, this must be a Doppelganger pair, so I can use that to test the Fortune Teller. They're false. Okay. You're 2 cards away from a corrupted character. How did nobody got corrupted? There's no Plague Doctor. You're lying. And if you're lying, you're evil. Right? Because you both must be evil. You could not have gotten corrupted anyway. There's Ba. There's the puppet. So this architect is the puppeteer. Love that. Bombardier and a drunk. Lilith and a witch. Oof, we're going to be missing 2 cards and somewhere. Ugh. And both of these outcasts are going to be in the town. There's a dreamer. There's a fortune teller. Can I do anything about this? Anything about this? Before... Could be a drunk. There's a drunk floating around. It's never going to be safe to test the night while there's a drunk afoot. Cured 2 corruptions? No, you didn't. No. No. Two, 3, 8. Minion, outcast, villager. I'm looking for a drunk, basically. Could be the case. 1 is evil, 1, 7, 9. Also could be the case. Okay, well, we can test this. We know you're telling the truth, because neither of them are evil. You cured 2 corruptions. No, I don't think so. Does that change this metric? The fortune teller is the villager. Could be a minion and a drunk in either direction there. You could be evil or you could be drunk. But you didn't cure Bupkis. I don't know what you are until we get the witch. Any one of these could be evil. That could absolutely be the case. In fact, that makes the night more dangerous if that's true. You cured nothing. Learn an evil roll. If evil picked, learn correct info. I don't like the dreamer. If you're lying, and none of those are evil, then you're telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, that makes sense. You've got a verified villager, and then you're saying the Empress is lying regardless of if she's the drunk or not. So if you're lying, she checks out. If you're telling the truth, she's lying. One of you is telling the truth, but not both of you. Can you both be lying? Yes, all of those could be good, which would make you a liar, and then you're a drunk, which means your information is just not reliable. Well, if you're lying and you're a drunk, yeah, your information is not reliable. I can't glean anything from what you say if you're drunk. Fair enough. What can I do with my dreamer to do anything here? The dreamer can't tell me who's drunk. Gonna have to take a shot at somebody. Maybe these maps are getting more and more difficult. I feel like I'm getting into these situations more and more. Between 2, 3, and 8, there's Outcast, Minion, Villager. We know the Fortune Teller is a Villager. Empress and Knight could be Minion and Outcast in either configuration. So we got to place a Witch. The Witch can be anywhere. We've got to place Lilith. Lilith can be anywhere as well, because we don't have any duplicates. Even if I set the Dreamer on the Bombardier, we wouldn't learn anything because she would just tell me garbage anyway. I can't even safely test the Knight because we've already taken 2 damage from Lilith. The only way the Knight kills me if he's the drunk. If he's not the drunk, do we learn anything good? Potentially. If you're telling the truth, he's either the drunk or a minion. We have 3 liars to place. Lilith, a witch, and a drunk. We know you're lying, so we've got 2 liars to place. If you're lying, and they're all good, you could still be the drunk. Yeah. There's just nowhere to go. The logic has all unraveled. I know you're lying. You're lying because you're evil or because you're a drunk. But there's a better odds that you're evil than drunk. I'm going to take a shot at the alchemist. He's Lilith. Now I'm going to see about the dreamer. She's on the up and up. All right. That was a risk, but it was a calculated risk. Like, we knew he was lying. There was two cards he could be if he was lying, and one card he could be if he wasn't. But now we know that the drunk is still out there. So 179, one is evil. Possible. Still possible. We found the least helpful demon and killed her. Because if we'd found the witch, we could have flipped this card. Okay, so that's not... I know I'm not killing you or you. If I try to kill you and you're the drunk, I die. Because now there's two cards you could possibly be if you're not the knight. You could be the witch or you could be the drunk. Can both of you be telling the truth? Or is it possible to narrow the drunk down to these two people now that this wizard is dead? Let's say you're lying. Because all three of these are good. So if you're lying, it doesn't matter if you're evil or you're the drunk. If you're lying, you're saying this bishop has to be the drunk. Because you're saying the bishop is good. So if they're both lying, the bishop has to be the drunk. But the bishop could be telling the truth. Between 2, 3, and 8, there's outcast, minion, villager. We know there's a villager in the fortune teller. Yeah, if you're lying, and you're telling the truth, the Empress could be either the drunk or a minion, and then the Knight could be either the drunk or a minion. If you're telling the truth, can you be telling the truth? So let's say evil is number 9. In this scenario, evil is number 9. Now we're saying there's a villager at 2 and a villager at 8. So they can't both be telling the truth. One of them has to be lying. If you're telling the truth and they're all good, then you're you're good, but not, you could be the drunk. You can't both be telling the truth. Because if we're telling the truth, we're saying the bishop is good. If the bishop is telling the truth. Yeah, we're saying the bishop is good. But then the bishop's statement makes no sense. Because she's saying the fortune teller and the empress are both villagers, which can't be true. They cannot both be telling the truth. They can both be good because the empress can be telling the truth and the bishop could be the drunk. The bishop could be lying. If you're lying and all these characters are good, that means you're good. And you could be lying. They could both be lying by being minion and drunk. That's the only configuration that works. But then the drunk is over here and it's safe to kill the knight if they're both lying. They can't both be telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, then you can't be. Right? If you're telling the truth, you're saying the Empress is either a minion or an outcast. Either way, she's lying. If you're lying, that means they're all good. If you're good and you're lying, you must be the drunk. If you're good and you're not lying, that works because the Empress could either be the drunk or a minion. And in that case, if the Empress is the minion, then it pushes the drunk out onto the knight. And in case it's not safe to test the knight, which is what I'm trying to get to. Oof. I don't want to test this knight, man. But I believe I've exhausted the logic. What are the chances they're evil? If you're evil, it means you're lying and they're all good. If you're evil, she's good, and she doesn't have to be the drunk. If you're evil, your information is just totally unreliable. And it exonerates number 9. Assuming you're telling the truth. Can you both be... You can't both be evil because there's only one evil remaining. It's hard times, man. If one of you is lying, could the other one be telling the truth? If I stab you and you're the drunk, right? Then you're good. If I stab you and you're the drunk, then I can test the knight. If I stab you and you're the drunk, then I can test the knight. That's how I win. I kept seeing this, like, smidge of logic that I just couldn't reach. That's it. If I test you and you're the drunk, I can test the knight. If I test you and you're a minion, I'm one up and I get information. Okay, who do I want to test? I think you... It would be better knowing if you're the drunk or the minion. I'm going to test you. Sorry, Empress. She's a real person. She's a villager, which means you're lying. And if you're lying, it means you're a minion or a drunk. That was the worst possible case scenario. That was the worst possible case scenario. So she's definitely lying. Is she a minion or is she a drunk? If I kill you and you're a drunk, I lose 2 hit points and I'm still in the game. If I kill you and you're a minion, I win the map. Either way, it's safe to kill you. She was the witch. And there's a judge. Man, I would have liked to have had you a minute ago. Jesus. All right, it's 5 o'clock. Let's do one more map. And then I got to go cook dinner. God, I've been playing this all freaking day. Oh, goodness. All right, we got a plague doctor, a doppelganger, and a drunk. He's back. Chancellor, witch, and Ba. There's a lover. There's a baker. And that's a lie. Let's get whoever's on the other side of the lover. You're 1 card away from a corrupted character. Let's see who that might be. What's a knight? Okay, let's just keep going. There's a second knight. Okay, we have a doppelganger, so that could be. There's a slayer. There's the plague doctor. There's the jester, and I can't get you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is between this and endless mode. So every 7 maps I ascend, and that just makes my score better. Every time I complete a round, I get 50 points times the current ascension level. So I'm getting more and more score as I go, but like, I'm not paying that much attention to score, so... I haven't tried endless mode. I don't know if endless mode is any different. OBKB, you say you were a slayer. I think you're a filthy liar. I'm going to have the Plague Doctor test you. Okay. 1 is evil, and 2 is corrupted. Is there a world where you're not a real Plague Doctor? I've got 1 outcast to place and the Chancellor. So I've got 1 plus a spare. I see the Doppelganger situation. This could be an unseen Plague Doctor. So this information is not necessarily good. I think I should not act on it. Ooh, I could send the Slayer over there. To try to kill this evil. Let's see if that works. Couldn't kill 1. So something's going on. I mean, there's lots going on, but... okay, pick 3 characters, learn how many are evil. You're saying this lover is evil. I think the doppelganger makes this work. This has to be a doppelganger. One of them could be a minion, and then this could be an unseen doppelganger, I guess. If this is an unseen Plague Doctor, we can't trust what he's saying here. And the Plague Doctor corrupted somebody, but it's only the one source of corruption. So I can test a knight, and if it's corrupt, I could test the other knight and still be in this game. If you're on the up and up, and 1 is evil, this Slayer is either evil or corrupted. Totally possible. If we've got a bogus Plague Doctor, and you're good, then you must be evil. And even if we have a bogus Plague Doctor, this Plague Doctor still got somebody. Okay, but I think I can test the knights. The Plague Doctor got somebody, but there's only the one source of corrupt. There's a drunk. But the drunk... There's not a drunk. We've got Plague Doctor and Doppelganger. This would have to be a bogus Plague Doctor for this Plague Doctor to be evil. So either this is a good Plague Doctor, and we've got a Doppelganger. This could be a minion demon situation, though, and then this could be just an unseen outcast. But in that case, this is the drunk. I don't think knights can be drunk on this board. The drunk needs to be a not-in-play villager. For this to be a drunk, this would have to be a minion. And in that case, I'm only losing 2 health by killing this knight. Right? Like, and I've got the drunk out the way. And if it's a drunk minion situation, like that's a good get. Like that's worth it. If it's a minion demon situation, that's definitely worth it because I get to kill 2 of them. If it's a knight doppelganger situation, they just won't die. If it's a doppelganger poisoned knight situation, I'll be brought down to 1 health, but I'll still be in this game, and I will have gained some information. I think going after the knights is good. That was a corrupted knight. Well, okay, that means you're not a corrupted knight. All right, so you got poisoned. Can't even be mad about that, really. We got the Jester here. Either the lover is evil, or you're evil, or you're... Like, this triangle just doesn't unravel just by looking. We know you're good, we know you're good. The Jester... If I point the Jester at the two knights, and then anybody else, and he says anything but one, we know he's lying. If he says 0, he could be telling the truth. If he says any number other than 1, like higher than 0, we know he's lying. Okay, let's count up the lies. There's no source of corruption. Oh, there's a drunk. Shoot. So there's 3 evils and a drunk. Here's 1. So we've got 3 left. This 2 is corrupted. How is 2 corrupted? You would have to be drunk to be corrupted. Would have to be drunk to be corrupted. If you're telling the truth, this has to be the drunk. Because there's no other source of corruption. If you're evil, this could be evil. But I think if you're evil, we've lost. So let's point at the knights and then this baker. There's 1 evil between the 3 of them. I don't know that I believe that, though. That means you're evil, and you're the drunk. Three evils to place. If you're the drunk, you're the Chancellor, I bet. Sitting next to this Plague Doctor. So if this is the real Plague Doctor, and this is a bogus Plague Doctor who's lying to me, that means you're evil, which is what the Jester says. And then you couldn't, or you're saying that she's evil, but that wouldn't be the case, and the Slayer would be on the up and up. She would then be drunk. And then she would have a truth-telling bard and a dead evil baker next to her. But her lie is accounted for by being drunk. That means the Slayer's on the up and up, couldn't kill the lover, which means the Chancellor is here. That all makes sense. If you're telling the truth, you're evil. I now need to account for your lie. I can account for your lie. You're the drunk, fine. But I can't account for your lie. So if you're evil, then you're evil. then you could be evil, in which case the Slayer is fine. And then the drunk could be down here. Do I trust the Jester or do I trust the Plague Doctor? Is it more likely, or is it likely that the Plague Doctor is lying? If the Plague Doctor is telling the truth, I just kill the lover. But then the Bard is lying. The Bard could be the drunk. But then the Baker is lying. And the Slayer is lying. Yeah, so if you're telling the truth, nothing adds up. Because the lover is evil, but then the Slayer is lying about being able to kill the lover. The Bard is lying about being next to a corrupted character. You're still lying about you being a Slayer at some point. And you can't all be drunk. So if you're telling the truth, you're evil. I've got 2 more evils to place. You have to be lying. And you have to be lying. No, you're telling the truth about the lover being evil. So you have to be lying. And you're lying. And you're lying. Okay, so in this case, you could be evil. And then I have 1 more evil to place. It would have to be the Slayer. And then the Bard is the drunk. Does that work? No, because you can't be evil. Hold on. Okay, so the lover is evil. How many am I placing? 1, 2, 3, and then a drunk. Because we already know who the Plague Doctor targeted. Trying to keep this straight. All right, I got 4 to place. The lover is evil. I got 3 to place. We're saying you're the drunk because you're corrupted. That's 2 to place. And then you're evil. And then you're evil. But then how come the Slayer didn't work? Because if you're evil, you're the drunk. You're evil, you're evil. You can't be telling the truth. I don't believe it, but you cannot be telling the truth. The Chancellor. Eat my butt, Chancellor. All right. So, either the Slayer is drunk, or this is the drunk. No, this is an unseen Plague Doctor that you're sitting next to. So you're now telling the truth. Is there a world where if you're evil, you wouldn't have been able to kill the target? So we know you're not evil, but you're lying. Are you lying? You're saying the baker's evil. You could be evil, and then you could be evil, and then someone else could be drunk. Drunk could be sitting over here. If you're drunk, you're telling the truth. You're still lying. If you're drunk, you're evil. We just know that. Is there a world where could you be drunk? No, because 2 is corrupted. That's not true. I'm killing this baker. If you're drunk, you're telling the truth. If you're evil, you're telling the truth. So we know you're telling the truth now. 2, 3, and 8. Lulu's woofing again. A man with a hat must have walked by the house and made Prompto bark. And then Lulu heard Prompto bark. Now she's got to bark. All right. So You're exonerated, you're exonerated, you're exonerated. Sorry, but you're dead, but you're also exonerated. This is a plague doctor. Is it a 50-50 between... I couldn't kill one because she's the drunk or because you're evil? If you're evil, she's a drunk, he's telling the truth. If he's evil, she's a drunk, you're telling... I think she's the drunk either way. If you're evil, she's a drunk, and you are telling the truth. If you're evil, she's the drunk, and you're telling the truth. Please don't tell me we're at a 50-50 after all that. Oh, my poor brain. Knowing the lover is the drunk doesn't help me at all. It's either the Slayer or the Bard. Well, no. If you're evil, she's telling the truth. And then the drunk can be elsewhere. If you're evil, she needs to be the drunk. And you're telling the truth. If you're evil, she's telling the truth. You could be the drunk. You'd have to be the drunk. That's the only other explanation. So you're either a real bard or a witch. You're either a real slayer or a witch. No, you're either a drunk or a witch. Is that right? You're not a slayer no matter what I do? Because if you're evil, she's drunk and you're a bard. If you're evil, she's a lover and you're a drunk. So you're not a slayer in any event. There was no point even bringing you along. Not helpful. Even the Chancellor doesn't help us here, because it doesn't help us place the drunk, because this was a bum plague doctor. It all comes down to a 50-50, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about this being my last town of the day of the stream, and it all comes down to a 50-50. Is there any train of logic here? Anything at all? That was my daily notification that I should be cooking dinner right now and not playing this silly card game. Okay, I don't think there's any logic to look for. I think we're all logicked out. This plague doctor shot this knight. And then I killed this knight. Whoops. I'm going to kill the Slayer, and we're going to lose. Too bad. Wait. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Fine. Fine. All right, that's enough for me, guys. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I'll see everybody next time. Peace out. Sleep well.